In the series premiere of Snowpiercer, the Earth got really hot thanks to global warming and wars, so scientists just decided, hey, we'll just cool it down, but that didn't quite work, and the Earth ended up freezing up. And there was really only one guy who thought, hey, maybe we should plan for this, and his name was Mr. Wilfred. So he decided to build the Snowpiercer train. 1,001 car lengths that would continuously just circle the globe and never stop. The issue is, pretty much everybody who had a ticket for the Snowpiercer train caused the global freeze, which left the poor and middle class to try to storm the gates and get on. And that's exactly what they did. Right before it left, they stormed the gates, were able to get on, and while security threw a couple of them off, the train left, wasn't going to open back up the doors, and the poor and middle class people were on the train in the very last car. And the show picks up 6 years later where those same people, nicknamed tailies because they're at the tail end of the train, are planning a revolt. And there's many reasons why they're planning this revolt, but mainly it stems from the fact that they're treated like shit. They're kind of used as slave labor from the rich anytime they're needed, and they're sterilizing the women, so it seems like they're just trying to kill off the tailies. And their rations got cut once again. And they're already divvying up their rations between the rats that they own and this guy named Big John, who by far is the strongest and who's someone that they're going to need if they want to revolt. And the revolt is going to be led by a guy named Leighton, and he's very hesitant to just okay the revolt because 3 years ago they tried the same thing and they didn't know what cars were up ahead. And because of that, 60 plus tailies ended up getting slaughtered and 13 people had their arms cut off. So Leighton just simply wants them to be careful if they're going to do this, but his hesitation has one of the tailies, a guy named Pike, wondering if he's even the right guy for the job. But they're running out of time, and like it or not, Leighton is going to have to go along with the plan. And the plan is pretty simple. When security brings in their food rations, they're going to bum rush them, and that's going to tip off the revolt. So they have all their makeshift weapons, and they're just waiting to make their move. And one of the tailies, a guy named Old Ivan, ends up giving a weapon to Andre, saying, you can make use of this better than I can, because Old Ivan's one of the guys who had his arm cut off. And he also tells him that the car is really set up like a social class. The farther you get on the train, the richer it gets. And that's very true. I mean, the problems at the front of the train are like, there's an issue with the sauna. And the problems with the tail of the train are, how are we going to eat? And the only time anybody from the front of the train visits the tail is to give them food, and that's why they're planning on making their move when they get their food. But when the food arrives, a woman named Ruth from hospitality is with them, and that's a pretty weird thing. And she makes an announcement asking Leighton to come forward, and nobody knows why. And because of that, Andre gives a signal to stand down and not attack, but he himself is wondering what's going on. And after an invasive physical, they give him a jacket that says sanitation, and they bring him to the third-class dining car. And when he's brought there, it's the first time he's actually seeing light in 6 years because the tail has no windows. And in the dining car, he meets a guy named Roach who is called a brakeman, but really he just runs security on the train. And he's given a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. And after devouring the sandwich, Roach says, we know in your past life you were a homicide detective. And Leighton looks at them and says, aren't you guys cops? But most of them weren't cops. In fact, one of them was a former soccer player. And the reason they want to talk to Andre is because there's been a murder. And they bring him to the body, and it's a guy who's been chopped up and his dick has even been cut off. But even after seeing the body, getting some food, he doesn't want to help them out because he feels like he'd be a traitor. He just wants to go back to the tail. He tells them, you guys figure it out yourself. And the soccer player, brakeman, decides the best course of action is to kick the shit out of him. And when Roach sees that, he gets really pissed off because it's not exactly the way you get a guy on your side. And then Andre gets introduced to Melanie, the head of hospitality. And immediately Andre recognizes her voice because that's the voice that everybody hears on the train every single morning and sometimes at night. Anytime there's an announcement on the train, you hear Melanie's voice. And she's there because Wilfred wants this solved immediately. And she lets him know that doors will open anywhere his investigation leads him. And Roach makes mention that the same thing happened a couple years ago where a guy was chopped up and his dick was cut off. But they have somebody in prison for that. So either they have a copycat or they have the wrong person in jail. So Leighton thinks about it and says, I'll do it for rations and third-class immigration for everybody in the tail. And Roach flips his lid saying that the passengers had tickets. The crew, they had jobs. You guys just bum rush the train. You don't have rights. And then Melanie is able to calm Roach down. She makes Roach uncuff Leighton and says, you're the only homicide detective on the train. And Wilfred is simply asking you to contribute. But he still hasn't agreed to anything. He is, however, taken to their version of a prison, where criminals are put to sleep, put away in a drawer, and looked at by a doctor. And the woman who was accused of the murder is a woman named Nikki Jeanette. And they want to wake her up, but the problem with that is she's been asleep for 2 years. And by waking her up, that would be the longest anyone's ever been asleep and then woken up. But since she was the only witness to the murder, they don't really have a choice. Roach then takes Leighton through third class with a bunch of young people just screwing each other because he wants him to talk to some of the current suspects. And the first suspect that he sees is a woman that he used to date back in the old days, a woman named Zara. And she was currently dating the victim. And he's pissed off at her for letting them know that he used to be a homicide detective, but she says, it's just like the tale. There's no justice here. They could have pinned this on any of us. And the two have a very contentious relationship because he looks at her like a sellout and she looks at him like an idiot who thought he could use his cop connections to get them on Snowpiercer, and when that didn't work, they had to bum rush the train. And she didn't want to live in the tale, and she sold out. And when she sold out, she fell in love with this guy, but he just got murdered. So after a quick chat with Zara, Roach takes him through a couple other cars that have trees growing and a bunch of fruit, and he's just amazed that they have 130 cars growing all this fruit, and they can't share any of it with the tale. And in that car, he sees Melanie once again and says, you pulled out all the stops. I mean, you got my ex to talk to me, you got me some food, and you just thought I would do anything, didn't you? But Melanie just simply asked for an update, and he says, well, Zara didn't kill him, I'll tell you that. And I know that there's more to this, because why would you be so desperate for my help? Pretty simple to me. You're worried that a murder will disrupt Mr. Wilfred's order. So if you want to keep eating your strawberries up here, you know my demands. Third-class citizenship, rations, and the reproductive rights back. And that one he just added. And in a very complicated way, she tells him that he actually needs them more than Mr. Wilfred needs him. After she leaves talking to Leighton, she goes to talk to somebody named Jinju, who is making her some sushi. And she goes on to explain how they have to wake up Nikki. She also asks Jinju if she can help out the doctor with the process. And Jinju asks if Leighton has even agreed to help them, which he hasn't yet, but Melanie reassures her that he will. And once they find the murderer, Jinju can go back to her work. Now, things haven't gone great in the tale since Leighton got taken, and Pike has tried to take that leadership role, thinking that the reason that Leighton told them not to attack was because he knew that they were coming for him, even though that's not true at all. And a woman named Josie tells him as much. And Pike wants to attack, and the straw that breaks the camel's back is when old Ivan kills himself. And they kind of use old Ivan's death as a rallying cry. And the brakemen have to remove a dead body. So they open the doors and they go to remove old Ivan's, and that's when the group attacks. And when they revolt, word gets to Leighton that they are revolting, and he says, let me handle this, they'll listen to me. So they send Leighton in, but the group is very hostile. Pike especially thinks he's a traitor. Pike says, it's only going to end one way, and Leighton says, yeah, you're right. They're going to storm in here and butcher us. Leighton gets Pike to stand down by saying, I think I found a way to get us out of this alive. He then walks up to Till, the brakeman hostage that they had, and punches her in the face. And Pike and the others are about to once again turn on him, but he says, no, you don't get it. You surrender yourself. It's not that bad. They simply put you to sleep. Get put to sleep. Go in the drawers. He goes on to explain that he's been up 130 cars and seen things that they can only imagine. And because of the murder investigation, he can piece together security schedules and details about the cars. And at this point, Pike breaks down saying, we only made it one car, man. I'm done. But Leighton assures him that they need him up train waiting in the drawers for the day that they take the engine. But when they go to turn themselves in, Ruth says, they're not going in the drawers. Mr. Wilfred wants swift justice. So Leighton says, I'll solve your murder if you have mercy on the tale. And Melanie says, well, he will want justice in the sense of taking one arm, but nobody else is going to die today. And after settling down that mess, Melanie heads back to her room, changes out of some clothes, and then heads to the very front of the train. And her and the driver, Ben, exchange a little chit-chat about the bumpy terrain they're going to be going through the next day. But as he leaves, he says, you have the train, Mr. Wilfred, because this whole time, Melanie is actually Mr. Wilfred. Episode 2 starts out the very next day where Melanie wakes up and opens up a cabinet, and you see a picture of her from the old world holding a baby. And we don't know if it's her baby or her niece or a nephew, but it's there. She acknowledges it, and then she goes about her day. Where the train is shaking a little bit because they're going through that stretch of rough track. And at the speed they're going, they're triggering avalanches pretty much everywhere they go. And the one engineer is recommending that they throttle back 12%, but the problem with that is the train uses its speed to create electricity. And if you throttle it back, you have to enforce rolling blackouts. And that's something Melanie just doesn't want to do. He says, you can slow for safety or you can speed up for electricity. And she says, keep going the same speed. She then heads into first class where apparently word travels fast because they know pretty much everything about the previous day. But the thing that they're most upset about is the fact that they got a tailie to be the detective. And Melanie reassures all of them that he was a homicide detective in the old world and he's simply the best man for the job. That same morning, Pike, Big John, and the others are put to sleep and Ruth goes to get that arm. And initially, she grabs a child who helped with the revolution. But the child's mother stands up and goes, no, take mine because I allowed her to do it. And Ruth makes a speech about accountability, and then she wets the person's arm and sticks it in a hole out of the train. And with the wetness and the temperature being minus 100 plus, the arm freezes up, and then brakemen take a mallet to it and break it off. But as soon as they do that, she's not doing well at all, to the point where her son has to go suck off the soccer player brakeman just to get some meds. But he doesn't get meds. Instead, he gets drugs. And at this point, he's willing to do anything to take the pain away from his mother, so he gives them to her. And at that same time, Leighton and Till go off to do some detective work, and they pass by a bunch of sanitation workers. And Leighton definitely recognizes one of them, but he just simply doesn't say anything. The first stop they go to is to talk to the guy who found the body. And they go to the third-class noodle place, which is apparently the best place to get noodles on the train. And he tells Leighton how he found the body. He was going about his business, he popped a floor panel, and there was the guy. And there's a lot of people that pass through that tunnel, so there's a lot of suspects. They then head off to the scene of the first murder, a place called the Night Car. And this is basically a nightclub, but it might also be a brothel. It kind of has that lore about it. And this is a place where Nikki, the girl who was put under and being woken up, used to work, and this is where they found the body. And it's worth mentioning that Nikki is being woken up, but she is not doing well at all, to the point where they're actually worried that she's dealing with neurological issues. It's basically a worst case scenario for them. And it's all from being asleep for so long. But back to the Night Car, where Leighton talks to the owner of the place, and she explains how Nikki was found in the room with the body, who was a regular of hers, but Nikki was all drugged up, and she thinks that Nikki was drugged up by the real killer, and Wilfred simply just wanted justice done so quickly, so Nikki got put in a drawer. Leighton then sees Zara because Zara works there, and the owner says, I think he probably should experience what Nikki was doing in there. And he's always wondered what goes on in the Night Car. And while it has the reputation of being a brothel, it's not. You go into a room and you basically, through a meditation process, can kind of travel back to the way the world used to be. And when Leighton, along with Zara, does that, he travels back to the time where he proposed to Zara. And when they snap out of it, they immediately start banging each other's brains out. When they're getting dressed, she says she thinks Sean, the dead body, was an informant because they used to get all these perks, including winning the baby lottery. And usually if you win something like that, you have friends up car. And there's clearly something that they're not telling him about this case. And she was fully committed to having that baby with Sean, and Leighton, who obviously had a romantic relationship with her because they were engaged, says, did you love him? And she kind of brushes it off saying, it's Snowpiercer. But she does want Leighton to come back and be with her in the third class. And he says, I can't. I have a responsibility to the tale. Leighton and Till then head to the autopsy, where it's really a doctor. She's never done an autopsy before, but she knows her way around a body. And since Till in the old world wanted to eventually become a detective, Leighton allows both of them to try to figure out exactly what happened in the crime scene. And they do a pretty good job, but the one place that they don't notice is who had the proper tools to cut off arms and legs. And it was the butcher. And immediately Till is disgusted because she ate beef noodles that day, and Leighton is kind of implying that maybe Sean was cut up for food. So they go to visit the butcher, but he doesn't let them in because they're slaughtering cows that day, and he basically tells them, piss off, come back with a warrant. And as they're walking away, the train gets hit with a really bad avalanche, and everybody in the train kind of goes flying, including the butcher. And when he does so, he's got the item they have to kill cows in his hand, and it ends up smashing into the glass and puncturing a hole in it. And because it's insanely cold outside, everything in that one car slowly dies and freezes up. And I'm talking the people, the cows, everything in there. And now with the butcher not in their way, they head into the freezer to see if they can find those arms and legs, and sure enough, hidden in an air vent, there they are. And while Till is looking at them, Andre picks up a bobby pin and puts it in his pocket. And Till figures the case is closed. The butchers must have done it, they're dead, pin it on them. But he says no, that's not the case. Somebody was torturing Sean because they cut his dick off, and then they brought him to the butcher to cut the arms and legs off. They were clearly trying to extract some kind of information out of him. And she doesn't understand why he even cares. Just pin it on the butchers, get your third-class citizenship, move on. But he, A, doesn't want third-class citizenship. He wants to go back to the tail. And B, he cares because he's a cop. And she understands that because she wanted to become a detective and she was put on the first case and feels kind of guilty about what happened to Nikki. She lets him know how they had Nikki pinned out of the gate. It was a 3-hour tribunal and she had no shot. So the search for the real killer continues. And while the murder is still a very big deal to Melanie, the bigger issue right now is that the train has a window punctured in it. And it was an extinction because those were the last cows on the earth and now they're dead. And they really relied on those cows, not just for food, but also for fertilizer and other things. And she gets Jinju and Bennett alone. And they know it's a really bad situation. And to make it worse, water isn't going to flow in the train for a couple of days until that hole is fixed. So Melanie decides to ration off the water. Second and third class is going to get water for 15 minutes a day. The crops will continue to get as much water as they need as long as first class. And the tail, well, they're just going to have to make do with what they have. But the most important thing is that the three of them keep it to themselves just how bad the situation is. So as far as the rest of the train is concerned, it's just business as usual, just a little bit of a hiccup. They'll continue to press on, and they're going to pick new apprentices. And they pick those apprentices from the tail, and they pick 3 children. And one of them is a kid named Miles. And Miles' mother died trying to get on the train. He's really been raised by both Leighton and Josie. And when he's picked, he has an hour to say goodbye to Josie. And the main reason that he's going is because he's heeded the advice of Leighton, that they're going to need friends up train if they ever want to revolt. So he's going to go on this internship and try to make a better life for himself, but at the same time, not forgetting where he came from. And while Josie realizes this might be the last time they see each other, Miles says it won't be, don't worry. Now, speaking of Leighton, he's had a very successful day, but he's put back into the cell for the night. And he immediately tears off a piece of fabric from his t-shirt and starts writing down a note. He then uses the bobby pin to sneak out of the cell, and he draws a little symbol on the ground, and then throws that piece of fabric a little bit farther down the hallway. And the reason he did that is because he wants to get the attention of the sanitation worker that he saw in the morning. He figures these sanitation workers are just told to keep their heads down so he'll see it, and sure enough, he does. But Leighton needed to cause a distraction to allow the guy to bend over and pick up the piece of fabric. And unfortunately, the only distraction he can come up with is yelling, "Come get me." And he gets the shit beat out of him, but it does allow that sanitation worker to grab that message. Leighton is then brought in front of Roach and Melanie, and not really interrogated, but more chastised for what he did. She asks him, "What do you see with this train?" He says, "A fortress of social class." And she says, "Well, I see the last remaining people on Earth living in order. And Mr. Wilfred is awake 21 hours a day trying to just keep the heat on for you people, but you're still not appreciative of it." And that's when Leighton, who is covered in his own blood, looks up and says, "I guess that's why he needed Sean as an informant. Because Sean was a rat who was paid in perks. I mean, why else would you care about his murder?" So what you really want to know is, when he was tortured, what Wilfred's secrets did he give up? She kind of smirks at him and says, "Okay, you're very perceptive. No wonder why Mr. Wilfred wants you as the detective on the train. But just know, that is literally the only reason why you're still here." Episode 3 starts out with Dr. Klimt describing to the audience how exactly Snowpiercer works, painting a picture that Snowpiercer is really set up to keep every social class apart. And if you want to get further up the cars, you have to trade up to do so. Where for everybody, the goal is to eventually get to first class, but the game is rigged to keep first class really far away from second class. Melanie spends that morning addressing her crew with a, quote, message from Mr. Wilfred, because the last 48 hours have been tough, and it's encouraging them to just keep plugging forward. And in that speech, Commander Gray noticed that he paraphrased Churchill, which Melanie says, "I'll let him know that you noticed." And he says, "Well, let him know that there's unrest brewing. With the murders and the Taily uprising, people are getting concerned." And she says, to that point, Mr. Wilfred is suggesting that we ease the mind of passengers. She then turns to Ruth and asks, "Can you move the fight night from next week to tonight?" And then she asks Commander Gray to take control of the matter. And the fight night is a big deal because the winner of the fight is going to get an immediate boost from third class to second class. Melanie then goes to deal with Andre, who is sleeping in his cell and having a dream about the night that Zara left the Tailies. And you find out that Zara just couldn't deal with the lifestyle of the Tailies anymore. And even though she didn't know what the night car was, she was willing to take the chance just to get out of the tail. And right before she left, Andre ended up giving her his wedding ring, saying, "Take this, you can use it as a trade." But as she was leaving, she was getting crap from everybody calling her a sellout. You don't get any more of the dream because he's woken up by 2 guards who put a bag over his head and take him to a room with Roach and Melanie. Roach lets him know that if he tries to communicate with the tail again, he's going to stick his head out of one of those holes. Andre then asks, "Can I speak to the witness of the first murder?" And they tell him, "No, that's not possible. Nikki's not awake yet. She's still unconscious." He then asks, "Okay, well, what was Sean Weiss informing Mr. Wilfred on?" And Roach lets him know that Sean was keeping tabs on the black market and letting them know about this new drug that is wreaking havoc in the upper cars called Chronol. And Andre laughs because that drug isn't new to the tail at all. It's been around for 2 rotations. And that comes as a pretty big surprise to both Roach and Melanie. Andre says, "If you're looking for Chronol, just look for Osweiler the brakeman. I mean, if you give him a blowjob, he'll give you Chronol." And that's another thing that catches them by surprise. So that's what Roach and Andre do. They go talk to Blowjob Boy, and he's caught off guard in the dining car, and he immediately says he had nothing to do with Sean's death. And while that's very reassuring to them, they really want to know who his supplier is, but he says, "I don't have a supplier. I was just taking confiscated Chronol, and the only person I gave it to was that woman in the tail who got her arm froze off." But right after Roach and Andre leave, Osweiler is grabbed by a couple of the janitors and taken to meet with a guy named Terrence. And Terrence wants to know what they wanted, and he says, "Well, they wanted my supplier, but I didn't say anything." And Terrence is wondering how Andre was able to go from a murder to looking for Chronol. And Osweiler says it's because he's smart. I mean, I really wouldn't underestimate this guy. And Terrence says, "Oh, don't worry about that. We'll give that cop a nice warm welcome." And then he kicks Osweiler out. Now, after meeting with Osweiler, Roach wants to go talk to Zara, even though Andre has told him that she had nothing to do with it. But he figures that there must have been something that Sean told her, but there wasn't. She says he never mentioned drugs. I mean, the closest he came to it was saying that he knew a guy who could get him anything he wanted. But even then, she doesn't have a name. Now, while Zara was getting interrogated, a few people in first class are a little bit concerned, and they're seeing through the fight night and the games as just a distraction from Mr. Wilfred from what's really going on in the train. And one woman in particular, a woman named Lila, who has voiced her displeasure before and just seems like a real pain in the ass, tells Ruth this, and Ruth says, well, yeah, no, it is a distraction, but it's an entertaining distraction. And they're worried because while they've accepted the fact that this isn't a pleasure cruise, they feel like their fortunes have built this train, and now they're not safe because Mr. Wilfred has lost control of the train. I mean, we're talking first-class problems. And after they're done interrogating Zara, Roach breaks for lunch, and as he's eating, Andre's asking him about his marriage and if he had any kids, and you learn that he did have 3 kids, but 2 of them just didn't make it. And Andre feels like he can relate because he felt that loss when Zara went up train. He then asks Roach if he ever met Mr. Wilfred, and he says, yeah, I shook his hand a few times before we departed, but now he just speaks through Melanie. The two are interrupted by Till, who spent the morning with her girlfriend Jinju and learned from Jinju that Nikki isn't unconscious, she's actually awake, just not doing very well. And Till feels like she needs to solve this murder because she's the reason why Nikki is even in the drawers to begin with. Although Jinju warns her, do not cross Melanie, it's not a good idea. But with this information, she goes to Roach and Andre, and Roach, who is still on his lunch break, sends Andre and Till to go figure out what's going on with Nikki. Now, unbeknownst to them, Jinju has realized that she kind of screwed up during that pillow talk, so she gets in contact with Melanie, who is currently getting an update on the hole in the cattle car. And it's getting fixed, but at a very slow rate. And she's starting to get concerned because she can't keep pumping heat down there while these guys fix it. And Ben even suggests, hey, why don't we just get rid of the tail? But she doesn't want to go with that option just quite yet. So when she gets Jinju's call, she's a little stressed out, and Jinju says, hey, you don't want the investigators to see Nikki the way she is, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's where they're headed. And Till and Andre have arrived in Nikki's room to find her in really bad shape. And when Andre looks in her mouth, he sees all this black stuff and knows right away that it was Chronol. All the while, the doctor is reassuring them that this is completely normal, but she was under for so long, she looks in this rough shape, it's kind of hard to buy that. And the group is interrupted by Melanie, who has arrived and tries to break it up, saying they're not supposed to be here, they need to leave. And both Till and Andre think that this is very, very fishy. Till then asks if the drug that they use to put people to sleep is some kind of Chronol. And Andre says, well, maybe it's the other way around. Maybe Chronol is a variation of that drug. And Melanie asks the doctor, that's not even possible, is it? But it is possible, and it's the truth. And this causes the doctor to come clean that Chronol is a street version of the drug that they use to put people to sleep. And a courier comes and grabs the drug from him, and in return, he gets stuff that he can use to help the sleepers that Mr. Wilfred just didn't think of. Stuff to help their bed sores, things like that. Andre then notices Miles' hair in a bag and freaks out and demands to know where Miles is. So they take him to Miles, who is flourishing in a classroom. He couldn't be any happier. He's got a bed. He's doing great in school. I mean, Miles is really thriving in the internship. But their meeting doesn't last long, and Miles goes in for a hug and tells him he's keeping his eyes open. But now that he's seen Miles, Andre wants to go and talk to Josie and give her an update on Miles because she's got to be worried sick about him. But Melanie doesn't allow it, telling him that Till can get her a message and you'll be able to see Josie once you figure out this murder. Honestly, we can't even get down Car anyway because of the fight night. And Andre says, well, fight night is a great time to see some janitor who's slinging drugs. So that's where Till and Andre head. They head right to the night car where they're hosting the fight night. And the first class passengers are watching it from above in the balcony, and they've noticed the arrival of Andre. And it just so happens on that night that one of the fighters is a janitor, so all the janitors are watching this go down. So the fight kicks off, and Till watches the janitors while Andre goes to talk to Zara because he feels like Zara isn't going to tell him anything with brakemen breathing down his neck. And that was a pretty good hunch because it was dead on. Because when they get alone, she tells him that the one janitor over there is Terrence, and that was Sean's Chronol hookup. Andre wants to meet with him, but Zara says there's always a price with Terrence. She then takes off his wedding ring that he gave her and tells him how she sold her wedding ring, but she always kept his. And maybe he can use it in a trade with Terrence. So Zara is able to get a message to Terrence, but Terrence doesn't show up. Instead, it's Osweiler. And Osweiler lets him know that Terrence can't risk being seen talking to Andre. But Andre reiterates that he needs to talk to Terrence. So get out there and tell him that I need a meeting with him. Now, during all of this, Nikki, who has woken up in her hospital bed, has made it out because they're siphoning electricity and the lock on the door wasn't working for a little bit. And she's made it into the night car and is watching the fight. And Till has noticed her and is trying to get her back to her room. But LJ, Lila's daughter, has also noticed her and is pointing her out, saying to everybody, look, that's the girl who was arrested for murder. What's she doing here? So Till's priority right now is to get Nikki back to her room. Andre, on the other hand, doesn't have to wait much longer to meet with Terrence. Terrence sends somebody to grab Andre, and they go to a private area in third class where the two can talk. Terrence tells Andre that he had nothing to do with Sean's death. But he does ask, how much does Mr. Wilfred know about the Chronol problem? And Andre says very little. In fact, I think if I solve this murder, he's just going to forget the whole thing, and they all have a good laugh about that. Terrence goes on to explain that the night that Sean was killed, he saw him with a guy from first class. Guy with a shaved head who takes care of himself. And the guy he's describing is a guy named Eric, who is always standing behind LJ. Right before he leaves, he tells Terrence that he just needs one more thing, and he pulls out the ring and trades for it. He then heads back down to the night car, and he tells Roach and Melanie that he has a description of the guy, but is unwilling to give it until he can go talk to Josie. So they give in. They allow him to go talk to Josie, and Andre gives her an update on Miles, but he also tells her how he saw Zara, and he's had it wrong this entire time. He just couldn't see the great thing in front of him. And then he kisses her. But when he does so, he passes something to her, and that thing was a small implant that allows people to get from car to car. And that was the thing that he traded his ring for with Terrence. He's then forced to give the description of Eric, and Eric has had a busy night because after seeing Nikki, he showed up outside of her room, killed the soldier that was guarding the door, killed the doctor, and then pulled up a chair and said, "Nikki, you don't remember me, do you? But you do know who I am." Episode 4 kicks off right after episode 3 that night when Eric kills Nicole. And while that's going down, Bennett goes to visit Melanie because he's genuinely concerned about her. He feels like she's burning the candle at both ends. As both Bennett and Melanie are discussing about how she needs to ask for help, she gets a call, along with everybody else involved in the investigation, and they find out that Nicole has been murdered. So when I say everybody that's involved in the investigation, that includes Jinju, who is the agricultural officer, and she just so happened to be with Till, and they were discussing their relationship about going public, although there are social stigmas about dating up car. And since Jinju is second class and Till is third class, she's worried about it. And then there's Roach, who ends up waking up Leighton in the middle of the night to let him know about what happened to Nikki. So when Melanie arrives on the scene, the doctor is inconsolable. He's bawling his eyes out because he cared for these patients so much, and he kind of blames himself for what happened to Nikki. Melanie tries to calm him down, saying, "We can make things right between you and Mr. Wilfred, but what I need for you is for you to go get a gurney and some sheets because we need postmortem data, and nobody can see her like this." She then runs into Leighton, who is pissed off because Leighton gave her the description of Eric that night, and she didn't do anything with it. She was planning on using it in the morning, and Leighton feels like this is on Melanie. Till then mentions that the border has closed. And basically what this means is the person they're looking for must be first class, but still located in the third class. And that's exactly where Eric is as he awaits for the borders to open up. So with this information, Melanie gets her group that includes Ruth and Commander Gray, along with Osweiler, which Till is shocked he's not suspended, but Roach lets her know that they're short-staffed and he doesn't have a choice. And the plan is for Commander Gray's men to sweep up train, looking for any first-class citizen. But while they're discussing the plan, Leighton mentions that he needs to go to first class because they don't even know what they're looking for. And Commander Gray snaps back that there's no chance he's going to first class because it's a tailie. Melanie then lays down the law that Leighton will do whatever Mr. Wilfred thinks is right. She then turns to Ruth and says, "You need to wake up every first-class passenger," and Ruth says they're not going to like that very much. And Leighton speaks up, "That's not very popular. You have a serial killer on the loose right now." Melanie, seeing the aggravation in Leighton's face, pulls him aside and says once they start the sweep up, both her and Leighton will head over to first class. And he says, "Is that your call or is that Mr. Wilfred's call?" Before they can answer, they both see Miss Audrey, the owner of the night car, and Leighton says, "Well, while we wait, I'm going to go talk to her." And Audrey lets Leighton know that if the killer's from first, there's only so far they're going to allow him to get in this investigation, and there's going to be no justice whatsoever for Nikki. Leighton's starting to wonder how third class is going to take that because all of the victims have been from third class. And he's worried about an uprising. He hints at her that he would like to use the fact that she's aware of everybody's secrets to his advantage in the investigation, but she says that's confidential. He then asks if Melanie Campbell's ever visited the night car and used the services, and she says it's confidential, and if the answer wasn't no, she hasn't shown herself like that. Audrey warns him that he needs to tread carefully, but many people in third class do want change, and then the two are interrupted by Melanie. Audrey leaves and Melanie lets Leighton know that they're awakening the passengers in first class. Leighton lets her know that there's not a lot of faith down car that this is going to be solved because everybody knows the killer must be from first class and they protect the first class passengers at all costs. But she tells him, "I don't care where the killer's from, I want it solved." So the two head up to first where Leighton is disgusted to see the art display that they have in first class. I mean, in the previous world, these are $1 million paintings. And she sees the disgust in his face and she tells him, take all of that anger and use it. Because first it's going to protect their own, so be their worst nightmare. So he does just that. He walks right in and says, "First of all, I don't care who you are or where you came from." Because somebody in here has a thing for chopping off third-class dicks. And LJ finds that hilarious, while the rest are just disgusted that a tailie is in their proximity. Leighton then goes over and starts eating their food and says, "The thing is, I don't see everybody here that was at the fight last night. Where are the bodyguards?" And nobody speaks up. So he says, "I'll put it a different way. You've taken 14 arms from the tail. I'll ask again. Where are the bodyguards?" LJ then pipes up that Eric didn't come home last night, and her dad mentions that he did ask to leave the fight early and he wasn't there when they got back. And immediately Eric has become suspect number one, especially when LJ mentions that he had his gun with him. And guns aren't allowed on the Snowpiercer except for the bodyguards in first class. And Leighton finds this amazing because the rest of the cars were disarmed basically to keep the first class safe. Eric then mentions that he's going to need to see Eric's quarters, but Lilith pipes up saying that can't happen. And it has nothing to do with the investigation, she just doesn't want a tailie in their room. And she's reached a breaking point and demands to speak to Mr. Wilfred, so Melanie walks over and picks up the phone and pretends like she's speaking to Mr. Wilfred when in reality she's just speaking to Bennett. And she paints the picture that Lilith being a pain in the ass putting up a fight about this. And when she goes to hand the phone to Lila backs down and says, fine, I'll allow him in our place as long as Melanie accompanies him. So Leighton goes in there and tears his room up, to the utter disgust of Lila and her husband. And he's able to find out that Eric was in the Marines and was hired by the family to protect them on their way to Snowpiercer. And he saved LJ's life from rioters as they headed to the train. He also had a rough childhood and as a cat. But while searching his stuff, he finds a blunt object that was used to harvest bees, and he's wondering exactly what it's doing there because the bees died off 3 years ago. So Melanie sends Till there to find out which bee atrium it was taken from. He then asks LJ, do you think Eric could have done this? And she says, maybe. He sure wasted those riders on the way to Snowpiercer, and he always talked about having a mean streak. He then asks if Eric's ever gotten weird with her and aggressive, but she doesn't respond, asking him, is it true that you guys really don't get to see the sun in the tail? And since it is true, she likes to show off her remote control curtains and show him the sun. Melanie doesn't give up, though, and presses on about her relationship with Eric, but she says, we really shouldn't talk about it. And Leighton gives her a nod to basically leave the room so that he can continue to question her alone. So Melanie does that, but she goes out and starts questioning her parents. Now, while they're questioning LJ and her family, Eric has been found by Till and Osweiler in the 3rd class, and he starts running. On his pursuit to evade getting caught, he grabs Jinju, who is just speaking to a guy in 3rd class, and uses her as a hostage to get away. He fires a warning shot to try and get away, and it works. But not for long, because he gets to a point in the train where he is trapped, and he has nowhere to go. He has the gun pointed at Jinju, telling everybody to put their guns down, but instead of shooting her, he shoots a control box, hoping that would do something, but it doesn't. They converge on him, and they kill him. And Melanie finds out about this as she's interviewing the parents, where you learn that Eric has basically raised LJ. They're very close. So when LJ and the family find out that Eric is dead, they're understandably upset, but LJ is really upset. And as she's crying, Leighton indicates to Melanie that it's actually LJ who was the one who killed people. So Melanie goes and gets a soldier to come in, and the family wants to know what's going on, and Leighton lets him know that Eric was nothing more than a dog being told what to do. And it was LJ who was telling him to hold people down as she cut their dicks off and slaughtered them. And as he's walking away, LJ snaps, grabbing that blunt object that was found in Eric's room and tries to attack him, but Leighton is able to wrestle it away from her, and she's arrested. Melanie then makes an announcement to the entire car that the killer has been found and somebody else is in custody, and everything is returned to order. As soon as she signs off, though, Leighton says, now Mr. Wilfred has to deliver justice. Are you in charge of that too? But instead of responding, she says, let me go buy you a drink. And as they're both having a drink, she says, what do you think Mr. Wilfred's big secret was? And Leighton says, I'll be honest, I just want to go back to the tail. But she tells him, you know I can't let you go back to the tail. You've seen too much. And you've also figured a secret out. And that secret, of course, is that Melanie is actually Mr. Wilfred. But then all of a sudden, Leighton starts choking because Melanie poisoned his drink. And Leighton collapses. Now, back in the tail, they've taken the chip that he gave them and used it. Josie volunteered to be a sanitation worker for the day, and while on their lunch break, she was able to sneak out and connect with a former tailie who has moved up to 3rd car and is working in the food distribution portion of the train. So Melanie is able to connect with her and ask her for help, because since Leighton is up car, she wants to get messages to Leighton, and maybe she could use her as a go-between. And this is very dangerous, because if this girl is caught, she's going to go back to the tail, and she knows that, but she still agrees to help the tail because she feels that she owes it to them. So the group starts looking for messages through their food, and they end up finding one. But when they get it and open it up, it says that Leighton is missing, because Leighton has been put in the drawers by Melanie, who tells the doctor to keep it off books. Episode 5 takes place a few days after episode 4, when the tail gets message from Astra that she needs to see Josie again, which is going to force Josie back on the sanitation crew. But they think it's worth it because they need the information on where Leighton is. So during the sanitation crew's break, Astrid meets them and right away tells them, I don't have any new information on Leighton, but if he's not in the tail, he's got to be somewhere. She switches clothes with Josie and tells Josie to head to the market and look for the yellow butterfly and meet a guy there named Terrence. He's the head of the janitors, and I think he'll help you. So Josie heads to the market and is looking around for the yellow butterfly, but instead of finding Terrence, Terrence's number 2 finds her first. She brings Josie to Terrence, and Josie goes on to explain that they think that Leighton is in the drawers, but they're not sure, and they need his help. And Terrence is trying to make sense of the fact that the guy who just solved the biggest murder in train history would be put in the drawers. That doesn't really make sense to him. And Josie says, I don't know, maybe it's because he turned over the wrong rock. And Terrence says, well, maybe he's dead. But Josie says that's not really possible if you ever met the guy, and of course Terrence did. So Terrence looks at his number 2 and says, you know, I think it's time we visit the drawers anyway. Can we get in there? And she says, yeah, of course. And all 3 of them head over to the doctor's office. As they go to get into the office, the number 2 pickpockets the keys off of the doctor, who is leaving to go see this trial of the century, which we'll get into in a little bit. And all 3 of them get in there. Upon getting in, she throws the keys to Josie and says, "Good luck." And both her and Terrence go and basically rob the place, while Josie is left to try to find out where Leighton is, if he's even in there at all. Initially, she thought that they were going to help her out, but then she realizes, no, they're just here to rob the place. And as they're leaving, they tell her, "Good luck, don't get caught." And it's all on Josie. So of course that trial of the century has to do with LJ. And that day she's supposed to be put on trial in front of a tribunal. And usually the tribunals are supposed to be first and second class. So her parents aren't worried at all that she'll actually get convicted of a crime. But the fact that both victims were from third class leads to a pretty big push that they want in on this. And first class gets sent a message from third class when one of them arrives with a plate that is covered in cockroaches and shit. And this message forces Melanie to head to the night car and visit Audrey. And right away Melanie says, "I think that stunt was a little beneath you. I mean, I don't really get this. One suspect's dead and the other's on trial for murder. What is your issue?" But the thing that she's missing is the fact that Audrey thinks this trial is a joke because third class isn't involved at all when it was their two victims. And she points to one of the laws of the train that states that third class has the right to petition Wilfred in these kind of disputes. And Audrey wants a new tribunal drawn, including a third class passenger. And she can tell by the look on Melanie's face that Melanie doesn't want to do this. So she mentions the fact that Melanie used to want to make a difference there. Melanie mentions how she remembers the day that Audrey pitched the night car idea to her and Wilfred. And Wilfred thought it was nothing more than a brothel, but Melanie saw the long-term plan of this thing. And she was able really to pitch Wilfred on the idea. So in a way, Melanie's asking her to stay out of this. And Audrey shoots back, "Well, we depend on you to talk to Mr. Wilfred on our behalf. So convince him, like you did with the night car, that third class should have a voice in this thing." And right before the conversation ends, she reminds Melanie that third class touches literally every system on the train. Melanie's thinking about it, and at first she pitches it to Jinju, and then she pitches it to Bennett and Javier, trying to get their reactions on it. And Javier is completely against it, saying that the Folgers have a lot of power in first class, and they can make life a living hell for everybody. And if you think you have a social class war now, wait till this happens. Melanie wants to, we'll use the term, talk to Bennett privately. She has Javier run the train, and both her and Bennett go and bang one out real quick. And it seems like Melanie does this with him anytime that she's stressed out, because the last time they did something like that was when all of the bees died. But maybe it clears her head. Maybe she gets the answer she was looking for. Anyway, you'll slice it. She ends up giving in and accepting the petition and calling a third class member on the tribunal. So there'll be one first class member, one second class member, and one third class member on this tribunal. And this move is not popular at all in first class. And Lila Folger is a little bit concerned, but Roger Folger reminds her that the first class person will get the second class person on board. There's no way that LJ actually gets convicted of this thing. But that doesn't stop Roger from, along with a couple of other first class passengers, going to meet Commander Gray, because they're getting concerned of this sudden rule change. And they're starting to think that because Wilfred locked himself up train, that he's a little out of touch with the day-to-day goings of the train. But Commander Gray tells them that his job is to uphold rules, not to make them. They go on to pitch to Gray that maybe all the day-to-day matters would be better suited to be handled up train where it's affected the most. You know, typical one-percenters. Gray asks, well, what happens to Melanie Cavill? And Roger says she would be the first to go. Now, after this meeting, what they didn't know was one of those people decides to go and rat everything out to Melanie, telling her everything that happened in this meeting. And she's very angry, but her initial concern has to do with Commander Gray and his reaction, although he didn't really have one. He listened to what they said, but he didn't really agree or disagree with them either way. But she needs to get to the trial, so she thanks the guy for the information, tells him that the renovations that he needs will be sped up because of this information, and sends him on his way. But she definitely has a problem, although she can't stew on it because of the fact that the trial is looming. Another group that needs to get to the trial is third class, and they've got Commander Till and Osweiler in the night car to take a couple of the third class citizens over to the trial. And Till has had a great day because she has been accepted on a probationary period to join second class citizens on the behest of Jinju, so she's in a great mood. And it even seems like her relationship with Osweiler is improving, although when Osweiler goes to talk to the third class citizens, he does so in a way that just completely insults them and acts like they're not even human beings. And you can tell that Till doesn't really enjoy that. The two of them get the third class citizens together and head up train. And the last person to get ready for the trial is LJ, who has spent the morning being coached by her mother on what to say and how to say it. And Lila is worried that maybe the trial of her daughter could be the spark that is needed to usher about change in the train that she doesn't want because it would negatively affect her life. So in her mind, it is imperative that LJ get off on this crime. So everybody heads over to the trial, which is broadcast throughout the train so everybody that's not there can hear what's going on. And the first person they talk to is Roach, since Leighton is in the drawers, he can't talk. And Roach shows them all the evidence that they found in LJ's compartment, including all the cut-up dicks. The second person they talk to is the person who did the autopsy, and she explains how all of the victims were cut up. The third person they talk to is Jinju, who talks about when she was kidnapped by Eric and how Eric was just transfixed on what happened to LJ and how to keep LJ safe through this entire ordeal. And the last person that speaks to the tribunal is Audrey. And she makes a plea to them that just because LJ is a first-class citizen, to not let that muddy these waters, to not let her off just because of her social status, and to not let Nikki's name go in vain. They then have a break for recess, to which afterwards LJ will take the stand. And during that break, Melanie sees Lila talking to a couple people, and she tells her, stop. Whatever you're trying to do, don't do it. But Lila tells her a story about how when LJ was a toddler, she was lashing out and stuck Roger in the eyeball with a fork. And as he was bleeding profusely, instead of getting mad at her, he still decided to coddle her. And Roger ended up losing his eye over this, which to this day, LJ doesn't really think was a big deal and actually treats it like a joke, playing around with his fake eyeball. But the point of the message is that they will do anything to protect their family. And most importantly, they will do anything to protect LJ. So if Melanie Cavill is trying to come at their family, she better watch out. Now, after the recess, LJ gets up there and tries to paint the picture that she was forced to do all of this by Eric, but then says how she can still hear the screams of those men. And as she's trying to fight back fake tears, she mentions how Sean was an informant for Wilfred, and that he made mention about how this beautiful train was being infested by these dark secrets. And there are 400 secrets that would rock us to the rails. And as soon as she says that, the look on Melanie's face is one of shock. And really, everybody in the know is shocked, including Bennett and Javier, who are in the front of the train. Because LJ just played a huge trump card in this whole thing. And as soon as her testimony is over, they break once again because the tribunal has to come up with a decision. And Melanie and Jinju go in a separate room, and Jinju goes, what the hell was that? And Melanie says, I don't know, maybe Sean found out the drawers were experimental. Maybe he found a list. I'm not really sure. Then she writes a message and sends it to Bennett. Now, during that deliberation in the trial, Josie might have inadvertently found out one of the secrets, which is the fact that the drawers are experimental, because when she's opening them up trying to find Leighton's body, she's finding people that she knows from the tale, including kids and adults. Eventually, she is able to find Leighton's body and ends up triggering something to wake him up, but because of the fact that she doesn't really know how to do it correctly, he ends up convulsing. And she doesn't really have time to fix it because both Till and Osweiler, who are making their rounds, see that the door is open to the doctor's office and head on in, which forces Josie into the drawer with Leighton. But because of the fact that he's convulsing, they end up hearing this and open up the drawer to find Josie lying on Leighton. Now, Till's initial reaction is, what the hell is Leighton doing in there? But Osweiler's initial reaction is, good, I can beat on a tailie. And as he starts to try to beat on Josie, he gets cracked in the head by Till, who knocks him out. Because Till knows how much Leighton did for that case and doesn't know or think he deserves to be in the drawers. So both her and Josie end up dragging his unconscious body over to Zara's piece of the train, and they have her take care of him. Where he's slowly trying to wake up, although waking up people from the drawers is a very dangerous process. And the whole time while he's under, he is dreaming about the time that they had to deal with the cannibalism in the tale, which is a very unsettling dream. Although, he does eventually wake up. The tribunal, however, does come to a decision, and that decision is that LJ Folger is guilty of all charges. But as soon as the verdict is read, Bennett sends on a message to Melanie, pretending that he is Mr. Wilfred, that says that because of her age, he is overturning the conviction and allowing her to go back to her parents. And of course, this is a huge deal, because all the euphoria that Third Class had when the conviction came out is washed away with just disgust about the fact that this first-class citizen gets off. But Melanie felt like she had no choice because clearly LJ knows the secrets of the train. And right before she releases LJ back to her parents, she tries to get those secrets out of her, but LJ is unwilling to give it to her. She is willing to give it to Mr. Wilfred, but of course we know there is no Mr. Wilfred. And before she goes back to her parents, she does say that because of the fact that Mr. Wilfred was looking out for her, she's going to look out for Mr. Wilfred's interests by not revealing these secrets to the train, and then the little psychopath is released back into her parents' arms. In episode 6, there's an issue in one of the cars after a breaker box malfunctions, and Javi and Bennett get an alert in the front of the car. But Javi is more concerned with giving Bennett shit because he's sleeping with Melanie. According to the rules, there are supposed to be no fraternization, but it's been 7 years, and Bennett says, time to get over it. Melanie, meanwhile, is trying to do yoga with Jinju, but she's just not really feeling it. because her main concern right now is that third class is planning on going on strike because of the Nikki trial. They're going to put all their tools down and just stop working, and Jinju makes mention that they're going to be hurt the most by this, and they don't even realize it. Either way, Melanie's planning on stopping it. She then asks Jinju how her night went with Till, because it was supposed to be Till's first night in second class, but Jinju says it didn't. She never came home. And of course, she never came home because she's dealing with the whole thing where she thought she killed her partner, but her partner was gone, so she was looking for Osweiler the entire night, who coincidentally she does find, and very unlike Osweiler, he seems okay with what happened and is more concerned with going and doing police work about the third class uprising. Melanie then heads to third class, and they are booing the shit out of her. She makes an announcement on the behest of Wilfred that he has found out about the work stoppage, and she wants to remind everybody that they are on the train to work. That is their ticket. But they remind her that there are way more of them than her men, first class passengers. They outnumber them. Although anybody that speaks up starts getting beaten on by the brakemen. She realizes that she's got to get out of there, but before she does, she says that if they do plan on going on with this work stoppage, then she's going to take 10 random third-class passengers and put them back in the tail. She's then going to replace them with 10 tailies. And if they think they have it bad now, wait till they get in the tail. Now, one of the people that was overhearing this speech was Leighton, who's trying to make sense of exactly how he got in Zara's place. She explains how he was taken out of the drawers and brought there by Josie, but she doesn't really know much more and wants to know how he got in the drawers. And he says he was put in the drawers because he solved the crime. That is it. Right after Melanie's speech, though, Josie shows up wearing Astrid's uniform. She tells Zara that she's got to get him out of here, because if they find out that he's missing, they're going to come after him. And she thinks she's found somebody that can help them out. Right before Josie takes Leighton out of there, Zara asks them if she'll ever see him again, and Josie says, for your own good, probably not. Seems like Zara wants to tell Leighton something, but in front of Josie, she doesn't feel comfortable, so she just grabs a big jacket and gives it to him as a gift. So Josie starts helping Leighton walk through the train, because Leighton is in really bad shape, and eventually he just drops to the ground and says, look, I gotta tell you something. Wilfred is not on this train. Melanie Cavill is pulling all the strings. She is the man behind the curtain. Wilfred is nothing more than a myth to keep us in line. And that is the thing that got me put in the drawers. Now, you have to keep this to yourself, because I'm telling you and only you. Nobody in the tail can know until we figure out a way to use this to our advantage. But there is no Mr. Wilfred. It's all Melanie Cavill. While this news is completely shocking, Josie doesn't have time to dwell on it because she has to get Leighton to the person she thinks can help him out. And that person is Dr. Pelton. And she's going to help Leighton with the drawer hangover that he's currently experiencing. But one person that is not happy about this is Leighton, because he doesn't trust Dr. Pelton. This might be the drugs talking, though, because one of the side effects of coming out of the drawers is being agitated, and man does he fit that criteria. He starts questioning Dr. Pelton about who she works for, what she does, what her role is, and she says that her role is simply to work on the people when they come out of the drawers. At one point, she does call them prisoners, and Leighton snaps at her that they're not prisoners, they're lab rats. But she doesn't dispel Leighton's claim. She admits that they're using it for prisoners, but they're also using it for lab rats. She compares it to their very own North Korea in there. She then shows them some passenger files. Everybody on board has one. It breaks down your former work, your health issues, blood type, really anything people in the train would need to know about you. But the other things that the file include are a red X. And Dr. Pelton isn't 100% certain, but what she thinks the red X indicates is that you're on a blacklist. There have been long rumors about this list that you're put on as like an enemy of the state, and Leighton is on it, Josie is on it, and as of 2 weeks ago, Dr. Pelton also had the red X. Now, while Leighton is getting patched up, Bennett heads down in the train and finds out what's going on with that breaker box. And upon inspection, he finds out that it's affecting one of the brakes in one of the cars. Melanie meets him down there and assesses the damage and realizes that it's pretty serious and they gotta fix it. She heads to the school car and grabs Breachman Boscovich, who's kind of doing like a career day for all the kids, and she lets him know that he's needed down train. She also does a checkup on Miles, who is just thriving in his role as just, being a kid. Melanie then makes an announcement to the entire train saying that there's been a mechanical issue, and because of that, the third class train is restricted until further notice. And it's worth mentioning that this announcement broke up a conversation between Zara and Audrey, where you find out that Zara is pregnant. But the bigger issue is in Dr. Pelton's office, because when Josie hears this announcement, she knows that she needs to get back to third class immediately because Astrid's going to be waiting for her. But all Leighton can focus on is the voice he just heard. Melanie Cavill's. And when Josie goes and thanks Dr. Pelton for all she's doing and goes to leave, Leighton takes the IV out of his arm and grabs her chip and starts running up train. And because she doesn't have the chip, she's at the mercy of people opening the doors on their own, and she gets to a point where she's on the other side of the cage from Leighton, begging him to come back. But he says, no, I can't do this. I might never get another chance to go after her. And unfortunately, there's nothing that Josie can do, and he goes and heads up train to find Melanie Cavill. And thanks to that announcement, he knows where she's going. She's heading downstairs to assess the damage of that break, and before she does so, she's talking to Ruth about what's going on and the update with the break situation, but Ruth's main concern is Mr. Wilfred. Ruth actually has no idea that there is no Mr. Wilfred, and ever since the trial went down, she's been concerned about his decision-making. She kind of vents to Melanie about this, but Melanie just reminds her that she works in hospitality and chill out. She then heads downstairs in the train, and as she's walking over to assess the damage, Leighton pops up out of the shadows and grabs her and puts a scalpel to her neck. And boy, is she shocked to see him. He addresses her as Mr. Wilfred and lets her know that he is fully aware of what she's doing. If anyone says a bad word, has a nasty thought, they get thrown into the drawers. But as Leighton is making these accusations, both Leighton, Melanie, and everybody on board the train are thrown about because the brake that they're trying to fix has dropped and there's an issue. All of the cars are kind of thrown off kilter all of a sudden. Melanie then tries to scamper away, but Leighton grabs her and she begs him to let her go because the train needs her. She says the drawers aren't what you think. They're not a prison, they're a lifeboat. Because if everything fails on this train, your best hope is to keep people in suspension. We need a system to restart. The 400 people in the drawers were selected because of things like race, religion, skills, health, and it's all for the future of humanity if something goes wrong on this train. She tells Leighton that the train is dying right now and she needs to go fix it, and Leighton lets her go. She reaches the crew and realizes that she will be the one that has to go under the train because Boscovich doesn't have the skill set that she has, and while nobody really wants her to go because she's in charge of the train, she's really the only person for the job. And unfortunately for her, she has 14 minutes to fix this, or else they're going to reach a point on the track where the entire train is going to derail. Leighton, on the other hand, stumbles back to Dr. Pelton's office, where they are bracing for the worst. And Josie immediately wants to know if he was the one who did this, but he says no. But he did come back because he wanted to be with her, and the two have a nice, meaningful hug. Now, Dr. Pelton's office aren't the only ones that are bracing for the worst. First Class is bracing for the worst, and Till and Osweiler, who were in the prison at the time, are also bracing for the worst. And because everybody thinks this could be it for them, Till thinks this is the best time to tell Osweiler how she really feels. How she's not going to be extorted by him anymore, how she thinks he's pretty much a piece of shit, and how she can't stand how he treats people. He then brings up her handling of the Leighton issue, but she says, you know that Leighton never deserved to be in the drawers. Don't you think something else is going on? Don't you always feel like you're kind of left out in the dark? Now, there is one group that is handling the whole situation better than anybody else, and that is the tail. The woman who had her arm frozen off a couple episodes ago has succumbed to the injuries and passed away. And because of that, one of the tailies has taken it upon herself to try to cheer everybody up by making a periscope where everybody can see the outside world. So while the entire train is planning for the worst, all of the tailies are gathered around looking at this sheet that's projecting the outside for the first time in a long time. But at the final second, Melanie is able to save the train, keep it from derailing, and keep everybody alive. As soon as everybody finds out they're safe, euphoria erupts on all of the cars. Till and Osweiler get up to leave the prison, and Osweiler tells her, look, they're going to find Leighton eventually, and it's also going to come out what you did, whether I tell or not. Till then heads to Jinju's for the first time and apologizes for not being there last night. She visibly looks troubled, though, and says, what if I'm not the person you thought I was? And when Jinju says, what does that mean? She just brushes it off and says, you know what, I need a drink. Boscovich and Bennett then walk into third class and are greeted with ovations from the third class passengers, who have completely forgotten about their strike. Bennett makes an announcement that it's going to take more than a little track turbulence to stop them, and everybody is overjoyed because they're alive. And a chant for Wilfred actually starts up. As Audrey's walking out, Melanie tells her, looks like they had a change of heart about that whole strike, huh? And Audrey tells her, well, they might have had a change of heart about this, but their grievances haven't changed at all. And next time, you're not going to have a disaster to save you. But Melanie says, hey, Audrey, why don't you try reading the room? We're alive. Be happy about it. And then finally, there's Dr. Pelton, who has put up both Josie and Leighton for the night in her room as she shacks up with some other guy. And since there's only one bed, they both feel like it's a good time to consummate this relationship. And as they're doing so, the kid that they took care of, Miles, is summoned to Melanie's office. Melanie gives him a gift that Mr. Wilfred gave her personally, but says, Miles, there's something I need you to do for me. In episode 7, Melanie knows she has a problem because Leighton has escaped and he knows the truth. She's talking to Bennett and Javi about what to do, and Javi thinks that they should just come clean, but she says no. He's not ready to reveal the secret yet. We can track him down. And one of the ways that they're going to plan on doing that is luring out Miles. During that close call with the train's brakes, they lost an engineer. And Miles would be perfect to become the new engineer. Even though he's extremely young, he's also very, very bright. So while he would be a good fit, this also has a lot to do with his relationship with Leighton. So when Leighton and Josie hear this, as they get ready for the day, they know that this is a trap. But Josie doesn't have really time to discuss because she has to get back to the tail Astrid is waiting for. And Leighton is waiting for his ride out of there because he's still going incognito. So after Melanie makes that announcement, she starts trying to get answers as to what happened with Leighton. Along with Jinju, she heads to the doctor who's in charge of putting people in the drawers and says, how could this have happened? When was the last time you saw him? He says, about 2 days ago, before the trial. He could have gotten out any time between then and now. He also says that there was some medical equipment that was stolen, and she knows that it must have been Terrence. So she calls him in and wants to know his relationship with helping Leighton get out. Terrence plays dumb, saying he has no idea what she's talking about, but when she threatens to cut off his hand, he admits that he did meet Leighton once, and that if he is running around, he's going to have to come to Terrence eventually, and that's when Terrence will grab him and bring him to Melanie. Melanie then heads off to figure out who she wants to interrogate next. Now, while Melanie was interrogating Terrence, Jinju was questioning Till. She asked, where were you the night of the trial? Why didn't you come home? Because Leighton's missing, and that seems pretty convenient. But Till lies to her and says, I don't have anything to do with it. It was just I'm nervous about this whole second, third class move. Now, during this time, Bennett has gone off to tutor his new protege, Miles. And Miles has been congratulated by his classmates and even given an orange. Bennett starts quizzing him about certain things, and it seems like Miles is nervous until Miles throws up. And when he does that, he's immediately quarantined. He gets sent to the nurse's office where Dr. Pelton wants to examine him alone, but Bennett doesn't want to let him out of his sights. So they come to a compromise where she's going to close the door, but she's going to lift the curtain up. So Bennett is watching the whole time, getting hit on by Miles' teacher. And as Miles is getting examined, he sees a familiar face. Josie. Because Josie really wanted to see Miles even though Leighton told her it's not a good idea. She made it happen. She apologizes for making him sick, but it's because she wanted to see him. She tells him that the revolution is going to start, and with him being at the front of the train now, he can be instrumental in it, and he says, I'm ready. She then says, there's something that we need you to do, and whispers it into his ear. The two then say goodbye, and Josie is able to escape before she's caught by Bennett. Now, her other half, Leighton, has escaped into the night car with the help of third-class passengers. And he wants to kick off this revolution, but Audrey says, what do you think I've been trying to do? He says, bring me the key people that you trust. I have something to tell them. So Audrey does that, but some people aren't happy about it because they don't want to hear from Tailies and they don't want to hear from him. And he simply wants what they all want. No rations, no borders, just everything's open. And he says that there is a possibility of that happening. Some of them don't believe that there's even enough space, but he says first class has a damn bowling alley. There's plenty of space on this train. We're not coming for third class's beds, but there is enough space for everybody to coexist. He tells them that he got thrown in the drawers for what he knows because he pulled back the curtain on the man in the engine. And some of them may already know what he's talking about, or at least had a hunch on it. The group then disperses, and it's just Audrey and Leighton hiding out in the back of the night car, and then in walks Terrence. Terrence tells Leighton that Melanie came and visited me today and wanted to know where you are, and I told her that if I saw you, I would hand you over to her. But at the moment, he's not going to play favorites. He does, however, have his reservations about Leighton's plan. Uniting the classes, it's not going to work. You guys don't have the numbers, so count me out. And then he leaves. Now, while Leighton was busy trying to get this revolution started, Melanie was also pretty busy trying to track him down. The next person she went to was Zara, and she tells her that she hears that she's pregnant, and that's great, but certain privileges can be taken away, i.e. her child. So, let us know who helped Leighton escape. So with that kind of ultimatum, she agrees. And Melanie, a bunch of brakemen, and Zara head back into the tail, where Josie has returned to, and says, that's her, that's Josie, and rats her out. Josie is then taken into an office to be interrogated, but brakemen aren't allowed in, and that's just not really protocol. Till is very surprised that Melanie wants to interrogate her herself, and only herself. Melanie and Josie start going back and forth, and it becomes obvious to Melanie pretty quickly that Josie isn't going to talk. She's not going to give up the location of Leighton. So she decides maybe torture will be the best method. And she starts freezing her one pinky with liquid nitrogen and then breaks it. Now this wasn't fun for Melanie. She actually ends up throwing up because it made her sick to her stomach of what she just did. But while she's puking up her breakfast, Till wants to know what's going on, so she heads in there. And she sees what happened to Josie and feels terrible about it. And she says, how can I help you right now? She tells Till to get a message to Leighton. He's hiding with Miss Audrey. Tell him that I made contact with Miles, and he's on board with the whole revolution. But Zara betrayed us. Till promises to get that message to Leighton, and then Josie says, hey, one more thing. And that one more thing is freezing her entire hand. Now, before she heads back in to interrogate Josie some more, Melanie runs into Ruth. And it's Ruth's day off, and she's had a busy day. She got asked out by Commander Gray, and they had a really nice dinner. Seemed to be going well. It's Commander Gray's first date in about 2 years since his wife died, and while Commander Gray does actually like Ruth, that wasn't the entire point of this dinner, because in walk the Folgers. And they question Ruth about management, getting Melanie out of there, and if Ruth would be interested in taking over if that happened. They think it's only fair that if they can change the rules for the trial, maybe they can change management. But Ruth, who is being a loyal friend, heads to Melanie to tell her what happened, but Melanie brushes it off, thinking that it's just a minor matter. Something small like the food or the linens. Not an actual big issue like Melanie getting fired. So when Melanie just brushes her off and screams at her, telling her to just do her job, Ruth says fine and walks off. Melanie then heads in and sees the hand is completely frozen. But that also allows Josie to break it off, and now she's no longer handcuffed. She starts attacking Melanie, and Melanie is fighting her off. And eventually the liquid nitrogen hose gets broken off, and there's liquid nitrogen just flowing in the air. So when Melanie is able to get free, she locks Josie in the room to freeze to death. When Melanie walks out, she's greeted by Commander Gray, who wants to know why she did an interrogation without him. But she doesn't answer. She just says, take her to compost. And that's when Till knows what happened to Josie. Till is able to get those messages to Leighton, but also lets him know about what happened with Josie. That night, Melanie meets with Miles and says, if you're ready to do this, when you walk through these doors, you'll be an engineer. Miles asks her if she's happy being an engineer, and she says, the needs of the train are more important than our own happiness. We're engineers. We keep the world alive. So, with that pep talk, Miles walks into the front of the train. And while Miles was getting a promotion, Leighton was busy meeting somebody. In the back of the night car, where all the clients go, in walks LJ. At first, she's a little scared that it's Leighton, but Leighton says, I've been thinking about you and how much you like dirty little secrets. How would you like to know the dirtiest little secret on the whole damn train? In episode 8, Leighton has put the wheels in motion to get the revolution started. And it all kicks off with LJ getting signal from her car, from Miles, who's in the front of the train now, to come over and see for herself that there really is no Mr. Wilfred. And she does. She is blown away by the fact that Mr. Wilfred is a myth. And as Miles is showing her Melanie's empty cabin, she ends up taking one of the pictures of Melanie and her baby daughter for later. When LJ gets back to her room, she flashes some lights signaling that she did in fact make it to the front of the train, and that message gets relayed to Leighton, who is in the night car holding a strategic meeting about the next day's plans. And in this meeting, you've got Miss Audrey, but you also have Till. And in this meeting, Leighton lays out his entire plan, saying that if all goes well, they'll meet the jackboots mid-train. And that way they'll be able to fight them on their terms. After the meeting, Till goes and talks to Jinju and says, I can't tell you why, but you gotta stay out of third class today. And Jinju wants to know why Till lied to her about helping Leighton. But Till wants to know why she told her to stay clear of Melanie Cavill. And Jinju says it's because you're messing with stuff you don't understand. And that's when Till realizes that she knew about Leighton the entire time. She knew he was put in the drawers. And Till says, you were protecting her. And Jinju says, no, I was protecting you. Please don't make me choose between you and the train. But Till doesn't give her an answer and says, just stay in here today. Don't leave. The next day, armed with LJ's information, her parents, along with Commander Gray, call a meeting with Ruth. And they tell Ruth that they have inside info that there is no Mr. Wilfred. He's not even on the train. And Ruth doesn't believe that because she has no reason to. She met Mr. Wilfred once. That was enough for her, but she thinks this is ridiculous. But the Folgers let this information out, and it's causing a commotion in first class. They radio to Melanie to head there and deal with the issue. Now, Melanie was at the front of the train, teaching Miles all about the train, how if the train stops, everybody dies, that sort of thing. So when she gets called to first class and sees all the people, she gets a little concerned. She gets even more concerned when Ruth tells her that the issue is they think there's no Mr. Wilfred, and they want to see him in person. Melanie tries to pull the same trick as last time. All right, well, I'll call him up. You can talk to him yourself, but that isn't going to work. They need to see him in the flesh, and that's an issue. They tell Melanie that they have inside info that there is no Mr. Wilfred. And she says, well, who's the inside information? And that's when LJ gleefully puts up her hand, happy to reveal that she is the person who revealed the deep, dark secret. Melanie tries to discredit her because LJ is a murderer, and a few of the first-class passengers agree with Melanie. And this causes a bit of a commotion between the first-class passengers, but LJ says, no, look, I have proof. I was in her cabin, and I even grabbed a picture of her dead kid. And when Melanie sees that LJ did in fact grab that picture, she goes after her, but she's held back by a few of the jackboots. But that tiny commotion that was caused when people started questioning LJ's credibility has blown up into a big way. And all the bodyguards are now going after each other and have to be held back by the jackboots. So that's when Commander Gray gives the order to get every one of the jackboots up train because they need him as security. Melanie tells him, you can't do that. We need those people down train, but he says, I'm done taking orders from you. He then orders everybody into their cabins and Melanie Cavill to be arrested. Ruth tells Gray, what if you're wrong about this? What if we go to the engine and Wilfred is there. And Gray says, well, we need to see for ourselves, so let's head up to that engine. And up at the engine, Melanie has been able to signal to them to shut down the engine, and that's a huge deal. And when she's able to trigger that alarm, Javi and Bennett immediately go into a frenzy, not knowing why she's doing that. Miles wants to know why would they shut down the engine ever, and Javi snaps at him saying, I don't know, you've been here 2 days, you tell us. They then start hearing a clamoring outside of the door, and when Javi goes to look, he sees Commander Gray along with Ruth and a couple of jackboots and knows that there's a problem. And he wants to open the doors and just tell him the truth. There is no Mr. Wilfred. But Bennett yells at him that we can't do that. But instead of following Bennett's order to keep them out, Javi opens up one of the doors. And Bennett cannot believe that he just did that, still clinging to hope that he can keep this lie about Mr. Wilfred going. He ends up punching Javi and locking him out of the actual engine room. So when Commander Gray and Ruth and the jackboots find Javi, they start immediately questioning him, and he comes clean. Mr. Wilfred's dead. He's been dead for a while. But Javi says he had nothing to do with it. And it's true. Ruth goes into the living quarters of Melanie and sees that there is no Mr. Wilfred, and she cannot believe that she was fooled. She can't believe she's been lied to this entire time and can't believe that she's been such a fool not to see this before. And all she can think about is that Melanie needs to pay for what she did. Now, Commander Gray probably should have listened to Melanie when she said you can't draw all of the jackboots up train, because that was all a part of Leighton's plan. He's been able to get word to the tail that the uprising is going to happen today and to prepare for it. He then gets escorted by Till back to the tail, where Till does have to take out one of her fellow brakemen in the process. But when the doors open in the tail, they're all ready to go to war. But that anger quickly subsides when they see that it's Leighton. They're just so happy to see him, but then they start wondering, why is Till here? And Leighton lets them know that Till is now one of them, and he even hands her a red armband that signifies to the tail that she's one of them. And then he gives an impassioned, riled up speech to everybody who can hear it, that it's no longer one tail, it's one train. And today, they make it to the front. Now, another part of Leighton's plan has been to sneak a couple of tailies out and disguise them. A few of them are disguised as jackboots, and they're going to head to the drawers to wake up the tailies that were put in there from the last revolt. Another one is disguised as an electrician, and they're going to cut the phone lines. But after they do that, Osweiler ends up noticing that the electrician seems fidgety, and then he notices that the other one is a tailie. And because the phone lines have been cut, he makes one of the other brakemen run up train to let Commander Gray know. So as Commander Gray and Ruth and the Folgers are trying to figure out what to do about the whole Wilfred situation, in comes this brakeman who tells Commander Gray that the tailies have made it out of the tail and are moving up train. And Commander Gray knows that they've been squabbling about Mr. Wilfred's situation, distracted the entire time. This is no coincidence. So he needs to get down train as quickly as possible, and he feels like the easiest way to do that is to use the tunnels under the train. So when Commander Gray leaves to go deal with the tail situation, Ruth wants some answers from Melanie. She feels betrayed and just wants to hear the truth. And the truth is that Mr. Wilfred was nothing more than a guy used to sell tickets. He never believed in saving humanity at all. He believed in getting the easiest life for him with whores from the night car and a lot of booze, and that's it. And it was actually Melanie who built the train, not Mr. Wilfred. So if they had actually left it into Mr. Wilfred's hands, they wouldn't have made it one revolution, and Melanie knew that. So she left him on the platform and decided to take the train over. Melanie assures her that the friendship that they had was real and apologizes for lying to her. And Ruth takes this all in and tells her that you're a filthy liar and a murderer, and tomorrow you're going to be executed for what you did, for betraying Snowpiercer. And then she leaves. At this point, back in the tail though, Leighton, Till, and the rest of the tailies have made it to third class, where Roach and the brakemen are waiting for them. Now, Leighton doesn't want to go to war with the brakemen, so him and Till end up going up and trying to see if they can reason with Roach. And Roach tells them that this crap that they're spewing about there being no Mr. Wilfred is ridiculous and no one's going to buy it. And Leighton tells him, along with the rest of the third-class passengers who are watching all this go down, that it is true. There is no Mr. Wilfred. And first class just found out about it now, and it's only a matter of time before third class finds out about it. And because there is no Mr. Wilfred, someone's going to have to run this train. And since third class and the tail already kind of make this train go to begin with, it might as well be one of them. So let's work together instead of going to war now. They beg Roach to move over and just let them pass through. And it seems like they talk a lot of sense into Roach because he gives the order to stand down and they let the tailies move on through. The jackboots, though, are on their way in the tunnels, but Leighton's already thought of that. And he sent a couple of tailies down along with this catapult-like weapon to take them out. And boy, does that ever work. Because Commander Gray, seeing that it's going to be tough to just bully their way through it, leaves half of his soldiers in the tunnels, but the other half he takes upstairs to just catch them head on that way. and they end up meeting in the night car, where Leighton's plan has worked. They've drawn in all of the jackboots along with Commander Gray and kind of trapped them there, where they have the element of surprise. And in the night car, a bloody, vicious battle goes down. I mean, both sides are suffering casualties left and right, but it seems like Leighton's crew ends up getting the best of Gray's because Gray gives the order to retreat. Shortly after Commander Gray's troops leave, Leighton, along with the rest of the third-class members and the tailies, are just looking at all the casualties go down, tending to the injured, when some of the jackboots come back and throw a bunch of smoke bombs down in the night car and forces Leighton and his crew to go to the third-class cafeteria. As Commander Gray is walking back up to first class to regroup, he passes by the room with the drawers. And Leighton's guys, who are dressed as jackboots, have been able to wake up two of the members, one of whom is that ridiculously big, strong guy that didn't talk. And when he woke up from the drawers, he was speaking Mandarin, to which the doctor said, "Does he speak Mandarin?" And the tailie said, "Dude, he doesn't speak at all." But with the fighting going on, they were waiting for some reinforcements from the tail that never showed up. And the doctor says, "Where are your people?" And the tailie says, "I have no idea." The doctor, getting nervous, says, "We should just leave now, come back for the sleepers later." But the tailie says, "No, we're not doing that." And then he goes over to wake up the last person from the last revolt, and that's Pike. But when they open the drawer, Pike is gone, to everybody's shock, and the tailies are looking at the doctor for some answers. Now, Pike has been woken up by Commander Gray and the rest of the first-class passengers to get some answers and info on Leighton. And Pike, who never really got along with Leighton in the first place, is happy to give it because he's getting all the amenities of first class at the moment. And he tells him that Leighton is a good cop, but he doesn't have the stomach for sustained cruelty. So if you keep grinding on him, he's going to crumble. And you can kind of see that in the third-class dining car as Leighton is looking over all of the casualties and the injured, and he feels really uncomfortable because he lost a ton of people that day, a lot of whom were his friends. And you can see the doubt start creeping in his mind of if he made the right decision by lighting this match on the Revolution. Episode 9, the first class is figuring out their next move, and they're all kind of torn on their priorities. Commander Gray lets them know that the plan is to gas out most of the third class and the tailies, and one of the people brings up, "How do you not gas out civilians?" But Commander Gray's not even thinking of that. They're just going to be a casualty. Javi, who is now working with First Class, thinks this is a terrible idea, knowing that they need workers, but Lila Folger says, well, we're overpopulated anyway, and we'll just train new people. So that's one priority. The other priority is with Ruth, because she wants to make the execution of Melanie Cavill a public thing, to where then they can hand over the train to whoever's going to take it over. But Lila Folger says, well, if we don't figure out what to do about the tailies in the third class, we're not going to have a train to hand over. They're basically at the gate right now. So you can see that there's definitely signs of a power struggle going on, and part of that power struggle involves Commander Gray, who takes Javi to the front of the train to get him at the engine, but Javi can't get in. He tells him that Bennett is loyal to Melanie and will hold off as long as he can. Javi says, well, maybe we don't have to gas everybody if Leighton gives himself up. But Gray kind of laughs that off and threatens Javi's job if he doesn't get them inside. So Javi says, I'll go to the back of the train and override the system. Commander Gray then runs into Ruth, who is in Melanie's cabin, and is absolutely amazed at the lengths that Melanie went to keep the Mr. Wilfred situation under control. The fact that she had his journals, the fact that she had voice recordings of him so that she could doctor the announcements. I mean, she's amazed. And this is kind of turning Gray on a little bit. And he pitches to her the idea that both Ruth and Commander Gray could then take over the train. And since power is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac, she ends up kissing him. She loves that idea. The rest of the power struggle comes from the Folgers who want to be in charge and the rest of the people who don't want to see them in charge, and are going to great lengths to make sure that they aren't ever in charge. Now, Javi had mentioned Leighton surrendering, and that wasn't just a thought. The first class has sent Pike back to third class to talk to Leighton about surrendering, giving him the option that if he surrenders, they won't gas anybody. But if he stays in fights, they're going to go car to car, scorched earth, killing everybody. So while it seems like a pretty easy choice, Leighton's on the fence about it, and Pike gives him an hour to decide. So Leighton goes and talks to Audrey and Till about it, and Audrey says, well, even if you turn yourself in, it's not going to end with you. And both of them urge him not to surrender. Before Leighton leaves the car, Audrey pulls him aside and says, you have to talk to Zara. So Leighton reluctantly does so. He hears Zara's side of things about the Josie situation, and she apologizes, and Leighton's still very standoffish to her, until she brings up the fact that she did it for her baby, and she did it for their baby. And then she grabs Leighton's hand and puts it on her stomach. And when Leighton finds out that he's going to be a father, it changes his whole mindset. By not surrendering, he wouldn't just be killing random people that he knows, he would be killing his unborn child. And that is something he can't do. So he's made up his mind, and he sees Till before he does so, and Till wants to get ready to work, but he says, no, Till, it's over. And she kind of feels betrayed because she believed in him, but he's made up his mind. He finds Pike and says, all right, I'll surrender. So Pike heads to first class and tells him that Leighton has agreed. They will get Leighton's head, and the people in third and the tail will get mercy. Ruth goes off to tell the rest of the first class and the second class passengers what's going on, and Commander Gray heads off to deal with the surrender. And LJ goes to her parents and says, you guys should be there because these people are looking for a leader, and they're just going to think that Commander Gray and Ruth did all of this. And the Folgers agree that if anyone from first class could step up, it's going to be them. Now, during all of this, Melanie Cavill is sitting in that third class prison with a lot of the people from third class and the tail who were arrested during the riots. And she's waiting to be executed. And the way they execute people is by freezing their lungs out. It seems like a very painful process, and Melanie's terrified. When her name gets called, she's waiting for the air to hit her lungs, but then Javi pops out of nowhere and saves her with the help of the woman who's set to execute her. That woman ends up stalling and giving Javi enough time to get Melanie out of there. Melanie makes her way through the ventilation system and finds her way to third class, where Leighton's about to turn himself in, but Melanie says, you're going to want to hear me out. I can get you the train. Because Snowpiercer isn't going to survive with Commander Gray or the Folgers in charge. And her plan is to disconnect a certain section of the train that is full of jackboots at a precise time when the track is going to split. Bennett would switch the track over, so the front of the car goes left, the jackboots car goes right, and then as soon as they're passed, Bennett will switch the track over and the rest of the cars will go left. Bennett will then slow the front of the train down and the back of the train will clip in and they'll head off. Everybody in the jackboots side will die. And while this is very risky, it can be done if it's done at the right time. Till says, if what you're saying is possible, then we're just giving you an avenue back to power. And she says, no, if this works, I want to be in power. Leighton would. Leighton can't believe that she would just hand over power. And she says, it was never about that. It was about saving humanity. What do you want me to do? Say I'm a terrible person? Say that I did all these bad things and I'm power hungry? What would that solve? My way didn't work. Let's see if your way does. And since they really don't have another choice, they agree to go along with Melanie's plan. Melanie then explains to Leighton his role in this whole situation. He's going to be downtrained. And then she's able to radio to Bennett on a private radio that's rarely used, his role in things. She then cuts out the chip from her arm that's able to open up every door and hands it over to Leighton so he's able to get through. And as she's doing this, they're interrupted by Roach, who has shown up thanks to Till, and he really just showed up because he couldn't believe his eyes that Melanie Cavill would be helping the rebels in this situation, but there they are standing in front of him. He asks, let me ask you, what happens if this plan of yours doesn't work? And she says, well, the front of the car is going to starve, while the back of the car is going to freeze. He says, all right, just so we all know that this is a stupid idea, let's go, and he agrees to help them. So they all synchronize their watches because once Melanie pulls the lever, Leighton is going to have 3 minutes on his end to do the same. And he's got to do it at the precise time. Roach's role in this whole thing is he's going to escort Leighton up train to be, quote, executed. And when they get to first class wants to make a whole show of this with pictures and announcements, but Roach hurries them along knowing that they don't have a lot of time. When Leighton gets through the jackboots, they start roughing him up a lot, and Roach ends up finding a gun and pointing it at Commander Gray and saying, uncuff him. Commander Gray is able to get the gun away from him, and they get into a fight. And it's not going well for both Leighton and Roach until all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Strong Boy, who is out of the boxes and still speaking Mandarin, pops out and takes everybody out. This frees up Leighton enough time to get to his spot in the train that he's supposed to execute the plan. But when he gets there, he sees through the glass all of the third class and tailies that have been arrested. He goes to try to free them, but he can't find a key. And with time running out, he doesn't have a choice but to leave them there. And it's sad because a lot of these people are his friends, but he's got to do what's best for the rest of the train. So Leighton frees up the train and everything works. The jackboots go right, the train goes left, and they're able to reconnect. And people like Commander Gray and the Folgers, everybody except LJ, are left to die in the freeze while the rest of the train is freed up. When Leighton sees Melanie again, he's mad at her because he says, you knew that I would have to kill those people. And she says, I knew you'd have to make that choice. And those are the kind of choices that we have to make every single day as the head of the train. And then she says, but you have the train, Leighton. In the season finale, Melanie hops on the mic and makes a speech about choices, like the choice about climate change and her choice to pirate Snowpiercer and lie to everybody. And she's also making the choice to give up the train to the rebel forces, and then she leaves Leighton to address the train, where he introduces himself. After this initial announcement, Leighton goes to find Miles and explains what happened to Josie, and Miles is very shook up about it. He's crying, and Leighton tries to console him, saying how much that Josie loved him and loved Leighton and loved all the tailies, and they'll get through this together. He then goes to address First Class, who are having their issues, and Leighton announces that the brakemen, along with some rebels, will handle order in the train for the moment until they can vote on a governing body. But most of the First Class is concerned because of looting. And while Leighton says, yes, there has been looting, we have it under control at this time. And as you'd expect, there's a lot of infighting between the First Class passengers and the Third Class/Tailie group on who's to blame for all of this. And it's kind of led by Ruth, who is disgusted at what's going on in Snowpiercer. But Leighton says, we look to ourselves now. We're not putting anybody in any drawers. We're not taking arms. This is on us. He then tells them that you all are department heads and passenger reps. So the message is clear to all of you guys. The train is ours now. It's everybody's. And it's ironic because they're about to pass through Chicago where all of this started. And it's through Chicago where they'll kick off a new revolution. But Ruth isn't buying this and tells Roach as much, saying that a utopian society is never going to work on Snowpiercer. Now, one person who sees that looting firsthand is LJ, who walks into her First Class cabin to find Pike, Terrence, and a bunch of other Third Class/Tailies that she doesn't know. And she is scared and crying and begs them to leave, but Terrence says, well, if you see somebody you like, just take their dick. She ends up trying to get them to turn on Pike by saying that he sold her out, but he ends up getting annoyed about that and throwing her out of her own cabin. She ends up finding her way to Third Class and becoming friends with another outcast, Osweiler. Now, LJ isn't the only one getting used to her new role, because Leighton is another person dealing with his new role, but it's not just as the front of the train, it's as dad. He goes and talks to Zara, and Zara is convinced that their baby is going to be a girl, but she's concerned that they won't ever be able to get over the whole Josie situation, and Leighton says, look, our family is never going to be as picture perfect as we thought, but we will make this work. And then there's Melanie, who is about to hunker down in the engine room, has decided that she's been putting off getting a therapy session at the night car for far too long. So she heads to the night car and does that therapy session with Miss Audrey, and it all focuses on her daughter and how upset she is that she put work first, she neglected her family, and she left her daughter on the platform to die. And she would give anything to hold her daughter again. After her therapy session, she heads to hospitality to have a conversation with Ruth, who still hasn't forgiven her for what she's done. And she has a whole new issue with being mad at her because of the fact that she's left the train the way it is to go hunker down in the engine. And Ruth kind of has a point. Snowpiercer is hurting at the moment. They're very understaffed. And they need leadership, and Ruth just doesn't think that Leighton is the person to do so. Melanie reminds her that democracy used to work and sometimes you have to lose something to find it again. But Ruth can't accept that and can't get over the fact that she just killed all of those people, many of whom were Ruth's friends, including Commander Gray. It seems like this relationship can't be fixed, so Melanie says, I'll see you around, Ruth, and Ruth says, I think we've already said our goodbyes. And then she slams the door on her. So that seems to be one breakup. Another is Till and Jinju. Jinju is explaining to both Roach and Till how their crops are decimated by the looters. And now they're demanding that everybody get an equal share of calories, which is close to impossible, because they're completely understaffed and have been working about 48 hours without sleep at this point. This morphs into a fight between Jinju and Till about the fact that Jinju didn't tell her about the Mr. Wilfred situation. And the fight comes to a crescendo when Jinju says, well, I guess we're in agreement now. The train is all that matters. And they seem to break up amicably. Now we'll move to the front of the train where Javi has been fixated on this music that's coming through that radio frequency they rarely use. Then it brushes it off as nothing, but he sees something on the satellite feed and decides it's best to turn that feed off and act like it's not working. But he can't brush it off forever, because when Melanie arrives, the first thing that Javi brings up is the music going on, and the first thought that she has is, oh my god, there might be survivors out there. She has to see the satellite, but that's gone. The directional antenna has also been cut by Bennett, who is claiming that he's trying to get everything back on board. So they're having trouble triangulating exactly where the signal is coming from, but they know that they're getting closer to it because the signal is getting stronger. And they also know that if they don't slow down, they're going to miss it. So she says, I got to get Leighton up here. But Bennett says, you don't need Leighton, come on. She says, no, I do, because we're ushering in a new era and I need his approval on this. So Melanie was dead serious about handing the train over to Leighton. And Leighton at the moment is in the third class dining hall dealing with an issue after Roach caught a couple of tailies stealing a cart of lettuce. Leighton says, come on, where were you taking the lettuce? And they admit that they were taking it up to first class where Pike is. So now Leighton has that issue to deal with. But he has to abandon that situation when he's called to the engine. And when he gets there, Melanie fills him in on all the details. He asks if it's even possible that there are survivors, and she says, I mean, maybe. It's been 6 years since we gotten a hit on this thing, but they don't use it very often. All the while, Bennett keeps pushing it off like it's nothing. Melanie, though, knowing it's something, lays out the two scenarios for Leighton. The first is that they can take speed off, but if they do that, they'll be in deficit. They're going to be using more power than they can actually generate. They're already near emergency reserves, and they're planning on slowing down near Chicago. The other scenario is they race past the signal without pinpointing it, and if they do that, it's going to be a whole other revolution before they're coming back to it. Leighton says if there's any possibility that there are other survivors out there and we're not alone, then it's our duty to make contact, and Melanie agrees. So they order the train to slow down. So they slow the train down, and they're able to locate where that signal was coming from, and it's coming from a completely other train. And that other train is set to meet them at a junction point. Melanie, feeling like this is Mr. Wilfred, is now worried that they're going to be boarded by this other train. And the math says they're not going to be able to outrun this train. She tells Leighton, if Wilfred boards us, it's going to be worse than whatever we just went through the past couple days. So Leighton says, okay, well then I'll get some guys down training the tail to make sure that doesn't happen. Before he leaves though, Melanie warns him that if he is able to get on the train, the cars are going to be divided. And boy, is that ever true. Because while Melanie is worried about Mr. Wilfred's return, Ruth, who is in first class, is ready to roll out the red carpet. As Leighton is making his way down to the tail, he picks up Pike from first class, kicks him out, and brings him back to the tail to fight off any Wilfred intruders. While Leighton makes his way towards the tail, Melanie is using every ounce of power that she has to try to outrun Mr. Wilfred's train. But it's not enough, as the second train is able to get a hold of Snowpiercer. It also tries to hack the train to slow the engine down, and Melanie knows that there's only one way to stop the train from being hacked, and that's to go outside on the top of the train and cut the uplink, which is extremely dangerous. Melanie and Bennett go to put their suits on and head outside, and Melanie asks Javi to keep Mr. Wilfred at bay as long as he can. Right before Melanie is actually to go outside, though, to cut the uplink, Bennett makes a plea to her not to do it. Because in his opinion, they need that supply train. Snowpiercer is quickly falling apart, and they need everything on that other train. But Melanie says, how do you know that any of the things that you're saying are on that train are actually on that train? And more importantly, what is Mr. Wilfred going to want? She then accuses him of knowing the entire time that they were going to run into Mr. Wilfred's train, and he admits that, yeah, he saw it on the satellite feed and killed it because he thinks it's best for the train. So since he made that decision by himself, she makes a decision by herself and cuts his hose so he can't go out. And then she heads out by herself to cut the uplink. But right before she does so, she tells him that whether she dies or not, he will keep Snowpiercer going one way or the other. So as Melanie heads out in the freeze on the moving train, she's too late. Mr. Wilfred is able to stop the engines, and Melanie ends up flying off the train into the snow. Leighton, who is in the tail, is waiting with the rest of the tailies for Mr. Wilfred to get through the steel door when Ruth shows up with literally a welcome committee of children. They tell Ruth to get out of there, but she ends up pulling a gun on them, claiming how she's hospitality and it's her job. And while this might be Leighton's democratic experiment, she is the head of hospitality, and she will be there to greet Mr. Wilfred upon his return. So Leighton orders everybody to put their weapons down and tells Ruth that she will be at the front of the train along with Leighton, side by side, when Mr. Wilfred arrives. And she likes this idea and ends up handing over the gun. But when the door opens up, it's not Mr. Wilfred, it's a girl. She announces to everybody that Mr. Wilfred has overtaken their engine, and they have 13 minutes until the cold overtakes them. So they need to decide whether or not to peacefully surrender. Leighton says that they need to see Mr. Wilfred face to face, but the girl says, is Melanie Cavill here? And since the tail is unaware that Melanie Cavill has actually been thrown from the train and is outside of it, they say, yeah, she's alive. Why? Who are you? And that's when she reveals that she is Alexandra Cavill. She's Melanie's daughter. And she wants to see her mother, who unfortunately is outside of the train with no real hope of getting back inside. Season 2 of Snowpiercer picks up right where Season 1 left off, with the members of Snowpiercer inside begging Alex to restart the train. The longer it sits there, the colder it gets. But instead of restarting the train, Alex gives them a list of items that she needs, and they have 12 minutes to get it, or else it's going to be too cold for them to ever move again. So Leighton and the group jump into action to get everything on the list. And the last item on the list is Mr. Wilfred's favorite bottle of scotch, which Miss Audrey just happens to have a bottle of in her safe. But right before she hands it over to Leighton, she tells him, this is just the beginning. Mr. Wilfred's going to take everything we just fought for. But Leighton doesn't have enough time to weigh the pros and cons of this thing. Now, while the passengers of Snowpiercer were getting the items, Ben and Javi were up front trying to figure out if they can get the train restarted. And the problem is, Mr. Wilfred has complete control of Snowpiercer. They're able to finally get in touch with Melanie, who is still stuck outside, and she lets him know that she's at the connector, but they say, you can't disconnect the trains. And she goes, no, I'm aware of that. We drained the banks too low running from them to ever get moving on our own again, which is something that Bennett warned her about, and she apologizes for. But she also knows that if she's able to break the uplink, she'll be able to get the life systems and some of the helm back. So it's a start. And she starts Paul Bunyaning this thing, taking an axe to it, and after a few whacks, she's able to kill the uplink. Shortly after that, though, the train starts moving again because Alex came back for the items, along with this big, huge white dude that's kind of like Mr. Wilfred's version of the Mountain from Game of Thrones. He's terrifying looking. Everyone's freaked out by him. But Alex and this guy grab all the items, go back to Big Alice, which is the train that Mr. Wilfred's on, and close the door. So when the train gets started, Melanie is actually underneath it. And she sticks a detonation charge in one particular spot, and she's able to roll out underneath the tracks. And Ben is yelling at her to get back on the train, but all she can focus on as she's laying in the snow is this one snowflake that hits her suit. And she says to him, "I think it's snowing." And Javi is convinced that she's going crazy, but she's dead serious. She truly believes it's snowing, which is impossible because Ben tells her it's too cold to snow. He starts pleading with her to get up and get on the train, and then she realizes, yeah, I probably should do that. It is moving. But before she hops on, she grabs a snow sample. And she's able to hop on the last car, which is Big Alice. She lets Ben know that she's on. A voice comes over a loudspeaker and tells her to take her suit off to disinfect. And as she's taking her suit off, you see she's dealing with frostbite, especially on her shoulder after her suit was punctured. After disinfecting, she changes into a maintenance man-like outfit, and she walks out where two crew members of Big Alice are waiting for her. One is named Kevin, and he actually knows Melanie Cavill. The other is named Sykes. Melanie has no idea who she is. But Kevin is so pissed off that Melanie once left him for dead that he hits her with a cattle prod. He then takes her up to meet Mr. Wilfred. And when Melanie gets up there, Mr. Wilfred's dog is actually the first one to greet her. But it's not long before Mr. Wilfred reveals that he's sitting far back in the car. First thing he asks her is who she has up in the front driving his train. And she refuses to answer it, although he's pretty sure that it's Ben. She tries to change the subject, though, saying, "How'd you do it? I mean, how did you drop in on us in Chicago? I know you're dying to tell me." And he reveals that after she left them, he got Big Alice to idle. And by the time Snowpiercer was on the other side of the world, he had outfitted Big Alice. He tells her how he was always working and was just waiting for his moment to pounce, and that was it. She has figured out, though, that he must have taken a shortcut going over the test track of the Rocky Mountains. He agrees to tell her everything if she just hands over the keys, but she says, "I'm not going to do that." And he says, "Oh, yes you will. You might have caught my uplink, but I can still drop anchor. I can grind you guys to a halt." He tells her how he wants his train back, but she explains how, up until a few weeks ago, he was still, quote, running the train. People thought he was there. But after a Taylor revolution, she no longer has control of the train. It's not hers to give up anymore. But then in walks Alex, and this is the first time that Melanie is seeing Alex, and she is shocked to see that Alex is alive. Although Alex doesn't refer to her as mom, she refers to her as Melanie. She tells Alex whatever this guy told you was a lie, and Alex kind of looks at her cross-eyed and says, "Which part was a lie? The part where you stole his train and left me for dead? How is that a lie?" And Melanie tries to explain how she sent people to pick up Alex and her grandparents, but those people never returned. She waited. And she has so much to tell her. But you can also see that Wilfred has dug his claws into Alex and kind of poisoned her mind about Melanie Cavill. He gets Alex to change the subject, and she starts telling Wilfred how their society in Snowpiercer is an absolute mess right now. It seems like some guy named Leighton is in charge. She saw Brakeman Roach and the head of hospitality, Ruth. She didn't, however, see any jackboots. Kevin then comes in and asks if everybody's okay, and Alex says, "No, everything's not okay. Take Melanie to the brig." But it doesn't take long for Alex to go visit her mom, although it's not like she's had a real change of heart. She asks her mom, she asks Melanie what it's like outside because she hasn't been outside since she was a child, and Melanie tells her it's really cold. They have a conversation about how Alex remembers a little bit of the old world, but the train is their world now. Melanie then asks what happened with Alex and her grandparents, and she tells Melanie that her grandparents just didn't want to leave. They wanted to die there. And Alex didn't want to leave her grandparents. Melanie then tries to explain why she sent Alex away to live with her grandparents, but that's when Alex's mood shifts, and she said, "Yeah, I know why you did it. It's because you had a train to steal." But Melanie says no, it was to keep you from him, meaning Wilfred. Although Alex points out that it was Wilfred who was the one who saved her life. Alex then pulls out the vial of the snow sample and asks what it was, and Melanie tells her it was a snow sample. I haven't been outside of Snowpiercer in 7 years. But Alex is convinced that it's yet another lie from her mother, and she just walks off, leaving her mom in the brig. Now, over in Snowpiercer, they're locked out of Big Alice. Big Alice can come into Snowpiercer, but Snowpiercer can't go into Big Alice. And because of this, they need to fortify the tail, just in case Wilfred attacks. Leighton gives the order and then tells Ruth and a few others that he'll address the entire train after a council meeting in the night car. And at that meeting, Ben is the first one to speak. He tells everybody that while they have full engineering control at the moment, Big Alice is really nothing more than an anchor. They can drop it at any time. And while originally Big Alice was a supply train, there's really no way to figure out how it's been retrofitted. Ben figures it could fit 200 at the moment, but he does admit that that estimate is probably high. Ben's big concern, though, is the fact that Melanie is their prisoner. Although one of the members of First Class says that they're done fighting. They don't want another war. And Leighton knows that's true. He knows that they need rest and time to regroup. But Ruth tries to get everybody to calm down, saying they haven't invaded yet. We need to chill. She thinks there's a chance that Melanie is on Big Alice while they're having this meeting, working things out with Wilfred and Alex. But Audrey points out that Mr. Wilfred isn't interested in just controlling the train. He wants to control everybody. And just to get order back in the car, Leighton points out that Wilfred does not control Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer controls Snowpiercer. And that little speech kind of gets everybody unified. But then he turns to Ruth, Till, and Roach and tells them that they're not going to start talks until Wilfred gives Melanie back. Ruth then walks away, and Leighton turns to Till and Roach and tells them that they need to get a force together and to keep Ruth out of it. Now, Till thinks it's a terrible idea because they have no idea what is behind that door. But Leighton points out that they need to strike first before Wilfred strikes. They need to do a preemptive attack to get Melanie back. He knows that Wilfred has a plan, so Leighton figures that he needs to hit Wilfred before Wilfred hits them. Now, Ruth isn't privy to this conversation, but she does notice that Zara is getting some flack from a couple of tailies upstairs and points it out to Leighton. And when Leighton goes upstairs to see what they're arguing about, it has to do with the fact that Zara gave up Josie, and they blame Zara for Josie's death. But Leighton tells them that Zara was just reacting because Melanie was kind of holding her hostage. But even after that explanation, they still want justice for Josie, and that's when Zara tells them, hey, I'm pregnant. And that changes the mood. Ruth tells her that if she is pregnant, they need to get her uptrained because she's a target. A pregnancy on Snowpiercer is kind of a miracle. But some of these tailies aren't a big fan of Leighton's new democracy. Ruth then takes both Leighton and Zara to a first-class car that was previously owned by an old couple that took cyanide pills once the tailies broke through. She set them both up to be comfortable during the pregnancy. He tells her that it's not the best look that he's getting Zara this preferential treatment, but Ruth points out that she's pregnant. They have to. He then addresses the train, telling them that while it pains him to say it, they have to put the democratic experiment on hold for the moment and institute martial law. And that is a decision that does not go well with a lot of people, but Bennett points out, what other choice does he have? Now, down at the tail, as they try to fortify it, Pike gets a knock at the door from somebody who is on Big Alice looking to trade weed for fruit. And that is a deal that is too good to pass up for my man Pike, so he quickly grabs a tangerine and an apple and trades it for the ganja. And as Leighton and Roche are making their way down back to the tail, they smell the weed, and it doesn't take long for them to discover Pike blazing that shit up. But instead of getting angry at Pike, when he finds out how he got the weed, Leighton now knows how they're going to get into Big Alice. Now, back in Big Alice, Alex told the doctors there that Melanie is dealing with frostbite. So they handcuff her, they put a bag on her head, and they bring her down to get patched up. And the two doctors, who were named the Headwoods, immediately recognize Melanie, and Melanie actually recognizes them. And they're a little eccentric. They're kind of weird, but they do end up getting her patched up and put this ointment on her frostbite, which they say, once it heals, you won't even be able to tell it was ever there. She then needs to get ready because she's having dinner that night with Wilfred. And as they're eating, they start reminiscing about starting this whole train together. But that's when Wilfred gets word that Snowpiercer breached the door. And it really didn't take much effort. Pike knocked on the door and told him that he was willing to trade more food for drugs, and it was actually Kevin who agreed to it. And once they opened the door, Snowpiercer's group burst on through and started making their way up Big Alice. So when Wilfred finds out, he tells Sykes to send in Icy Bob. And Icy Bob was that mountain-esque guy that we saw earlier. And when he shows up, it is bad news for the Snowpiercer group. He starts throwing people around. He also pulls a lever that makes it about 70 below zero in the car. So not only are they getting their ass kicked, they're freezing on top of it, and it forces them to back up. Although as Icy Bob is walking through it, you realize why he got that nickname, because the low temperature isn't even affecting him. Before he closed the door on the group, he flips them off, and then he closes the door. Now, there's one person that's really pissed off at Leighton for making this push into Big Alice, and it's Ruth. He tells her not to take it personal, but she says, how can I not take it personal? You saw it fit to tell the engine, but you didn't see it fit to tell hospitality. He tells her that they didn't lose any ground, and in fact, they got what they came for, which is a prisoner, and that prisoner is Kevin. Kevin warns them, though, that this is a big mistake. Wilfred doesn't care if you die. He can restart everything. And it might be a big mistake, because over in Big Alice, Wilfred is pretty pissed off that they took a prisoner and think that that's going to work. And finally, all that anger that he's been bottling up inside flows out of him. He yells at Melanie for trying to steal his train when he, quote, built the world. He brings up the fact that he saved her from a little podunk farm, and he made her what she is today. But the big disagreement that they have is the fact that Wilfred thinks that the new world is the train, and Melanie thinks that the world is the world. She says there's no solution until we can figure out how to go back outside. He then drags her to the engine room of Big Alice, where Alex is sitting in the cockpit because she is an engineer now. And he tells Alex to bring Snowpiercer to a halt, which she does. And over at Snowpiercer, Javi and Bennett are worried that if he disconnects, they're dead because they know that they can't restart the train again and they're just going to freeze to death. Wilfred warns Melanie that if she can't get Leighton to give up the train, then they're just going to disconnect, go in reverse, and by the time they come back, everybody on Snowpiercer is going to be dead, and it'll be Melanie Cavill's job to compost all of her dead friends. But giving up the train isn't Melanie's call, so Wilfred instructs Alex to disconnect, and Melanie starts pleading with her daughter not to do it because it's not the right thing to do. All those innocent people are going to die on board. She tells Alex that Snowpiercer is their future. They need it to survive. But Alex ends up giving into the bullying of Wilfred and presses the button. And when she does that, there's a big explosion because that detonation charge that Melanie put under the train when she was outside of it, well, it goes off. She had planned this whole thing out. She knew that this might happen. And when that detonation charge went off, it connected the two trains. They cannot disconnect. Even Alex is impressed with this plan, but Wilfred, he's livid. He realizes that the only option they have is to get Snowpiercer back up and running or else everybody dies. So he reluctantly gives the order, and some people on Snowpiercer, mainly Kevin, say, "Oh, thank God, he spared us." But Leighton looks at him and says aloud, "We're in for a long, cold war." In the second episode, Zara and Leighton wake up in first class, and before she starts her day, Leighton warns her, "Hey, you better be careful of the tails. They're still pretty pissed off at you for what you did to Josie." But she reassures them that she'll be okay. They then get a visit from Till. And Till and Leighton walk out, where Till lets Leighton know that half of the train is thrilled that Wilfred's back, while the other half thinks he's there to kill him. She also lets him know that adding 400 tailies to the population hasn't really done a lot to boost morale. And that there was actually an assault last night with a tailie near the tea room, and Leighton says, "Well, do you know who it is?" And she says, "No, I don't." He says, "Well, go ahead, find out who it is." But she reminds him, "I'm no longer a brakeman," so he decides to fix that, dragging her to Roach's office and swearing her in as the new train detective. She fights back on it initially, but eventually she gets convinced to take the job. So with this new job title, she heads off to try to find out exactly what happened to the tailie. Leighton and Roach, however, stick behind because they want to interrogate Kevin. Now, Kevin resists at first, giving a very impassioned speech about how important hospitality is and how much he loves Mr. Wilfred. But once they put wings in front of him, he starts singing because he's hungry and he hasn't had wings in 7 years. So he starts devouring them. And in order to get more wings, he tells them that there's about 100 crew members on Big Alice. And when Leighton asks about Icy Bob, he tells him that he's not sure, well, he's not 100% sure whether it was skin grafts or synthetic skin. Icy Bob was augmented to deal with the cold. Now, over at Big Alice, Alex visits Melanie and lets her know that the Headwoods had tested her snow sample and it came out to exactly what you would think it was. But Melanie asks if there's ammonium sulfate in it, and Alex says, "Yeah, there is." Now, Alex dismisses this, but Melanie lets her know that the reason she asked was because she's pretty sure that it was snowing. And Alex reminds her that that's impossible. She chalks it up to another one of her mother's lies. She then brings her up to meet with Wilfred because now it's Wilfred's turn to interrogate his prisoner, who sparks a joint and lets her know that even though that she thinks she's won this little battle, they can take precautions to slow the train to a crawl, making life on Snowpiercer a living hell. And people on Big Alice won't be too affected by it because they're already built for the cold. And he asks her, "How long do you think Leighton can really keep order?" And she tells him, "He might surprise you." So Wilfred says, "Okay, then I guess it's time we meet him then." So Wilfred writes up a letter and sends it to the tail, and they're worried that it's filled with anthrax, so they call Ruth from hospitality, and immediately Ruth knows what it is, and she is happier than like a pig in shit. She geeks out over the fact that it was in Wilfred's handwriting. And in front of Leighton, Roach, and Ben, she reads the letter aloud, which basically says it's time for Wilfred and Leighton to meet, and they might as well do it over a prisoner swap between Kevin and Melanie. Right away, Roach is against it, but Ruth says, eventually we're going to have to talk to this guy. I mean, he's connected to the train. And Ben concurs, saying, yeah, I have to be in sync with his engine. It's pretty annoying. But Leighton's having trouble figuring out why you would swap Melanie, who's super important, for a guy from hospitality. And Ruth tells him it's because Wilfred values hospitality. They don't know how valuable Kevin is to him. So with that in mind, Leighton says, all right, let's do it. We know that they're hungry. We know they have about 100 people. They're going to be watching us, so we'll just watch them. Let's bring Melanie home. So they head to the prisoner swap where Wilfred does in fact meet them there. And Wilfred's ability to sweet talk a room is second to none. I mean, he's got Ruth eating out of the palm of his hand. Leighton actually has to shut this campaign down to remind everybody what they're actually there for. Melanie starts making her way over back to Snowpiercer. And as Melanie is making her way back over to Snowpiercer, Alex all of a sudden bursts through and says, hey, hold on. She's holding the sample in her hand and she says, just tell me what it is. And Melanie says, I don't know yet. Come with me and we can test it together. But Alex just shakes her head, smashes the vial on the ground and says, "No, you're 7 years too late," and walks back. So with Melanie back over to Snowpiercer, she meets with Leighton as they head to the engine. Leighton asks her, "What's Wilfred's deal right now?" And she says, "He was planning that attack for about 7 years. Right now, he's just winging it. But make no mistake, he's coming for you, Leighton." They then arrive at the tail where Melanie is telling Javi and Ben about the scientific labs they have over on Big Alice, pointing out her third-degree frostbite, which is all but healed thanks to the Headwoods mystery cream. She then tells them about her theory, that the chemical that was used to freeze the Earth has been found in the snow, which means that it's actually hotter up in the atmosphere than it is down below, meaning the Earth is cooling down. So they grab Leighton and they fill him in on this theory, which he's a little confused because it's the same temperature every day, but they explain how it would be hotter up top. But in order to test this, they have to shoot some weather balloons off of Snowpiercer to make sure of this. And sure enough, Melanie's theory is dead on. It's hotter the farther you go up in the atmosphere. And this completely changes everything. They weren't planning on this in their lifetime. And with this information, Melanie knows that she needs the proper equipment, which is over at Big Alice. The problem is she knows that Wilfred isn't just going to sign over that stuff if he's not in charge. Leighton figures, though, that with this new information, this could be the hope that Snowpiercer needs, because right now, the train needs a rallying cry. So he figures, let's use Wilfred's ego against him. Let's meet up with him in front of a bunch of witnesses on the train, tell them the discovery, and let him be the bad guy. Let him be the one to say, "No, we don't need this." She tells Leighton it is risky, but in order to go through with this plan, he's gonna need Ruth on his side. So he has Ruth write up a message to Wilfred, and she delivers it. And Sykes brings it to Wilfred because Wilfred is down one hospitality guy. Once Kevin came over, he drew him a bath telling him that he'd earned it. But once Kevin hopped in, that's when the questioning started. And through it, Kevin sheepishly admitted that he took food from Snowpiercer. And that's when Wilfred got really weird, taking off his clothes and hopping in the tub with Kevin, but then handing him a razor blade to slit his wrist with, because he tells him, "You messed up. You told them that we were hungry. And this isn't the first time because you took mangoes earlier." Now, Kevin doesn't want to kill himself, but Wilfred is such a smooth talker that he convinces Kevin to slit his wrist, while once again Wilfred oddly sits in the tub with this guy's blood. It's weird. It's just weird. So Sykes brings up the letter, and it's an invitation to Wilfred to meet them in the first-class dining car to tell them about a scientific discovery. And Wilfred sees this as an opening, not to attack anyone on Snowpiercer, but to attack Leighton. So he tells Sykes to accept the offer, but he doesn't want to be the one to attack Leighton. He wants Alex to do it, once again using his sweet-talking skills to manipulate her. And the plan is to have her hide a razor blade in her mouth, pop it out at the right time, connect it to a handle, and cut him up. And initially, Alex thinks this has to do with getting back at Melanie, but he spins this dramatic tale and convinces her that when the time strikes, she's going to do this. Now, before this meeting is going to take place, back over at Snowpiercer, Pike meets Terrence to trade weed for encyclopedias, which even he jokes he never thought he'd be doing. But after this transaction, Terrence gets some visitors from LJ and Osweiler, two people that are down on their luck and they need a sense of purpose or something to do. They want to get back in Terrence's good graces. Osweiler tells him, "Look, you know I'm good with my fists," and LJ tells him that while she doesn't have connections on Snowpiercer anymore because her parents died, she has connections on the other train. But Terrence is very, very leery about their motives, not trusting them one bit. So he offers them a janitor shift, which LJ scoffs at first, but Osweiler, knowing that beggars can't be choosers, grabs the mop and heads off to clean up the stalls. Now, Detective Till went on the hunt to find out what Taily got attacked, and it's a Taily named Lights. And attacked is one way of putting it. They chopped off her fingers, put a bag over her head. She has no idea who did it. What she does know is that it was near the tea room, so that's where she heads. And the tea room is sort of this quasi-church where all religions can meet, and she meets with the pastor there, a guy named Pastor Logan, who tells her that he didn't see anything and he didn't hear anything, but he'll ask around. She notices, though, that he kind of has a shrine in the place to Wilfred. So she asks him, "How's the train feeling to you? I mean, Wilfred was dead and now he's resurrected." And Logan admits that it is a powerful narrative. He tells her, some people will bend their faith to fit the narrative. And she says, "You mean Wilfred believers?" So she's come up with a theory, and before Leighton meets with Wilfred, she lets him know that she believes this wasn't an attack on third class. This was an attack by people who are big fans of Mr. Wilfred that want to cause chaos in Snowpiercer. And it makes sense because there are a lot of supporters on Snowpiercer for Wilfred. As he makes his way through the cars, there's a bunch of people that are thrilled to see him back, throwing up his W's. And LJ is actually one of those people. She runs up to Wilfred, tells him who she is, and then tells him how much support he still has on the train. But Leighton doesn't have much time to think about this theory because he has a meeting to get to. And in front of a bunch of people, Leighton, Melanie, Wilfred, Alex, the Headwoods, they all meet. And Melanie tells him about her scientific discovery, telling everybody that they need to work together to fix this. But in order to do that, they need to get a research station in the Rocky Mountains back up and running. Although Sykes lets her know, we just ran that line. Snowpiercer will never make it. Melanie ignores that, though, continuing on with the second thing they need to do, which is release a network of balloons around the continent to find which spaces of the world are going to be hotter, faster, so they can repopulate the planet. But Wilfred is skeptical. He gets up and announces to everybody that Melanie Cavill already stole the train from him. There's no lie too small for her. And Leighton tells him, what she's telling you is the truth, and the Headwoods actually back up her theory, saying it does hold water. So Wilfred thinks about it and says, okay, well, to get the research station back up and running, somebody's going to have to man that for a month. And he thinks he has the perfect person to do that. It's Melanie Cavill. And there's some pushback from Leighton, and even Alex is surprised by this, but Melanie doesn't put up a fight. She's always figured that she would be the one to man it if it came down to this. So those are Wilfred's terms, and Melanie's terms are simply that the hostility between Big Alice and Snowpiercer stop. She tells him the trains have to work together, and Wilfred chuckles at this, saying, well, I want nothing more than that. So she tells him, then I'll send an inventory for what I'm going to need. And then she proclaims to the entire car that the future is outside, and everybody erupts. But right before Alex is to attack Leighton, Wilfred whispers to her not to, and it actually causes her to cut up her hand quite a bit. He then starts making a speech and throws his W up, and that's an epiphany for Till, who is watching it. She rushes down the lights to see what fingers were chopped off, and it's just as she suspected. Whoever attacked Lights chopped off the thumb and the pinky, leaving just the W. She now knows that the attack on Lights wasn't an attack on the tail, it was a message from pro-Wilfred people. Now, while Till was confirming this, Melanie is walking Alex and Wilfred out. But before Alice crosses over, she looks at Melanie and says, don't tell me this is for me. And Melanie says, it's not. It's for all of us. And that's when Alex crosses over, but before she does, she smashes her bloody hand on the wall, smearing it, leaving a mark. Now, the reason that Leighton didn't accompany them is because Zara had quite a day. She headed to the recovery room where she saw Josie, who was badly frostbitten. I mean, the entire body. To the point where the medical staff has her listed as a Jane Doe. And she tells the nurse practitioner she doesn't know Josie when she does. And with things going good with Leighton, she's worried about the competition or about Leighton's feelings with her. So she actually tries to kill her, meddling with her fluids bag, but she thinks better of that and decides not to. And after a talk with Miss Audrey, she's decided to let the past be the past, and she tells Leighton that Josie is in the medical wing. And Leighton flies down there, and to his surprise, not only is Josie in front of him, she's actually awake. In episode 3, over breakfast, Wilfred is telling Alex that this is the perfect situation for them. Melanie is going to go off on a suicide mission thinking she's saving the world, and it's going to leave Leighton in charge of the train. He says this will be more fun than actually slitting his throat. They then, though, get a phone call from Snowpiercer, and they're on with Melanie, Leighton, Javi, and Ben. And they're all going through how difficult this plan is to get Melanie to this station. They're going through a stretch of track called the Neckbreaker, and it's called that for a good reason. It's going to be extremely difficult to get Snowpiercer along with Big Alice over the test track, and they're going to need to use Big Alice's booster to do so. So everybody knows how important this is, but also how risky it is. Now they need to get the equipment, and Melanie has Ruth send over her shopping list. She wants Ben to come with her to grab those supplies, but Wilfred says, no, that ain't happening, because he can't stand Ben. So Melanie says, fine. I'll do it with Alex, and Wilfred agrees to that. They then hang up, and Javi brings up the fact that Wilfred isn't just going to hand over the equipment. He's going to fight you on some of that. And then Ben points out that they actually need some parts to fix Snowpiercer. But Leighton has a plan for that. He tells Melanie, I'm going to accompany you to the border. And as Melanie, Leighton, and Ruth head to the border, Melanie thanks Ruth for helping out, but Ruth gives her a lot of attitude and walks off. And Melanie turns to Leighton and says, my advice to you is, don't lie to her. I did it, and I regret it. And I'll probably never get her back. But if you're able to keep her, she's a really good person to have on your side. They then meet at the border where Ruth has set up a phone/customs system, which Pike is pissed off at because it's going to make it really difficult to smuggle weed over. But they're standing there waiting for the door open, and when it does, Sykes walks through. And Ruth makes mention of the fact that shouldn't Kevin be doing this? But Wilfred, who is standing in Big Alice, says, yeah, Kevin's feeling sick. He might have picked up something on Snowpiercer. And as Wilfred starts looking over the list, he proves Javi's point because he starts telling her all the things on the list that she can't have, even though Melanie knows that he has enough of it. He can spare it. He's just being a dick. And as Wilfred is playing hardball, Leighton says, actually, we need more than that. We need supplies to fix Snowpiercer. And then he pulls out a cart of food and says, we're willing to trade. We'll trade you this food once a month for parts to fix Snowpiercer. And Leighton's doing it because he knows full well that the members of Big Alice are hungry. And everybody behind Wilfred is looking at this tray of food, salivating at the mouth, but Wilfred doesn't give in right away. He just says, yeah, I'll think about it. So Melanie comes aboard with Wilfred to get the supplies, but Alex is nowhere to be found because she was actually in the supply car getting the supplies ready. One of the 27 supply cars that Big Alice has. And Wilfred starts mocking the fact that Melanie's going to die before she actually saves the world. And that's when Alex pops up and tells Wilfred that he can go, she'll handle it from there. Her and Melanie then start getting the supplies ready, while also discussing the different scenarios that she might encounter trying to get to the station. Melanie, though, changes the topic to just what Alex is into, and Alex doesn't say anything. But emotions get the best of her, so she turns to Melanie and says, what do you hope to get out of this in the next few hours? And Melanie says as much as possible. But Alex is hurt because they're packing Melanie's stuff so that she can leave once again. She left once before, but now it's twice. It's a choice. And Melanie isn't happy about it. She knows it sucks, but she also knows that for Alex to have any hope of a future, she has to do this. So Alex looks at her and says, all right, what do you want to know? And Melanie says, everything. So Alex agrees to show Melanie where she sleeps. And they encounter another passenger on Big Alice who gives off the indication that Alex isn't supposed to be showing Melanie around, but Alex kind of tells her to get lost and mind her own business, and she shows Melanie the bunk that she sleeps in. And they start bonding over the things they like and the track and whatnot. And during this bonding experience, it's the first time that Alex refers to Melanie as Mom. Melanie also teaches Alex to feel the train because she says the train will tell you more about itself than diagnostics will. And while feeling the train, she knows that there's a wheel loose on one of the cars. So after Melanie goes back to Snowpiercer, Alex heads up to the engine room of Big Alice to see if she was correct. But she's the only one there because Wilfred is down with the Headwoods doing an experiment on Icy Bob, getting him more acclimated to the colder weather for longer. And Bob goes longer than he's ever gone before at a colder temperature, but it's still not up to the standards that Wilfred wants. He tells the Headwoods, I want him to go colder and longer. He then heads up to the engine room of Big Alice where he sees Alex feeling the train just like Melanie used to, and he knows right away that it must have been Melanie who taught her how to do this. And Alex says she was right. There is a wheel loose on one of the cars, and she's the only one that knew about it. And Wilfred starts getting concerned that she is getting sentimental, not wanting to see her mom go. So he has her repeat, we want her off this train. Now, while Melanie and Alex were catching up, Leighton was dealing with the Josie situation. The tailies are by her side really concerned, and they're not too thrilled with Leighton. But once he shows up, they let Leighton have his moment with Josie alone. And the first thing that Leighton does is apologize to her, but she says, for what? Getting back with Zara? I was dead. But he says, no, you weren't dead. You're here. You're alive right now. Josie tells Leighton, you know who did this to me. It was Melanie. And while Leighton feels bad about this, he tells her I had to make the alliance. But she looks at him really perplexed and lets him know you sacrificed 35 tailies, people that I convinced to fight. And the result of that has been nothing that we promised, and your leadership has come into question. Leighton kind of gets his back up and says, I believe the engineers. I believe in Melanie's plan. I believe that this is our best hope for a future. And because of that, it's now my job to defend all of that against Wilfred. But Josie lets him know that the tailies see Leighton as a politician now. And Leighton needs her blessing or else he's going to lose them all. And for Leighton, that's something that he never even thought of. It's a lot to think about for Leighton, but he has other work to do. He links up with Till, who is on a mission to find out what happened to Lights. And Till shows Leighton, along with Roach, Light's hand, saying, look, it's a W. The good news is they think they have their first lead, and it's the Breachmen. They love Wilfred, and they hate tailies. So Roach and Till go to pay them a visit. And being a former brakeman, she's not the biggest fan of Breachmen. It's kind of like cops versus firefighters. And when Till and Roach question the Breachmen, they kind of play dumb. Now, they're very loyal to Wilfred, and they're thrilled that he's back. I mean, they even have W's tattooed on their body, but they won't admit to cutting off fingers or even getting involved in the revolution. Till, however, doesn't believe him. Now, Leighton wasn't there because he headed to the front of the train, and he's talking to Ben about Wilfred. And Ben warns him that Wilfred can get jealous, but his jealousy isn't about objects or people. It's about power. He's obsessed with it. Leighton thinks that they might be able to find a way to use that against him, but Ben points out, you might be able to, but we still have to go halfway around the world with this guy. So, whatever you're planning on doing, just remember, we can't have secrets. Shortly after that, everybody gets ready because they're about to hit the Rocky Mountain test track. And they're in communication with Big Alice, where Wilfred lets them know that Alex will be the one who's actually steering the train for Big Alice. And Alex is nervous as hell. And unfortunately, they've reached a little bit of a hiccup. Snowpiercer doesn't have the reserves to get over the mountain. And so what they're going to have to do is pull the reserves from first and second class. And it gives Ruth all of 25 minutes to get everybody in the train to the night car. It's not a lot of time, and Ruth isn't thrilled about it, but she doesn't have a choice. The one place they're not pulling reserves from is the infirmary, and Leighton knows that Josie is going to be by herself. So while everybody is heading to the night car, Leighton heads to the infirmary to be with Josie. And when he walks in, Josie is holding a mirror because she wants to see what she looks like. So Leighton helps get the bandages off her face, and she sees in the mirror that, yeah, she looks pretty rough. Now, she definitely wants vengeance on Melanie Cavill, but she tells Leighton if Melanie's mission is the only hope of ever getting off that train, then the tailies have a new course. Now, in the night car, everybody seems to see that there's something wrong with Miss Audrey. She's just not acting herself. But Till can't take her eyes off the breachman. I mean, they're throwing up W's in her face. But Pastor Logan comes over to her and Roach, and she tells Logan that they were just never able to get their feet set and show everybody that they can trust in the new democratic system before Wilfred showed up. He tries to give her a St. Christopher medal, and at first she rejects it, but she ends up taking it anyway. Of course, the real action is up in the front, and Snowpiercer's velocity is dropping quicker than they thought it would. They're going to need Big Alice's boosters at an exact time, but instead of helping her, Wilfred decides to use this as a learning experience for Alex, and she is, once again, nervous as hell. Now, this is out of Melanie's hands, and Ben lets her know that she can get the job done, although what choice do they have other than to have faith in her? But this is going to require Alex to time this at the just right time to turn on the boosters. If she does it too soon, they'll derail. If she does it too late, they'll end up having to go the opposite direction, and that'll take too long. But as she's trying to figure out when to hit the button, Wilfred is next to her, in her head, trying to manipulate her to either derail Snowpiercer entirely or mocking the fact that she doesn't want to let her mom go. She ends up blocking him out and getting the job done, but you can tell that Alex is pissed. And as soon as it's done, she leaves the front of Big Alice to go meet her mom at the exit point. Melanie is also headed there, and she reminds Leighton before she leaves about the mission at hand and about how the data is more important than her own life. She then heads down train to meet up with Alex, but Leighton knew that Pike was listening in, so he says, yeah, you can come out now. But Leighton tells him that he's going to allow him to link back up with his connection over at Big Alice, but only for weed. The one stipulation he has, though, is that Leighton is going to decide what he trades for that weed, and that is fine with Pike. A short while later, Melanie arrives at the border to go to her exit point. She's standing there with Ruth, and she tells Ruth that she can trust Leighton. He's a good guy. She also says that she needs somebody to look out for Alex, and she can think of nobody better to do that than Ruth. So she makes her promise that she will, and Ruth says, yeah, of course, as both women are crying. The door opens up, and Melanie and Alex head to the point where Melanie is going to jump out of the train. But right before she gets to the drop-off point, Melanie tells Alex, you know he put that pressure on you on purpose, right? When he ordered you to disconnect Snowpiercer, it's because he wanted all that death on your conscience. But just so you know, that's his cruelty. That's not yours. Alex gives her a giant hug and tells her that she actually wanted to hit the brakes. If she did so, it would have meant more time with Melanie, but Melanie whispers in her ear that that wasn't the mission. She tells Alex that there are people on Snowpiercer who will take care of her if she needs anything. And then right before she leaves, she tells Alex, I love you. And Alex says, I'll see you in a month, Mom. And then Melanie Cavill hops off the train and is on her own. In episode 4, we find out that Melanie did in fact arrive at the station, and Javi and Ben are ready to fire off their first weather balloon that she's going to have to connect to. That's not the only good news, though. The relationship between Big Alice and Snowpiercer are going really well. Their first trade of food for parts went off without a hitch. And during it, Mr. Wilfred gave Ruth a message that she relays to Leighton, offering the Headwoods Frostbite cream to some of the victims, which Ruth says that's really generous of him, but Leighton doesn't really think so. He writes something back on the note and gives it back to Ruth, but doesn't tell Ruth what it is. And as she's walking back, curiosity gets the best of her, and she reads it, rolling her eyes. And the message is, what do you want? And when Alex gets it, she reads it to Wilfred and jokes with him that what he wants is his paramour, Miss Audrey. But Wilfred says, no, what I want is much more fun. How about a night out on Snowpiercer? So he sends this note back to Leighton, who has to meet with Miss Audrey, because he knows that there's history with Miss Audrey and Wilfred. He knows that that's the reason why Miss Audrey has been acting weird ever since Wilfred showed back up in the picture. And if you're going to have a night out on Snowpiercer, it's going to have to be in the night car. So Audrey sits Leighton down and tells him her story about how when she was 18, she was a high-class escort. And she would go to some of the fanciest parties in Chicago that were all hosted on Wilfred's trains. But she was exclusively his. And that had its perks, but she also has a massive suicide scar on her wrist. So it also had its negatives. And she's a little irked that Leighton wants to reopen up these wounds. And Leighton tries to pitch her on the mission, to which finally she says, okay, I'll do it, but not for you guys. I'm doing doing this for me. So they send the acceptance back to Wilfred saying that he can have his night out on Snowpiercer, but they want the guest list. And if they need a guest list, that means Wilfred is going to have to invite some of the crew. The party is being dubbed as a celebration of science because they're launching that first weather balloon. While discussing all of this with Sykes and Alex makes a quip once again about Wilfred wanting to go all around the world to get back to Audrey, and this time he snaps back at her, getting really, really upset. Cooler heads though prevail, and they figure out that they have 3 spots to offer to some of the crew, and they feel like the fairest way to do this is to put everybody's name in a hat and draw 3 names, although it's rigged. Now Alex already has a spot, she's already going. But she sits down next to that girl who caught her with Melanie when she was showing Melanie around, who didn't exactly approve of the fact that she was showing Melanie around. Well, she's the seamstress on Big Alice. Her name's Amelia. And Alex tells her, don't freak out, but your name's going to get called. And sure enough, her name is the last one to get called, and she jumps up in excitement because she's going to go on Snowpiercer. Now, back over at Snowpiercer, they're planning on Wilfred's arrival. It's Roach, Till, Leighton, Audrey, Ben. And Leighton's big question is there anybody on this guest registry that we can flip to our side? But Roach doesn't recognize any of the names. Ben speaks up saying, let's not forget that tonight's whole mission is connecting with Melanie. And it's of the utmost importance that Wilfred is on board with this. Leighton is aware of this, so he tells Ruth, make sure that Wilfred has the time of his life tonight. They also know that this is a leap of faith, because they don't actually know if Melanie is there to connect. They just know that she arrived at the station. Leighton tells all of them, we need to have a great night. We need to show his crew what freedom looks like. That way he can't demonize us. But Audrey says, just rest assured, he'll be doing the same to us. He already has his claws in some of us. Some of us have known him for years. Which is true. They all pretty much have worked with him except Leighton. So it's something to think about, and the meeting gets adjourned. Ruth then goes to meet the Headwoods at the border so that they can start fixing up some of the frostbite victims. And as they're administering goo on the second to last person, Leighton says, okay, we have one more person for you to see, and it's Josie. Leighton starts to escort them up train, and Ruth says, I know who they're going to see, and if they are going to see her, then I need to be there. But Leighton gives her a look like, get out of here, you don't need to come, and just walks up train with the Headwoods. But when the Headwoods take a look at Josie, they realize that her frostbite is so bad, they're going to need to take her back to Big Alice and admit her overnight. Leighton then kicks them out because he wants to have a private conversation with Josie. He's aware that the treatment probably does work. He's heard nothing but good things, but what he's worried about is that she would be too isolated. Josie gives him a cold dose of reality, telling him, I'm not going to recover from here, and you need eyes on Big Alice. So let me go and I'll find out everything I can. I know you have something going on with Pike at the border. And Leighton says, yeah, if everything goes well, we'll have a pipeline tonight. So it's pretty much set that Josie will be heading with the Headwoods back to Big Alice for treatment. After Leighton leaves, she meets with some of the other tailies to say her goodbyes, but also telling them, no matter what happens to me, you have to trust Leighton. They also have a goodbye surprise for her, and it's Miles, who she hasn't seen in a long time. She then packs up her stuff and has a very emotional tailie farewell as she crosses over the border with the Headwoods. But over with Ruth, after the look that Leighton gave her, she's really annoyed, and she vents to Zara about it, saying, Melanie told me to trust this guy, but it turns out that he doesn't even trust me. He thinks because I respect Mr. Wilfred that I'm not loyal, but I am loyal. I'm loyal to the train. And she is convinced that Leighton is trying to phase out hospitality. Now, she's venting to Zara because Zara housed Leighton's ear, but she's also venting because she knows that Zara knows how much she actually does. So Zara proposes that she join hospitality, which is something that Ruth is open to. Now, some other business going on the train is that pipeline, in fact, is open between Pike and the drug dealers in Big Alice. He delivers some wheat to Terrence for more encyclopedias, but as he's leaving, LJ, who is still continuing to do her janitorial shifts, is eavesdropping, overhearing their entire conversation. The other piece of business is with Till. She continued to track down Breachman Bach, thinking that there was something going on with him. She followed him to the tea room where he was kind of praying to that Wilfred shrine. But in order to look inconspicuous, she was kind of hiding in the corner, and that's when she noticed pictures of all of the people they had lost on Snowpiercer, and she gets crazy emotional, to the point where Pastor Logan actually pulls her inside so they can have a private meeting where Till says that, yeah, everything hit her at once. Why did all of these people die and she's still alive, not feeling anything? So she is kind of an emotional mess when she finds out that Lights and some other tailies had grabbed Breachman Bach and threatened him for, quote, cutting Sykes' fingers off, even though he says that he didn't do it. A brawl ensues, which is eventually broken up with some of the brakemen, and Leighton and Till show up. Till turns to Lights and says, I told you I would handle it, while Leighton talks to Bach, trying to figure out his allegiance with Wilfred, saying, have you ever met him? And Bach says, yeah, I was building bridges for him in Siberia when I was 14. Leighton says, I guess that makes you a lifer, and when Bach says, I'm proud to say it does, Till snaps, kicking him in the face, which is something that takes Roach and Leighton completely off guard. They think it's totally uncalled for because they don't actually know if Bach did it. Till looks them both in the eyes, though, and says, "I'm telling you, there's something else going on here." Leighton, though, doesn't have time to figure it out. He has to get up to first class to change for the party. And when Zara comes down in her hospitality uniform, he's not too happy about it, but he doesn't really have a say in it. On the other side, at Big Alice, Wilfred is kind of doing the same thing with the people that he's escorting over to Snowpiercer. Although he lets them know that he's praying that this night is a big disaster and that weather balloon pops in front of everybody. He then escorts everybody into the night car where they have a big celebration. It's very political, with Leighton acting like he's best friends with Wilfred, Wilfred acting like he's happy to be there, and then everybody watches on a monitor as Javi and Ben explain the situation. They're going to release the weather balloon. Once it reaches a certain height in the sky, Melanie will connect, and then they're good to go. So they do that. The weather balloon gets released without a hitch, and now they have about an hour until it reaches that altitude in the sky. And that hour is going to be filled with entertainment for Miss Audrey. But before she goes on stage, Zara goes in to check on her, knowing that she's in a fragile state, and says, "You don't have to do this," but Audrey's going to. And she gets up on that stage and puts on a hell of a performance. And when she faces Mr. Wilfred, you would never know that she was concerned about seeing Wilfred again. She looks completely unfazed. She then pulls him into the night car. She explains how she's kind of changed up the night car. It's no longer really for physical gratification anymore, more of what it's become. And she starts going through the process with Wilfred, where the vision that he has is with Audrey in a party. But then all of a sudden, he's sitting in a tub with Audrey, because it turns out Kevin wasn't the only person that he peer pressured to commit suicide. He gave the razor blade to Audrey as well. And as he's having this vision, Audrey in the real world says, "You made me cut my own wrist." And Wilfred says, No, I saved you." He then kind of backs her into a corner a little bit, just repeating over and over again, "I need you, I want you." And in a scene that mirrors Margot Robbie, Leo DiCaprio, Wolf of Wall Street, Audrey pushes Wilfred back with her shoe and then starts feeding Wilfred a mango. It's kind of an awkward scene, but we're not going to kink shame on this YouTube channel because they seem to be having fun. And on the outside, other people are having fun, namely Till, who is hooked up with a bartender, and then the last Australian, who finds out he's not actually the last Australian because Amelia is from Perth. So they start chatting it up, where Amelia tells the last Australian her story about how she was supposed to be on Snowpiercer, working in laundry, but she got left. And he says, "Well, is that what you do on Big Alice?" But she says, "We're not supposed to say." And he kind of looks at her cross-eyed and says, "Are you guys all right over there?" But she gives a very unconfirmed, "Yeah, we're good." He doesn't buy it, though, so he gives her his lucky goggles, saying, "Put these on and somebody will contact you if anything happens to you." And then finally, Alex noticed LJ, and they both kind of recognize each other from the past. Didn't really seem like they were big fans of each other, but LJ pulls her aside because now that LJ is a janitor, she has clearance to pretty much everywhere. One of the perks of the job. And she takes Alex to an observation deck where they can see the northern lights, and they start talking about encyclopedias. LJ pulls out a joint, and LJ starts telling Alex what happened to her parents. And Alex, conversely, starts telling LJ about how she literally just started having a relationship with her mom until her mom had to go off. Alex, though, realizes that the balloon's probably at altitude level, so she goes to leave, but it does seem like LJ is trying to get her claws into Alex. And it was good timing by Alex because the balloon is pretty close to altitude level, so Zara has to go get Wilfred and Audrey out of the night car, and she knocks, but nobody answers. And when she opens the door, she awkwardly sees Audrey feeding Wilfred a mango, so she kind of just lets them be. Eventually, though, they both do come out. And Ben and Javi once again pop up on the projection screen, explain the situation, and it does take a while. People are nervous because the balloon is at the level, but nothing's happening. Although, finally, Melanie does in fact connect, and everybody starts clapping in excitement and joy. Except one person, Mr. Wilfred. He doesn't seem too thrilled. So after this, the party kind of ends. Everybody goes their separate ways. Some people are celebrating, having a good time. But Audrey was burning off steam by dancing. And Leighton comes in the night car and says, "Hey, what was the deal with you and Wilfred? Should I be worried?" And she says, "Trust me, we have him right where we want him." Although you can tell she's still not over him. And he, Wilfred, has returned to the night car. But he goes to pay a visit on Leighton's girl, Josie, from afar, as she sits in the medical wing of Big Alice, and she can kind of feel his presence. In episode 5, Josie has done a good job of getting better, but also spying for Leighton. She's been able to pass messages to him through the trade, and one of those messages tells Leighton that she's pretty sure Wilfred's planning something, and it has to do with Icy Bob. In the meantime, however, Wilfred's just focused on his book club. They're discussing the next chapter when Sykes comes in and lets him know that their friend up train has planted the lantern, so they're good to go, and this really excites Wilfred. He hands Sykes a note to pass to Miss Audrey, And when Audrey gets it, it's an invitation for her to join Wilfred on Big Alice. So she lets Leighton know. And Leighton is concerned for her safety, but she tells Leighton, Wilfred is not going to hold me against my own will. She also knows that they need this and she's willing to do it. So Ben shows her a control panel where when you switch the wires out, it'll give Snowpiercer the ability to listen in on Big Alice without Big Alice actually knowing it. So that'll be Audrey's task on top of just finding out what's going on in Big Alice. Leighton then calls a meeting with Ruth, Javi, Zara, Roach, and Till eventually shows up as well. Javi gives an update on how so far everything's going great with the weather balloons. They just released their latest one, they're waiting for Melanie to connect, and after that they only have one more. And Leighton tells them this is great, but we're still not safe, because indications show that they're about to be attacked. So he wants to fortify some of the weaker cars. And Till questions why they're still continuing to do trade if they're hearing that they're going to be attacked, but Leighton says, we're still doing trade. He then kicks everybody out except Till and Roach and lets them know that he has a contact over in Big Alice and they need to keep the border open so that she can communicate. And they figure out that the contact's Josie. Till, though, is kind of having a meltdown because the brakeman and the breachman are at each other's throats and she still doesn't have a suspect for who cut off Lights' fingers. So Roach and Leighton tell her, why don't you just take a day? So she takes the day off and she heads to the bar where she is reunited with Osweiler and they start talking about train life and whatnot, but he has to leave and go to his janitorial shift. And that's when one of the bartenders lets her know that some of the breachmen have bought her a drink. They're really just screwing with her, and it's working. She's about to fight all of them when Pastor Logan grabs her and pulls her away from getting in a fight, taking her to the gym and throwing her some boxing gloves to spar with. He figures it would be best if she just get out that pent-up frustration, and it actually works. And after they spar, they start having a conversation about all the things that the train has gone through, which morphs into the leadership on the train, and Pastor Logan doesn't seem like he's the biggest fan of Leighton. And Leighton is juggling a lot, the latest being that his pipeline in Big Alice is being threatened by Terrence. The pipeline was set up so that Pike could sell weed, but when Terrence caught him selling weed in his territory, he had LJ bash him in the head with a pipe and drag him over to Terrence, where Terrence threatened that if he ever did it again, he would kill him. So Leighton patches up Pike and finds out the details and tells him, I'll handle this. He meets with Terrence, offering him a deal of 60-40 split, but telling him, if you don't agree to this, I'm going to arrest you because I have reason to. But Terrence doesn't back down, instead actually threatening Leighton, because he's seen the little girl that passes the messages from the tail to Leighton. So he threatens the little girl, but he also threatens to reveal Leighton's contact in Big Alice, because he's also figured out that it must be Josie. So Leighton needs to figure out what to do, but he doesn't have much time to think about it because he has an ultrasound appointment with Zara. And at the appointment, he fills Zara in about what he's going through with Terrence, where Zara says if Terrence is threatening to expose Josie, then he's threatening us. He needs to be dealt with. But Leighton says, we're not in the tail anymore. I can't do that. And Zara reminds him that you can sanction it. And that seems to be something that Leighton hasn't even thought about. Now, over on Big Alice, Wilfred is all Audrey'd up. I mean, he's been blasting her album for the entire train to hear. They're getting sick of it, mainly Alex. She's also angry at the fact that she's being left out in the dark and asks him, when are you and Sykes going to let me know what you have planned up train? But he just preaches patience to her. Alex then confronts him about the fact that Audrey is allowed to come to Big Alice, but she isn't allowed to go meet up with Lila Folger. And Wilfred doesn't answer the question, just asking, are you worried that she's going to take your place? And she says, no, I'm worried you're getting soft. I mean, how does Audrey help us take Snowpiercer? And Wilfred chuckles, saying, that's where you watch the mystery unfold, my dear. A short time after, Audrey comes aboard, and she doesn't initially see Wilfred, she just sees Alex. And Alex gives her a ton of attitude. It's kind of like a daughter whose parents get divorced and her dad goes on a date with a new woman. Alex completely disapproves of the relationship. And when Wilfred does finally show up, Alex just storms out of there, leaving the two alone. And they have their little date and things are going well, but Audrey has a mission to handle. So she asks Wilfred to make her a drink to get him out of the room, and she finds the control panel. And she starts to unscrew it, but she runs out of time. However, when Audrey walks further back in the car, Wilfred does end up noticing that something was messed with the control panel, although he doesn't bring it up, just continuing the date. Now, things seem to be going well for Wilfred on Big Alice, but things are not going well on Snowpiercer, where the latest balloon that they released has reached altitude where Melanie could connect, but she hasn't yet. And Ben's freaking out a little bit because Melanie hasn't been late connecting with any of these. And because of this, Ben and Javi call a meeting with the powers that be and let them know that they need to maybe plan for life without Melanie. Now, the good news is they've launched enough balloons where they should be able to build a climate model. But at this point, it's important not to let Wilfred know because they're about to turn around tomorrow to go back to get her. And if Wilfred finds out about this, he's not going to want to turn the train around. So they need to act as business as usual, launch the last balloon, and lie to Wilfred, telling him that Melanie connected, as they just hope to God that she's okay. The group is kind of conflicted, though, about what to tell the people because these connections have been a big boost for morale. And Ruth speaks up saying, we need to lie. Unfortunately for Ruth, she's going to be the one tasked with lying, and unlike Melanie, she's not really cool with it. It's just something her morals don't agree with, even though she knows that it goes on. Zara actually has to remind her, you're a leader on this train, and at this moment, a white lie is actually needed. So Ruth gets in front of the microphone and makes the announcement. But Leighton had the issue about what to do with Terrence. What Zara told him has been sitting in his mind, and he finally agrees with it. He goes to Pike to commission him to kill Terrence, and Pike is really broken up about it, because ever since the cannibalism episode, he's been trying to live a better life, and this goes against it. And even though he doesn't want to do it, he knows he has to because of his loyalty for the tail. So he sneaks up to Terrence's bunk and slaps down one blade because he wants to make it a fair fight. And Terrence starts trying to haggle with him, saying that he will accept Leighton's deal, but it's too late. He tries a sneak attack on Pike, but it doesn't work. It's a pretty quick fight, with Pike stabbing him a bunch of times, and then taking, I assume, a caulk gun and stuffing his face full of it, killing Terrence that way. So that's one less issue that Leighton has to worry about. But Josie is over in Big Alice, continuing to do her job of spying for Leighton, and while getting treatment, the Headwoods get pulled aside by Sykes. Now, Josie can't make out full sentences, but she's hearing some things, like, this is too soon, this isn't what we agreed upon, and she can tell by their body language that the Headwoods are not happy. Problem is, she's going through a medical procedure and she starts to have a panic attack. And Icy Bob actually recognizes this, so he gives her steps to calm her down. Turns out, seems like a really nice guy. He gives her tips on how to deal with the pain, but also letting her know the Headwoods are not to be crossed. You want to do what they say. So with the tips that Bob has given her, the next time she goes through a medical procedure, the Headwoods give her something to knock her out during it because it's extremely painful, but she doesn't take the medicine, hiding it away. This way, she's able to hear their conversation. And while she's keeping the pain inside, she is able to hear the Headwoods discuss the Breachman tonight, and this gives her enough information that night to write a note to Leighton. But as she's stuffing it away in the laundry, she ends up getting caught by Icy Bob. He tells her, I saw you didn't take the medicine. And at first she plays dumb, but he's a pretty imposing guy. She asks him, are you going to tell them about this? But he says no. He just wants the meds. And when she hands him over, he says, you better know what you're doing. During the next trade, Leighton ends up getting Josie's message that says, tonight, Breachman. And he knows he needs to act quickly. He tells Ruth, get Audrey back and then close the border ASAP. And then he grabs Roach to head to the Breachman room. But the only one there is Bach, and he demands to know where the others are, but Bach says, I don't know, they're around? Leighton confronts them about attacking for Wilfred, but Bach denies it. And every time he's ever been accused of anything, Bach pleads his innocence. And that's when alarms start going off, because the Breachmans weren't the ones who were attacking. The Breachmen were the ones who were getting attacked. One by one, they're killed. And by the time that Till and Roach and Leighton figure it out, it's too late. And when Wilfred and Audrey get to the border, the alarm is still going off, and Wilfred is smiling from ear to ear saying, what's going on over there, Ruth? But she doesn't know. Audrey turns to Wilfred and says, what did you do? But he doesn't answer the question, instead telling her that she can stay in Big Alice if she wants. He even extends that very invitation to Ruth, but Ruth says, I'm sorry, sir, I can't do that. Ruth then asks Audrey, are you coming? And Audrey looks at Ruth, looks at Wilfred, and then turns around. And Wilfred and Audrey walk back into Big Alice as the border door closes. In episode 6, we get a look at why Melanie took the train from Wilfred. Their relationship actually started off very strong as they built the train together. Melanie was the engineer, Wilfred being the architect. At one point, Wilfred even said that Snowpiercer was as much Melanie's as it was his. But as they continued to fine-tune the train, that's when the relationship started to fracture. It started during the plans for the night car, with Melanie thinking that it was a waste of time. She thought they needed more scientists and productive members of society, not a brothel. Melanie also thought that they needed less security, more scientists, with Wilfred thinking the opposite. They eventually came to an agreement. But this was the moment where Wilfred reminds Melanie who's in charge, saying that if she didn't like it, your family can stay behind because Snowpiercer runs on my order. And then finally, the day that Snowpiercer was set to launch, Javi is down train with Melanie and Ben in the engine room, as Melanie is trying to get in touch with her family because they still haven't arrived on Snowpiercer. A crowd was outside forming, trying to get onto the train, and the crowd was growing by the minute. Wilfred came storming in, blaming Melanie and Ben because the train's about to be overrun because of lack of security, something that he wanted. So this crowd is outside, the train's about to be overrun, and they still have about 30 minutes before they can even leave the station. Wilfred is getting more and more stressed out, and then he looks outside and sees a group of people that he doesn't recognize claiming that they have tickets for the train. And Melanie says, yeah, those are the scientists that we agreed upon. Wilfred, though, says, no, they're not coming aboard. I need more jackboots. And Melanie tells him, I'm not leaving without all of them. She doesn't even wait for Wilfred to respond, saying, look, let's just let them on and argue about this later. We don't have time to sit here and squabble. And Wilfred says, no, you're right. And he radios to the soldiers to terminate them. And Melanie has to watch her scientists get gunned down. And this is absolutely shocking to Melanie. She barely hears Wilfred tell her, once again, this train runs on my order. Watching her scientists get gunned down is really the last straw for Melanie. Wilfred then tells her and Ben, I'm running down train, and we'll open fire on anybody who tries to storm and get on in Snowpiercer. And after about 20 minutes, Melanie's family still hasn't arrived. But at this point, the crowd has broken through the gates. They get a message from Wilfred saying as soon as he gets on the train, they're leaving. And Ben lets him know, yeah, that's fine. We have about 6 minutes until launch. But Ben then turns to Melanie and says, we can get this train out of here in 1 minute. You have to make the call, though, to go. And with Melanie's family still not on board, she tells Ben, I'm heading down train to find them. But he says, no, you can't get off this train. I'm not leaving you. We can't let that monster be in charge of what's left of humanity. If you want to save the train and save the future, we have to go now. So as Melanie is bawling her eyes out, knowing that she's leaving her family behind, she makes the tough decision to start the train and leave. This leaves Wilfred outside, shocked as his train takes off without him. Now, present-day Melanie is heading to the research center, and she arrives, but it was a tough journey. Her sled got stuck, and it forced her to walk the couple hundred yards to the station. While trying to force her way in, she notices a body outside that has a bullet wound to the head. And upon getting into the station, when she's looking around, she notices the body of a woman who slit her wrist. So it seemed like a pretty grim situation towards the end. She sets up shop with plans the next day to get the station up and running. She wakes up really early in the morning and starts clearing off the solar panels, but as she's doing it, she finds a third body. She keeps clearing off the panels, though, and is able, with the help of the sun and the solar panels, to power up the station. She then heads out to go get the rest of her gear from that stuck sled. Unfortunately, though, she arrives to see that it's all under an avalanche. And this leaves Melanie with one ration pack and a couple of pieces of candy for a month. And Tom Hanks, well, he had a volleyball, but Melanie doesn't have that. She's all alone in the middle of nowhere, and her mind starts playing tricks on her, where she starts having conversations with a fake Wilfred. And the fake Wilfred is kind of teasing her about the fact that she has no food, really, telling her that the woman who slit her wrist did it after about 3 months. And Melanie reminds fake Wilfred that she only needs to last 1 month, as she draws up a calendar on the board to figure out how many days left she has until Snowpiercer returns. She then just sits and waits for the first balloon to connect, and when it does, she's thrilled. The problem is, she's going through her food too quickly, and she's starting to get really concerned about the fact that she might not make it till the end of the month. And as she's trying to ration out what little food she has left, that's when fake Leighton comes and visits her, saying, yeah, how's it feel? This is exactly what the tail had to deal with for years. And as fake Leighton is criticizing her, she hears her rummaging and goes to check it out, and she sees a rat, or at least what she thinks is a rat. She doesn't really know if her mind is playing tricks on her, because it's pretty impossible to think that rats could have survived 150 below zero. But just in case it is real, she goes outside, cuts a little piece of the arm off that's outside, and sets up a trap for the rat. And then she just waits. And as she's waiting, her and fake Wilfred start discussing the people that were found in the station dead. And Melanie's pretty sure that the woman and the guy outside were married because she saw it on a screensaver. With Wilfred pointing out that the woman must have sacrificed the guy because he was sick in order to get more food and rations. Wilfred starts to paint the parallel of what Melanie did to her own family, with Melanie defending the woman, saying, well, what else could she have done? Melanie then hears something, though, and goes to check the trap, and to her shock, there is in fact a rat inside of it. She even touches it to make sure it's real. And fake Leighton tells her about this recipe that he has for rat, but she says, no, I think I have a better idea. And she whips up a batch of paint and puts the rat inside of it, and then lets it scurry off, because she wants to follow this thing to see where it's going. And she follows it to a wall, where she totally Chip and Joanna Gaines this thing, ripping it apart. And when she peeks her head inside of it, there are a bunch of rats, because behind this wall, there was a geothermal vent that nobody knew about. I mean, it's a minor miracle, and that's when fake Alex comes to visit her mom, and she's really the only one that's showing support for Melanie, telling her how awesome this is. They both start discussing how the rats must have come for the humans, but found the geothermal vent instead. And this geothermal vent had really kept the rats warm, and they just started banging their brains out, reproducing. But this is the food supply that Melanie's going to have to work with for the next 3 weeks. It'll also help with her energy supply. She had enough energy for 1 month, but with this geothermal vent, which will take away the power from the heat, and that'll help her database power. She starts telling fake Alex how she's planning on just walking to the train stop. She doesn't really have an option, but she can't wait to get back on the train and be reunited with her daughter. The next day, she's waiting for the second to last balloon to connect, but the research center is hit by a really bad storm, and it completely knocks the radio tower over, destroying not only the radio tower, but also her database as well. And this is a big issue because she still has about 2 weeks until the train is supposed to return. She's also got fake Wilfred mocking her during all of this, which is really stressing her out. He starts telling her how the mission has failed, but she says no, it hasn't failed yet. She then goes outside and hooks up a pulley system to pull the tower back up, and she's able to do it. When she goes back inside, it works because her systems all come back online. The last balloon connects, she's excited, she just has to wait for the results and the train to come. And when Snowpiercer gets in range about 2 days early, she starts trying to radio Snowpiercer, but it's not working. She's not hearing anything. The day before, she does the same thing. Doesn't hear anything. And 2 days after Snowpiercer was supposed to arrive, she's still coming up empty on the radio. She's losing energy, she's losing hope, and she decides to put a message to Alex, hoping that maybe Alex will hear it, apologizing, saying this time she really thought it'd be different. She thought she could make it back to the train. I mean, it's as broken as a Melanie Cavill we've ever seen. But then she starts to hear a rumbling and realizes, oh my god, it's Snowpiercer. So she starts running towards the train stop, but she realizes that the train is moving way too fast and needs to slow down. And she's radioing the train to tell them this, but they're not listening. Gets to the point where she has to ditch her gear and just run towards the train. But once again, the train doesn't slow down. It keeps flying by, and Melanie realizes, I'm not going to be able to get on this thing. And as the train does go by, she's able to see Alex in the back of Big Alice screaming, Mom. As just like Wilfred 7 years back, she is left in shock because she is left behind. In episode 7, Leighton, Ruth, and Roach go to meet with Bach after everything that went down, and they realize that Wilfred has to have somebody on their side of the train. Till knows that people are going to blame the tail, and she wants to make it right. And Leighton instructs her to prove that it wasn't the tail to get vindication for the tailies. Roach lets him know that they shut the border down, but they also know that it's only a matter of time before everything boils over. Pastor Logan is in there trying to console Bach, hands him a St. Christopher medal for protection, and tells Till that he's going to take him back to the tea room and keep an eye on him. So Till heads off to try to prove that it wasn't the tail, while Leighton heads off to have Ruth fill him in on what happened with Miss Audrey. Zara points out that they still don't have access to Big Alice's comms, and maybe she turned back to finish the job. But the fact is, this whole thing looks like a defection, even if it isn't. So Leighton and Ben get in contact with Big Alice, and Wilfred is reveling in the fact that they just dealt with 8 murders. They ask to speak to Audrey, who is taking a bath, and when she shows up, they ask if she's okay, aka, is he holding you against your will? And she says, no, I'm fine. They let her know, well, we'll open up the border for you since you missed curfew. But Audrey says, not yet, and Wilfred shuts off the communication. Not happy with her answer and telling her that wasn't good enough. She says, I stayed. Isn't that what you wanted? But he says, no, I want you with me, and I mean really with me. She tells Wilfred, you can trust me, but he pulls out a screwdriver and says, oh, can I? I found this. What is it for? Because what I think it's for is to mess with our comms so that they can listen in on our conversations. And she admits that that's what it was for, but she tells him, I didn't do it. And I also didn't stay to complete the mission. She stayed because of Wilfred. But he snatches her arm and says, I don't believe you. I want to show you something. Taking her shortly down the hall to where Sykes is standing guard of a locked door, and you can hear screaming coming from the other end. And right before they go in, Wilfred informs Audrey that the person in there is a member of his crew, but they've kind of lost their way. And when he opens the door, it's Kevin, who survived the suicide attempt. And as soon as Wilfred walks in, Kevin is yelling at Wilfred to just leave him alone. And Wilfred looks at Audrey and says, fix it, wanting her to work the magic that she worked in the night car on Wilfred. So Audrey tries to get to work. But after Wilfred hung up on them, Leighton, Ben, and Ruth realize that now they need to plan like Audrey isn't coming back. And the other issue is, while they want to get her back, they can't trust her. To make matters worse, the unrest that they were worried about has already started. Everybody in third class thinks that it was the tailies that killed all the breachmen. And because of this, a bunch of the tailies meet up and realize that they're all spread out. They need to get everybody back to the tail for safety. So the last Australian and Z-Rec head up train and try to find any tailies that they can to let them know we got to get back. While in third class, in walks Bach. And immediately the last Australian tells him, man, I didn't do this, but Bach doesn't care. He starts throwing the tailies around. And this results in Breachman and Bach getting arrested again, this time by Roach. And Ruth has met Bach and Roach down train to see what was going on, and Roach makes comment, we never should have let him go with Logan. But Ruth's big concern is what's going on with the train. She asks Roach, how worried are you? Because we had order for 7 years, and now we have this. And Roach tells her, we had order, but do you want to do that job again? Taking arms, treating the tail like a gulag? And the answer is no. So they go inform Leighton as to what happened, and he realizes he has to address the train. And he does it, but he does a really bad job. He puts all the blame on Wilfred, taking all of the blame off of the tail, saying whoever did this wants to divide Snowpiercer. He urges everybody, remember, we're one train, we fought for this. But unbeknownst to him, his pitch is actually backfiring. People that fought with him are saying we didn't fight for this, and all of a sudden, tailies are under attack. So when he's done, Ruth and Zara are waiting for him, and Ruth lets him know, I don't think that's going to go the way you planned. And Leighton tells her, I had to defend the tail. They don't have anybody else to speak for him right now. And she reminds him that bringing Wilfred into this makes everybody pick a side. But Leighton did what he thought was right. Now, all the tailies are trying to get back to the tail, all but one, and that's Pike. He is messed up, and everybody can see it. He is casually just eating food, acting like nothing's wrong, when Leighton finds him, telling him, "You probably should get back to the tail." But Pike says, "No, I'm good right here, because I did the numbers and I checked the scale and everything's tipping towards Pike right now." He does, however, put on his headphones and start packing up, but he starts walking the wrong way and Leighton has to let him know, "No, bud, the tail's that way." And Zara catches the tail end of this, and Leighton tells her, "I think I broke Pike." Leighton then goes to meet up with Till, and Till has been on hot pursuit trying to figure out who orchestrated the attacks. She has a clue, and that's a button that she found at one of the murder scenes. So she hits up LJ and Osweiler to ask them if they have any idea about the button, and LJ doesn't give her the time of day. She doesn't even look at the button, just saying, "No, I don't know anything about it." But Osweiler actually helps her, letting her know that there's a woman who sells antiques who probably knows all about it. So Osweiler takes Till to her, and the woman has basically a shrine to Wilfred. She used to know Wilfred when he was a child, so she watched him grow up into this powerhouse. And she also is well aware of what the button's from. It's from a jacket. But the jacket that she has all the buttons on it. Her grandson, however, lets Till know that they recently traded a jacket for a fur coat to a tall woman in first class. And Till knows exactly who that woman is. And it's Eugenia. So Leighton meets up with Till and Roach as Till confronts Eugenia about this accusation. And it's not a good look for Eugenia. She has a black eye that she's covered up with makeup, but the clincher is the fact that her jacket is missing a Wilfred button. Right before she's arrested, though, she gets right into Till's face and says, "You think you're so smart, but you're always 2 steps behind, because this train needs change. The revolution is starting right now." And Till recognizes that phrase. She also recognized the St. Christopher medal that Eugenia is wearing. So Till lets Leighton know, "I'm pretty sure I know who orchestrated all of this, and it's Pastor Logan." But Eugenia isn't wrong. The civil unrest is getting worse and worse by the minute. It's even affected hospitality, where Ruth and Zara are walking around when a bunch of people want to attack Zara because they recognize her from the tail. It forces Ruth and Zara to hide out in a medical car, where Ruth realizes that she's not in there alone with Dr. Pelton because there are a bunch of other tailies in there, like Lights and the little girl Winnie. And when Winnie sees Ruth, she immediately hides in fear. And Ruth can't understand why, and Lights reminds her, "It's because you took her mother's arm. It resulted in her mother dying. Her brother died in the revolution, and I'm all she has left, so she's terrified of you." And Ruth is kind of mortified about the fact that a child is scared of her. She asks Zara to call for an escort, and when he comes, he lets her know that it's not a great time to leave. It's still not safe. But as Ruth is trying to think about what to do next, everybody in the car realizes that Winnie is gone. She's stuck out. And Lights wants to go out there to find her, but Ruth lets her know, "You can't. It's not safe. I'll do it." And Winnie was just casually walking around the cars, not realizing what was going on, when she came across Pike. But then very shortly after, Pike was attacked by a bunch of people. He was actually kidnapped. And this caused Winnie to flee. She actually ended up hiding out in the same spot that LJ and Alex went to when they hung out the night of the party. And it doesn't take long for Ruth to find Winnie. But when she does, Winnie is still hiding from her. And at first, Ruth tries to tell her that you don't have to be scared of me, but then she feels like she probably should apologize. So she does that, telling her that it wasn't right that she took her mom from her so early, and trying to commiserate with her, telling her, "I lost my mom at a young age too." And eventually after this apology, Winnie does come out, and Ruth is able to get Winnie safely back to the medical car. But as she's doing that, she runs into Leighton, who's running down train, and she asks what's going on, and Leighton lets her know they have a tailie as a hostage. So she drops off Winnie, and along with Leighton, the two both head down train, where the third-class passengers have Pike, and they're ready to freeze his arm. And Leighton steps in saying, "Whoa, you don't have to do this. Take my arm. You guys want me. I'm the one who did this. Go ahead. Sacrifice my arm." And even Pike tells him he doesn't have to do it, but Leighton's trying to be a leader. And the third-class passengers are more than willing to do that. They're fully ready to freeze Leighton's arm and smash it off. That is until Ruth speaks up, saying, "We don't do this. That is your leader, and if you don't want him, enact change. But don't strip him down and mutilate him just because you can, because trust me, you will never be the same again if you do that. This isn't the way. Not anymore." And Leighton is partly saved by that speech, but also because somebody comes in and lets him know that the brakemen are coming down train, so everybody flees. Although you get the feeling this isn't over. Now, while all this is going on, Till went to go visit Pastor Logan, calling him on his bullshit, saying, "Was it all an act? I mean, you lied to me." He says, "Well, I never lied to you. You just weren't ready to hear the truth. You were so desperate for something to hold on to, something to believe in, and I wanted to help you." And she's kind of in disbelief and says, "You killed 8 people. But he says, "That's a small price to pay for peace. You just have to suffer for a moment to get to our salvation." But Till's sick of listening to this guy and punches him, beating the crap out of him. He's only saved when one of his minions comes up behind Till and chokes her out. And Logan goes fleeing into the next room. Till is able to free herself and beat up Logan's minion, and when she goes to arrest Logan, he's trying to commit suicide, hooking up a bag around his head to a tube connected to the outside, basically frostbiting his head. Till is able to stop it, but some damage is already done. He's alive, but his face is pretty badly frostbitten. And then finally, over in Big Alice, Audrey works all day on, quote, helping Kevin, showing him her suicide scar as well, trying to hammer home what Wilfred was hammering home to her in the night car. The fact that Wilfred, quote, saved her, or in this case, saved Kevin. Although Kevin doesn't buy that at all. But she keeps hammering it home, that he was useless without Wilfred, he needed Wilfred, Wilfred saved him. And eventually, Kevin just breaks. When he does, Audrey escorts him into Wilfred's car, and to show Wilfred just how broken Kevin is, she instructs Kevin to lick his slipper, and Kevin does that. They then tell Kevin that he can kick rocks, and the two share a nice little kiss. It's a beautiful moment. But the best part of Wilfred's day comes at night. He even invites Alex in for this. As the train is circling this track, he's able to see a bunch of the other cars, and there are a ton of cars that have lit red lanterns, which is indication we want Wilfred. And it's a sign that everything he did down in Snowpiercer, getting those 8 people killed, creating the unrest, is working in his favor. And with this sign that people want him back, he tells Sykes, prepare Icy Bob. It's time. And Leighton also sees it, and he now knows that he has a problem. In episode 8, Audrey is driving Alex nuts. She tries to kind of vent to Wilfred, but he isn't having it. She then brings up how she knows that Wilfred must be scheming something, but he tells her that if he's up to something, she doesn't have to know. She then brings up how there was an intentional breach of Big Alice in the morning, but Wilfred acts like he doesn't know about it, playing dumb the entire time. Now, after this conversation with Alex, Wilfred heads down into the infirmary to meet with Josie. And Josie is doing much better. Wilfred even shows her reflection in the mirror to show her the improvement that she's had thanks to the Headwoods goo. And he's been told by the Headwoods that she's been dealing with phantom pain, so he has a trick for that he shows her, all the while being extremely nice to Josie. He leaves her by telling her that he's no longer going to lock the door and welcomes her to Big Alice. So she heads out to grab some lunch, and down walks Audrey. She introduces herself to Josie because the two have never met, and Josie asks if Leighton is still in charge of Snowpiercer, to which Audrey says, yeah, barely. Josie then realizes that Audrey must have defected, but Audrey says, no, I've returned. We've had very different journeys, but we both were leaders on Snowpiercer. We spent years being responsible for others, but now that we're here with all that weight, I've never slept better. Right before she leaves, she tells Josie, the future is yours if you want it, you just have to look in the mirror. She then heads up to the top of Big Alice, where she's looking for Wilfred, but all she finds is Alex, and it doesn't seem like their relationship has gotten any better. She asks Alex, where is he? Because he told me I should be here to see it. And when Alex asks, see what? Audrey tells Alex to turn around, and that's when she sees Icy Bob outside on the top of Snowpiercer coming back in. So Alex rushes downstairs just in enough time to see Bob return from the outside, and Bob is not doing well. And as the Headwoods tend to him, and Wilfred is overseeing it, Alex is questioning, why did you send him out there? Now, once Bob is admitted to the infirmary, Josie goes to check on him, and he's in rough shape, and he tells her that he's just getting ready for his purpose. But one of the Headwoods comes over and lets her know about the advancements they've made, and Josie gets curious and she checks it out, and she is blown away about the fact that thanks to that goo, she's not feeling the same effects she normally would have when she sticks her hand outside. But over on Snowpiercer, they were busy having a funeral service for all of the breachmen who had died. And it's a little concerning for Leighton because during the funeral service, a couple of the brakemen throw up the W sign. He doesn't have much time to dwell on it though because he wants to meet with Bach along with Till and Roach. And they tell Bach the truth, that it was Pastor Logan acting as Wilfred who murdered all of the breachmen. But even with all of the evidence in front of him, Bach doesn't accept it. He thinks that it's a tailie sticking up for the tailies. But even after Leighton pleads with him to open his eyes, Bach doesn't accept the fact that Wilfred would have his breachmen killed. So Leighton then holds a meeting with Zara, Roach, Dr. Pelton, Lights, and Till. This entire group is like the United Nations of Snowpiercer. And Leighton isn't oblivious to all of the red lanterns. He can feel the tide shifting on Snowpiercer. Lights brings up the fact that the tail can't even move freely anymore. They're back at the tail. And Till brings up the fact that half the train is brainwashed. The tunnelmen are openly calling for Wilfred's return. The good news is, Pelton lets him know that most of second class still back Leighton. But as everybody's hemming and hawing, Roach says, don't worry guys, you have the brakemen. You can relax. And that isn't real comforting to Leighton because he saw some of the brakemen throw up the W sign, but Roach reminds him that that's a tradition for the breachmen. It's done as a sign of respect. He promises Leighton that the brakemen will hold their posts and they will follow Roach. But after this meeting, Roach has some family business to attend to. He's sending his daughter up train for safety, and she doesn't want to go, but with what's going on in the train and having already lost 2 children of his own, he feels like it's the smartest decision for his family. So after him and his wife say goodbye to their daughter, he fills his wife in on what's going on, about how divided the train is and how Leighton is trying to keep the peace, but the fact is they're one dirty look away from a civil war. And his wife brings up the fact that people are having a hard time believing that Logan was the one who had the breachman killed. It seems like even Roach's wife doesn't really believe it. Roach then goes to get a drink of water, but they're having plumbing issues. This little tiny leak ends up becoming a massive leak. It even starts setting off signals in the engine room, which Javi and Ben see, so Javi heads downstairs to investigate what it could be. As for the leak, well, Ruth is going to check up on it, but Osweiler and LJ are already way ahead of her. They feel like this is their big opportunity to make sure that they don't lose their job in sanitation. If they do a good job, they clean up the leak, they'll keep their post. And they assure Ruth that they're going to clean up the job as fast as they possibly can. But that cleanup's going to take a little bit longer, because as Javi is trying to figure out what's wrong, Ben lets him know that there's a pressure surge. And boy, is there ever, because a couple of pipes burst and water just floods in his Snowpiercer. So with this emergency going on, Ben calls Till, Roach, and Leighton to fill him in on what's going on. There's a lot of technical mumbo-jumbo going on, but basically, one of the vents is just clogged with snow. And instead of converting water into hydrogen, the block is just causing the water to flood into Snowpiercer. Now, normally, a jam like this wouldn't be that serious, but with only one breachman, it's pretty damn serious. Especially when you consider that breachman doesn't seem like he really wants to help out Leighton too badly. But Leighton doesn't really have a choice. He's going to have to ask Bach to risk his life. So Leighton and Till head downstairs and tell Bach that the train needs him, and he says, well, what if I say no? Leighton tells Bach, look, man, I'm not down here giving you an order. It's your call if you want to do this. And after thinking a little bit, Bach decides, all right, time to go outside. So as the tunnel men are trying to get a handle on the blockage, and Bach getting ready to go outside, Leighton heads to the engine where they let him know that they're going to have to slow the train down, but this means it's going to be a 2-hour late meeting with Mel for the rendezvous, the same Melanie that they haven't heard from. All the clearing of the snow, though, has gotten the attention of Alex from Big Alice. At first, she thinks that Bob might have been outside to disconnect the train. She's trying to figure it out because she realizes Snowpiercer's slowed down. So Wilfred says, well, why don't you just ask him? And she does that. She hops on the intercom, but Ben just tells her it's routine maintenance. The good news is Bach is ready to go outside, and he does that. He climbs down a ladder, and he's located the problem with the vent. It's a railroad spike that has been stabbed in there. And Bach is able to grab it. But he also knows that the railroad spike was no accident. First of all of the ice was broken off of the ladder, so somebody was there before him. And this is the moment where Bach realizes that Wilfred did in fact have the breachman killed, because he's the only one who would have had somebody else go outside and sabotage the train. So he gives Leighton his Wilfred pin and tells him maybe you can shove it up his ass one day, pledging his loyalty to Leighton. There is a problem though. Ben tells Leighton to follow him, and they head down to basically the engine's brain. They've been getting weird readings coming back, and they realize that there's a sensor that is in the intake that must have been damaged when the railroad spike went in there. And when they investigate it, sure enough, it is completely fried. Now, it's not that hard to replace. The problem is they don't have another one, and this thing is vital to the train. If they don't have one, they're screwed. And Leighton has a pretty good idea of who has one, and of course, it's Wilfred. And at this point, over at Big Alice, Alex has figured out why they were trying to vent and what Icy Bob was out there doing. What she can't figure out is what's next. And Audrey jokes with her, well, I think what comes next is a phone call. And sure enough, at that moment, Ben calls telling her that it's an emergency and they need help. Now, while Leighton and Ben and Javi were trying to fix the train, there's a lot of oblivious passengers in Snowpiercer. And that includes Ruth, who was just getting an update from LJ about the cleanup, and she's actually been really impressed with LJ's work. It leads to LJ and Osweiler hooking up that night. But Till and Roach are also oblivious, and they're meeting with the brakemen to go over a strategy to, keep everybody safe. But some of the brakemen are concerned about their orders. Mainly, this rumor that's going around that the jackboots who survived the revolution have rebuilt a command. It's a rumor that neither Till nor Roach had heard of. But this conversation gets interrupted when Roach's wife walks in with sandwiches to give to everybody. And after everybody leaves, she has a conversation with Roach about the ongoings of the train, because she's also kept her ears to the ground. And what she's been able to discern is that at this point, there's a lot more Wilfred supporters than there are Leighton supporters. And it's also obvious that she's become one of those people. She thinks that they were just better off under Wilfred's system. They spent 7 years and everybody was fine. But Roach does not agree. He reminds her that Wilfred built a train with holes in it to freeze off arms. Leighton, on the other hand, is a good guy who's trying to build a society that they can be proud of. Now, Roach is called to a meeting with Zara, Till, Ruth, Lights, Ben, where Leighton fills them in on the fact that they've discovered that it was Wilfred who was the one who sabotaged the train. And unfortunately for them, Wilfred is now their only way out. They know it, and more importantly, he knows it. The good news is Wilfred has a replacement, but he's going to have to come with it, and they only have 2 hours to fix this thing or else the engine collapses. Roach brings up the fact that this isn't going to be good for Wilfred's supporters once they find out that he's actually in the engine saving the day. But Leighton's already thought of that. He says no one's going to find out. We're going to sneak him in. He's going to fix it. We're going to sneak him out. Zara is concerned about what Wilfred's planning. She doesn't like the fact that Leighton is letting him in the engine, but they don't have a choice. He reassures them that he's going to have eyes on Wilfred the entire time, and if it all goes to hell, he'll send up a flare to alert them. So they go to the tail to meet Wilfred, and he's a little surprised that no one is there to greet him except Leighton, Ruth, and Roach. But they put him in one of those carts in the tunnels, and as they're heading to the front of the train, one of the tunnel men ends up seeing Wilfred go by. So word is out on the train that Wilfred is there, and the tunnel men are scheming to keep Wilfred there. Wilfred, though, arrives at the front of the train, and he's getting a little emotional about being back there. He heads downstairs into the engine, where he meets with Ben, who he's not fond of, and Javi. He hands over the device, and Ben and Javi start going to work, with Leighton making sure that he doesn't get anywhere near it. As they go to turn it on, something, though, goes wrong. Even Wilfred seems kind of concerned. He starts screaming, "What the hell have you done on my engine?" And that's when Ben remembers that Melanie had retrofitted everything during the 5th revolution. The engine is down to 14%. They don't have the reserves to restart them. They are in between a rock and a hard place. But Wilfred thinks for a little bit and then says, Big Alice can push us. We'll manually disengage the motors, and then that'll allow her to push with less resistance. We'll do an emergency shutdown of the engine. We then rewire the circuitry, and we jumpstart her back up. The issue is, that's over 200 manual shutdowns, and they're not even certain that it'll start back up. They've never done a shutdown this large before. They're basically shutting down all of Snowpiercer at once. But they don't have a lot of options. They're running out of time. So that's what they're going to do. Ben puts out an emergency alert letting everybody know that it's a code 5 and gets everybody in a position to restart the engines. And while Ben is doing that, Wilfred is getting in contact with Big Alice, letting Alex know that she's going to have to push. Ben then gives the order for everybody to turn off Snowpiercer. But with little time to get this thing fixed, Wilfred kind of takes control, chastising Javi for not being quick enough, chastising Leighton for not being an engineer, and then walking over to the intercom, grabbing it, and addressing all of Snowpiercer. It's Leighton's worst nightmare because this confirms that the cat is out of the bag, Wilfred is in the engine. And as over half of Snowpiercer rejoices at just hearing his voice, he lets them know that on his mark, they're to restart the engine manually. So they do that, and it works. And as Wilfred is restarting his engine, he's doing so the whole time smiling directly at Leighton because he knows that he's got him. And when Snowpiercer turns back on, most of the residences are chanting Wilfred's name. And Leighton knows that it's over, that Wilfred's got command of the train, so he just heads to the engine room and lights off a flare. And the Leighton supporters are crying because they too know what it means, that Leighton's time in charge of Snowpiercer has come to an end. Leighton actually gets arrested, and Roach comes to him and tells him that he's heading to Big Alice, and he's been told that Leighton will be treated fairly, although Leighton doesn't really believe that. Roach reassures him that he will do what he can to make sure that the tailies are protected during this whole thing. The biggest regret that Leighton has is the fact that he just wants to see his child grow up. And he's not sure that's going to happen now that he's being arrested and taken over to Big Alice. But before he does go, he is able to say goodbye to Zara. She's still working hospitality, and she instructs him not to give up. He then is escorted over to Big Alice by security, and the security lets Roach know that he is to report to Big Alice straight to Wilfred. But when Roach arrives over at Big Alice, it's not Wilfred who greets him, it's Audrey. And she escorts him into a room where the Headwoods are waiting for him to put him in the drawers, because as he sees, his family is already hooked up. And the reason that Wilfred wasn't there to greet Roach is because he is at the front of the engine, where Ben reluctantly has to tell him, Mr. Wilfred, you have the train, as Wilfred sits down in his chair, retaking the train that he created. Ever since Wilfred took over the train, things have been running pretty smoothly, but Ruth is seeing right through it because she realizes that it's basically Wilfred's martial law. She continues to run hospitality, but she's only confiding in a few people. Two of those people are Till and Zara. Ruth has been trying to gather information on Roach for Till, but she's been coming up empty. As for Leighton, she's been told that he's currently working in the compost area of Big Alice, which is a terrible job. It's so bad that they call it the swamp. But other than where he's working, there's no update on how he's doing. Till is pretty concerned because Wilfred has called for her, and she has no idea what it could be about, and she knows that Audrey has spoken to him, so she's worried that she might end up like Roach or like Leighton. Ruth attempts to calm Till's nerves by telling her that the biggest thing with Wilfred is to be something that he needs. Wilfred, though, has Ruth pretty busy planning this special party that night. There's going to be a random raffle for guests to have dinner with Wilfred, but he's putting all of that on Kevin. He tells Ruth that things on the train have been a little convoluted, so he wants a census done. This will help him split up the classes like he had it in the old days. Wilfred also hints at a big surprise that night, but when Ruth and Kevin leave, Ruth tries to get it out of Kevin, but he says, I'm sworn to secrecy. They then walk into Dr. Pelton's office to find that Dr. Pelton's private medical files on all of the passengers have been confiscated. Ruth turns to Kevin asking, what is this all about? But Kevin is pretty sheepish about it and says, I guess Mr. Wilfred's just seeing what everybody can contribute. Now, there's also a questionnaire that's going to go along with this census asking if you were a ticketed passenger, did you help with the rebellion? And none of this sits well with Ruth, but she has no choice but to bite her tongue. Now, the social classes aren't the only thing that Wilfred is splitting up. He's also splitting up Javi and Ben, sending Javi to Big Alice. And Javi is kind of panicking. He feels like Wilfred is just picking them off one by one. But Ben tries to calm him down, telling him that Wilfred can't afford to lose another engineer. He also reminds him of the mission at hand, getting back to Melanie. And while it's true that they haven't heard from Melanie in 10 days, Ben reminds them that that's something Wilfred doesn't know. So if they can just hold this out and get to Melanie, they'll be fine. Right before he leaves, though, Ben reminds him that they'll be monitoring every single little thing that he does, so just be careful. And then Javi heads to Big Alice, where he's met by Alex and a whole lot of attitude. Alex immediately tells him, don't touch anything, but Javi puts down a little Hawaiian woman figure and tells Alex that he thought she'd like it because he brought it over from Snowpiercer and it was her mom's. But it backfires. She yells at him saying, don't try to butter me up. She then starts feeling the train, and Javi cracks up saying, when your mom came back from Big Alice, she mentioned how you had the touch, and something that I don't have. But Alex isn't in the mood to talk to Javi, and she actually leaves him, telling him that she's going up train because it's a big day on Snowpiercer. Now, while Javi was getting reacclimated to his new role, Till had to go meet with Wilfred, and Wilfred tells her, I really don't know what to do with you. And Till reminds him that 8 of the breachmen were murdered, so she could start there, find the murderers. But he says, trained detective, that's a Melanie thing. I never needed it. You know why? Because there was no crime under me. But Till tells him, you can't be that naive. And Wilfred whispers to her, and you can't be that innocent. She then asks for an update on Roach, saying that some of the passengers are wondering where he went, and Wilfred tells her the truth. Roach and his family are in drawers, and they can come out when everything settles down. And that's a big surprise to Till, who tells Wilfred that's not going to sit well, and he says, I'm aware, but I've got a surprise that will boost the spirits of everybody. He then instructs Sykes to take Till down to car 272, and car 272 has been closed for a long time. And the fact that it's being opened is the big surprise that Wilfred was hinting at. And when Till gets there, it's this giant carnival car that's really made for kids. She's greeted by Ben, LJ, and Alex. And then in strolls Kevin, Ruth, and by Ruth's side is Winnie, because they needed a kid. And this whole car is kind of Kevin's department. And while the Big Alice people are thrilled, the Snowpiercer people are pretty reserved about it. Till walks up to Ruth and gives her the update on where Roach is. But as they're having the conversation, Kevin instructs everybody to stand up because they're going to practice Wilfred's grand entrance. And he comes down dressed like Hugh Jackman in The Greatest Showman, but that's not the only surprise he has because he has some entertainment planned in the form of a puppet show. But the puppet show does not go over that well because the puppet show is about the journey on Snowpiercer, but more importantly, Melanie trying to, quote, save the world and dying in the process. And this does not sit well with Alex at all. And not just Alex, but anybody who is close to Melanie. So basically half the people in attendance. Ben calls it pathetic, saying you can't just kill off Melanie with this propaganda. And Alex agrees with him, saying we don't have this extra time. We're already a day late. But that's when Wilfred reveals that he's actually known that they lost contact with Melanie 10 days ago. He discovered it through the doctored launch data. And this comes as a big blow to Alex, who had no idea. And it forces Ben to admit, yeah, we did lose contact with her. But don't give up hope because Melanie's a fighter. I'm sure she's still there. Wilfred then excuses everybody, sending Ruth to get ready for that night and handing out the tickets, but nobody's in that great of a mood. And one person who's going to be invited but wasn't at this practice run is Zara. So Kevin stops by to give her ticket, but Zara is talking to Winnie because she's using Winnie as a message courier, telling her that she needs to get a message to Josie to find Leighton and Compost. They need to get an update from him, and it's important that it happens tonight because Wilfred will be busy. So when he takes off to get that message to Josie, who is pissed off at the Headwoods, she tells him that she didn't consent to be the female Icy Bob. And yeah, it's great that she looks better than she did when she showed up, but she demands to know what the hell they did to her body because she feels different. And the female Headwood says, well, before you get angry, when you put your hand in there and it didn't fall off, you felt a little bit of a rush, right? And it's something that Josie deep down knows is true. So they actually convinced Josie to not just put her hand in that tank, but her full body in, freezing her, just like Icy Bob, seeing how long she can last. Josie does eventually get Winnie's message and heads down to meet with Leighton, who sees that she's doing better. Josie then reminds him about what they're fighting for, a life outside of the train. She says, I can try to get you out of here, but he says no, he's got a plan for you. Stay where you are. She admits to Leighton that she doesn't know what's going on with herself. She feels like she's being reborn. Right before their meeting ends, he tells her to keep faith in the others, they're still together, and that they will finish what they started. Josie, however, isn't the only visitor that Leighton gets that day. Wilfred stops by to gloat. Leighton is down in compost with not much to do but work. He has been able to stash a few items that have come through the chute, minor things like a shard of glass that could be used as a mirror. But when Wilfred starts by, he just starts trying to needle at Leighton. But Leighton gives it to him right back, saying that he's nothing more than a white dictator with a train set, and the people that are under him will never love him like he wants them to. But Wilfred ends up winning this pissing contest when he brings up Zara, and that just sets Leighton off. Wilfred then leaves to get ready for that night, and Ruth has everything prepared, waiting to see the passengers. But when they arrive, Ruth quickly realizes that there was nothing random about this selection by Kevin, because the guests are Till, Zara, LJ, Osweiler. And Ruth isn't the only one who's realized this, pretty much every guest has as well. LJ tells the group, no, I'm super excited. And Till turns to Alex and says, what about you? Are you super excited? And Alex says, no, I think we're all screwed. A short time later, Wilfred finally makes his grand entrance with Audrey, and they're yucking it up, but they're the only ones laughing. They all then sit down and eat with one empty seat that Ruth asks, should I clear? And Wilfred tells her, no, we're expecting somebody else. And this meal is pretty contentious. Zara starts it off by calling Audrey a whore for selling all of the secrets that she heard in the night car to Wilfred. Alex also gets in on the Audrey bashing. But the friendship between LJ and Alex withers away when LJ starts going in on Melanie. She tells everybody that Melanie lied about what she did on the train, and after LJ found out her little secret, Melanie had no choice but to reverse the verdict. But none of that really makes sense, and Wilfred calls her on it, saying, wait, so she had to reverse the verdict, which means you're guilty. And LJ starts trying to walk it back, but Osweiler actually comes to her defense, telling Wilfred that LJ has changed. She's learned work ethic. She's a different person. And Wilfred turns his attention to Osweiler, asking, why should I even keep you around? And Osweiler gets up, goes down to the piano, and shows off a hidden talent that no one knew about as he plays and sings. And this makes Audrey a little self-conscious, who dismisses the whole thing. But when Wilfred turns his attention to Ruth, Alex warns her, don't believe anything he tells you, because he has no intention whatsoever of going back and getting Melanie. And he admits as much, saying that he's not going to risk taking 2 trains on that track. She also asks Ruth, do you know what the census is for? Did he tell you what he did on Big Alice? Well, let me tell you, because originally on Big Alice, we had 200 people. But when he saw what kind of drain they all were, he started killing people, men, women, and children. And then Wilfred slams the table, yelling at Alex, how dare you make me relive that? He demands that Alex be taken to the brig, but right before she leaves, Alex turns to Ruth and says, Ruth, he's coming for you. Alex is then taken away, and Wilfred reveals to Ruth that the last setting on the table is for her. So she sits down, and then he calls in Kevin. He explains to both of them that they had a great night, with the carnival being Kevin's and this party being Ruth's, but there's a glut in hospitality, and there's only room for one person. And then he gives the job to Ruth. And she's relieved, but he tells her that in order to have the job, all she needs to do is address the train and tell them that they have no plans on going back for Melanie. And that is something that Ruth just cannot do. So as she's crying, she tells Wilfred that she's turning down his offer. And then she stands up, takes off the teal jacket, hands it over to Kevin, and is escorted over to Big Alice. After the party, Wilfred starts walking with Till, saying, I found out what job you can do. You can be my advisor. You can be my moral compass. You can show me where I go wrong. And then he opens a door and reveals a bunch of people hooked up to gas masks. He tells Till that these are the people that killed all the breachmen. And with one switch, their lungs will be filled with the air from outside. All Till needs to do is give the word, but she doesn't want to do that, saying they deserve a fair trial. She reminds him that all of those people were acting on his behalf. And he says, yeah, well, pretty much everybody does. So she advises him not to do it. And he says, okay, well then you should leave because you're not going to want to see this. And then he goes over and pulls the lever, killing everybody. But he didn't give Till enough time to actually walk out. So Till has to watch all of these people die. Wilfred then heads back up to the top of Big Alice where Javi is still in charge, but it's pretty awkward because there's an orgy going on, and it's pretty distracting to Javi. But during this key party, Javi faintly hears on the radio Melanie calling for Snowpiercer. He then, however, notices that Wilfred is walking towards him, so he shuts the radio off so he doesn't hear it. And Wilfred starts bashing Melanie, but Javi excuses himself to go to the bathroom because he knows he needs to get word that Melanie's made contact. So what he does is he writes a message on a piece of toilet paper and puts it in a lipstick tube and flushes it, hoping that it'll get down to Leighton. But Leighton isn't actually the one who finds it. It's Ruth. Ruth has been given the same job as Leighton, and she's pretty depressed about it. But when she finds the message, it gives her hope. And when she shows it to Leighton, he says, all right, Ruth, are you ready to get out of here? And finally, in the season finale, Leighton and Ruth have formed a plan to get out of the swamp, and it involves the guard who's outside. Ruth asks him for some more food, but when he sticks his hand through the little slot, they grab it. Leighton starts cutting him up, and finally Ruth just knocks him out with the shovel, and they're able to grab the keys and get out. They start trying to make their way through Big Alice to get to the engine, but it's really weird because nobody's out and about. And on their way to the engine, they just so happen to run into the brig, and they're a little surprised to see Alex there. They let Alex know that they've heard from Melanie. She's alive. They also let her know that they're planning on stealing Big Alice, and any assistance she could add would be appreciated. So she tells them that there's a secret entrance to the engine through Wilfred's bedroom. She also mentions how they're crossing the Rocky Mountain test track that day, which means they're going to need both engines, which means that they're going to need Ben's help. Ruth then offers to get Alex out of there, but she says, no, Wilfred wants me to kiss the ring. I can get out of here myself. So with this information, Ruth and Leighton head out, but it's not like life is going great for Wilfred. Audrey is in a stupor. He looks absolutely spent. And Till isn't exactly playing the game of advisor, telling him, well, you don't listen to my advice anyway, so I'm not your advisor. Wilfred gets especially on edge when he finds out from Kevin that Zara isn't accepting food. And that's a pretty big deal because Zara is the only pregnant person on Snowpiercer. Alex, however, does her part. She calls for Kevin to bring her to Wilfred, and she bows down, apologizing for everything, saying that Melanie was a fool, everyone who followed her deserved what they got. And she even apologizes to LJ, who has been acting as a quasi-new Alex to Wilfred. She is, however, able to whisper into Till's ear that Leighton is coming and they're seizing the train. Now, at this point, Leighton and Ruth had made their way through the bedroom to the engine, but Javi's being guarded by two brakemen. So Ruth and Leighton quietly grab some weapons from Wilfred's private collection and they bum rush both of them. And Ruth pops her cherry with her first kill. They tell Javi that they got his message, but they need to get a message to Ben to make the turn on the Rocky Mountain test track. And the thing is, they don't have a lot of time because they're going to hit that track in about 2 hours. Ruth, however, gets pretty distracted when she finds Wilfred's tub. And since she's been in the swamp for a while, she smells pretty bad, so Leighton and her clean up. And now that they're all clean, they decide to form a plan with Javi on what to do. The issue is, just like how Javi had people on his back, Ben has the same thing. He's got a brakeman and Sykes. So it's not like they're going to be able to just radio to him and say, hey, flip the track. But Javi figures that he'll be able to covertly get a message to Ben because they worked together for 7 years. So Javi's going to work on that, but they also need to work on getting Ruth and Leighton back to Snowpiercer. And the way they do that is to sneak Ruth and Leighton in a trunk that looks like it's destined for Wilfred's carnival car. And they get through the border with absolutely no problems. And they arrive in that car where Bach, Lights, and Zirek are all waiting for him. And Bach makes a comment about how he can't believe he's actually working with the tail, but Wilfred drove him to this point. Ruth and Leighton inform the group on their plans to take over the train, and they start making their way towards the engine. But they're not the only ones who are in on the coup, because as Audrey is trying to talk some sense into Zara that she needs to play Wilfred's game because Wilfred doesn't really need her. Wilfred can have the Headwoods just take her baby from her and kill her. There's a knock at the door, and it's Till, who knocks Audrey out, and they lock up Audrey as a prisoner. The good news for the group is that Javi was able to covertly get a message to Ben, so he knows he needs to switch the test track, but he has Sykes all over him. So he tells the brakeman that he needs to get some maps, but then he bum rushes the brakeman, pushing him and then locking him out of the engine, so it's just him and Sykes in there. He also grabbed the brakeman's baton, so he thinks that he has the edge on Sykes, but Sykes is a badass who beats the crap out of him. This may have actually been Ben's plan, though, because at one point, she punches him into the computer desk and he is able to switch the track over. And when the train switches over, it throws Sykes back, and Ben is able to grab something and use it to knock her out. He chains up Sykes and then radios to Javi that it's done. They're going to pick up Melanie. A short time later, Ben receives a radio message from Leighton. Leighton's in a cold lock with Bach, and that's where they're planning on picking up Melanie. And Ben lets him know that they're about 10 minutes out. But the issue is they're on the test track, which isn't exactly a smooth ride. And the shaking of a glass piques the interest of Wilfred, but Alex, knowing what's going on, says, I'll radio the engine. And when she does that, she gets Ben on the other line. She makes it sound like, though, that everything's okay, when in reality, Ben is just telling her to hold Wilfred off. Now, initially, she's able to fool Wilfred, but she's not able to fool LJ, who says aloud that she's seen Melanie pull that trick, radioing the engine. And that's when Wilfred looks outside and notices that they are on the Rocky Mountain test track. Wilfred immediately jumps into action, saying that they need to seize both engines back, and he will command from Big Alice. He also tells the brakeman to escort Alex, but as she's walking out, she grabs a razor blade and puts it in her lip, just like Wilfred taught her. Wilfred then sounds an alarm, which lets Leighton and his group know that now Wilfred knows. And as the group is trying to hold off Wilfred, Leighton looks out the window and he sees Melanie walking towards the train. Unfortunately for Leighton's group, Wilfred has been able to cut his way into the engine as the brakeman beat the hell out of Javi. But Javi screams, "You can't kill me, you need engineers." And Wilfred knows he's right, but he also wants to punish Javi, so he has his dog attack him and not kill him. Wilfred then takes control of Big Alice's engine, forcing it to speed up. And when this happens, Ben starts radioing to Javi to slow down, but Wilfred lets him know, "Nah, it's me, I'm back. You can try to brake all you want, but I have more momentum." And even though Ben is trying his best to throw the brakes on, the train goes right past Melanie, which leaves Alex in the window screaming for her. Alex begs Wilfred to turn the train around, saying that the people deserve to see what she found. But Wilfred screams back at her that Melanie's whole shtick was a fantasy, that people can't accept the fact that he saved humanity. He saved everybody on the train. He then goes in on Alex, saying that she was nothing more than a tool, something that he collected. And she returns fire, saying that he will never be the leader that Melanie was. The confrontation then gets physical, with Wilfred slapping her, and that's when Alex pulls out the razor blade and cuts him pretty badly on the neck. She doesn't hit an artery, though, but she does flee. Alex makes her way through the trains, where she links up with Bach, Leighton, and Ruth, because she knows that there's a way to still save Melanie. And Alex's plan involves reconnecting a couple of cars from Snowpiercer, going back, picking up Melanie, and then heading up track to reconnect. They'd be able to do this through the aquarium, which has a manual override. And if they did that, they'd have a 10-car train. And a 10-car train can outmaneuver Big Alice, because Big Alice is pretty slow. So as that group starts to go forward with this plan, Wilfred had to head to the Headwoods to get patched up, and he's in a really bad mood. And Josie is watching Wilfred get patched up from the second floor. At this point, Josie's kind of accepted the fact that she is the female Icy Bob. And while at first she felt violated, she wants to test herself. She wants to test the limits. But Wilfred gets a glimpse of her, calling her Icy Woman, and instructs her to go outside on top of the train, make her way to the engine, break through it, freeze Ben, and reclaim Snowpiercer for Wilfred. The Headwoods warn him, however, that she's not ready for that, but he screams, "Then why did we make her? Take her to the hatch and lock her outside. If she wants back in, her way back in is through the engine." So since he's the boss, the Headwoods strap up Josie and take her to the hatch. Leighton, however, had headed to fill Till and Zara in on the plan, and initially they're not big fans of it, but Till is able to get on board. Zara, however, does not. She tells Leighton that she's better off there with the devil that she knows than the devil that she doesn't. Besides, you're going to need me here when you come back. So they say their goodbyes, and Zara stays with Audrey, their hostage. Leighton then heads up train to hold off Wilfred and his men as long as he can. Breachman Bach is underneath, trying to override the system, and Ben is still running the engine, but he gets a notification that somebody opened up the hatch. And Sykes says, "Oh yeah, that must be Wilfred's Icy Woman that he's been making. That former Taily. And she's coming to take the engine and kill you." But Ben is well aware of who Josie is, so he radios to her, telling her that he's working with Leighton, he's running the train, and he needs her help. Leighton, however, is having a tough time holding off Wilfred. He's made it all the way to the aquarium, where he tells Wilfred that they're going back for Melanie and Wilfred ain't coming with. And that's when Till brings out the hostage, Audrey. Leighton tells Wilfred that she's the guarantee that Zara stays safe. But Leighton is totally unaware of what's going on beneath his feet with Boki, who is run up on by a bunch of brakemen. And he's putting up a good fight, but he's way outnumbered, and he's unable to manually override the train. And Wilfred knows this, so he's gloating to Leighton that he was just never going to let him take the train. And when Leighton tries to say that he'll kill Audrey, Wilfred just laughs at him, saying that's not who you are. But that's when they hear a banging from up top, and it's Josie, who is using the tool that she was supposed to use to break the engine, but instead, she's breaking the aquarium. And she's able to puncture it, with all the water freezing up quickly and basically forming a sort of bomb. The people that were on the engine side fly back that way, and the people that were on the Big Alice side fly back that way. The whole aquarium disintegrates. And it's not pretty, but it works. The train ends up getting uncoupled. Leighton's group then heads back to pick up Melanie, with Leighton and Alex agreeing to go out to get her. They make it all the way to the research center, but they don't find Melanie. Instead, they find the data and the drives, and Alex finds a note from her mom. At this point, Alex is bawling her eyes out as she reads the note from Melanie telling her that after the train went by, she knew that there was nothing left for her. She used up all the resources, she ate all the rats, and yes, she could have kept the power on for a few hours to keep herself warm, but a better idea was to keep it on a very low heat to save the drives. That way, they would have been preserved for months. She knew that when the train went by and Snowpiercer was braking and Big Alice was pushing, that Wilfred had intervened. At that point, she decided to just walk out into the snow. She finishes the note by telling Alex that she is her hope and to learn to love the people that got them this far and to build a better world. So Leighton and Alex return to Snowpiercer and they load up the drives, and it worked. All the research that Melanie collected is right on their computer screens, and they're able to see all the hotspots in the world that they can start to rebuild a colony. Leighton, Josie, Ruth, Ben, Alex, they're all just marveling at the work that Melanie did. But that's when Leighton says, all right, let's go get our train back. And that is the end of Season 2 of Snowpiercer. Man, what a season. Thank you so much for getting to the point of this video. Do me a favor, if you like what you saw, hit subscribe. If you don't, keep moving, I guess. Hit thumbs up or thumbs down if you thought this sucked. But please be nice in the comment section. You don't need to point out every little mistake you found. This video is like 4 hours long. Mistakes are going to happen. Like sending Josie out there to get the train back for you. See, that was a mistake. It happens. But just know, I really do appreciate you guys checking this video out. And listen to my podcast, Scene Invaders, if you want my thoughts on actual things. Season 3 picks up 6 months after the events of Season 2. Leighton's train continues to go around the globe, evading Wilfred. And things aren't going so great with Wilfred's train. Since the explosion, it's freezing cold. There's no more classes, but if it did resemble a class, it would be a mix of the tail and third. Everybody's just kind of trying to survive, and everybody's miserable. All the while, Wilfred is in Big Alice, having Javi drive his train while he's trying to track down Leighton. And Javi's on the mend, but he's also pretty miserable. There is one place of the train that Wilfred never goes to. That's the bowels of the train, because it's the coldest part of the train. They actually have workers there to de-ice it. One of those workers is Pike, and Pike is a part of the Resistance. The leader of the Resistance is Ruth. She's hidden away in the train, and just like how Leighton is trying to evade Wilfred, Ruth is doing the same thing, but right under his nose. The Resistance uses a spy system to get information on what is going on in the engine room. It gets down to Pike, and then Pike relays it back to Ruth. And the latest information being is that they finally got a hit on where Snowpiercer might be. And this is big news because it's the first proof that they have that Snowpiercer is still alive in the last 32 days. Ruth has no idea exactly why they're evading the train, but she figures that Leighton must have his reasons. Pike, on the other hand, is a little concerned that maybe just Leighton took off, planning never to return. Oh, and they also have no idea that Melanie isn't alive. Even with these poor conditions, it's not like Wilfred doesn't have people on his side. Kevin, for example, is very loyal to Wilfred, doing his bidding. He's noticed that there's pilfering going on, and he's vowed to get to the bottom of it. Then you have people like Zara, who are more of in the Javi category. They work for Wilfred, but it's more of a necessity. Javi, because he's got a dog next to him that's going to tear his face off, and Zara works for him because, well, she's really, really pregnant. Zara's job is to get the updates on the train, and the updates lately are never good. Zara suggests that they just cut first class completely, but Wilfred is completely against that, vowing that he will restore first class to glory once he gets his engine back. For the time being, though, it's completely abandoned and very frozen. Kevin actually suggests that they just start killing people off to conserve everything, but Wilfred tells him we can't do that. We need to keep everybody alive so that Audrey stays alive. Audrey is still very much on Wilfred's mind. Once Zara leaves, Kevin and Wilfred go back to talking about how they're going to break down the Resistance. And the reason the Resistance has so much support backing it isn't only because conditions are miserable, but also because they're giving out things that people need, like antibiotics and bathing tokens, for example. And with conditions below freezing, a hot bath goes a long way. But all the stealing has gone to the point where Kevin can't ignore it. He needs to find some resolution to it. So he goes to the night car. The night car is currently being run by LJ and Osweiler, the happy couple. Wilfred basically gave them the night car to run. So when Kevin comes calling for information, they feel like they kind of owe him. LJ and Osweiler have no idea who's running the resistance or where to find this person, but there's somebody in the proximity who might know. It's a former jackboot who really likes alcohol, and he just so happens to work in water security. He doesn't want to give up any information, but eventually he says that the second-class watermaster was giving up hot baths in order to help the resistance. When Kevin gets this information, he excitedly calls up Wilfred, tells him he has a lead, and then they go and get the watermaster. The poor guy's name is Arnaldo Reyes, and unfortunately for Arnaldo, he smells really clean. They catch Arnaldo, and they catch a former jackboot who was also supporting the resistance. Both of them had no choice but to give up the location of Ruth, and once Pike finds out, he tells Ruth, "We gotta pack up and go right now." So Ruth grabs as much stuff as she can carry, and they hop in the vehicle that's supposed to take the ice away. They narrowly avoid the jackboots and Wilfred. Ruth has been playing this cat and mouse game for months. There's really only one place left to go where they won't look, and that's first class. When they get there, everything is frozen. As Pike escorts her to where she's going to be living, Ruth makes comment of the fact that Kevin didn't put any of the items away. She's mortified by it. But she's forced to walk right past it and go into a little hiding nook. Pike was able to set it up with a couple of space heaters, and it's currently a very comfortable -12. Ruth gets settled in her new digs, and Pike heads back because there's a public humiliation that's going to be going on with the jackboot who was caught, as well as the watermaster who gave her the hot bath. Pike doesn't want to participate in it, but it's a situation where if he doesn't, he's a little guilty, so unfortunately he has to. One person that is noticeably absent from this, though, is Wilfred. And that's because he's with the Headwoods, who are tending to Zara's baby, who looks like he or she is ready to come out. Now, over with Leighton, he didn't just decide not to come back, so Pike's theory holds no weight. For the last 6 months, he's been circling the globe, using Melanie's research to try to find a hotspot that they might be able to live in. They've been collecting ice samples, but so far, it's been pretty fruitless. To make matters worse, every time they stop, the engine starts overheating, which is giving Alex a fit. That's what happens at the latest location. As Ben is outside grabbing ice samples, the train starts overheating. Alex radios to him that he has to come back immediately, but Ben feels like it's an error. Ben and Alex start arguing about what they're supposed to do, and Leighton, who's in charge, tells Alex, just do what you can for the time being. Alex is frustrated, but does what she's told, and as they're waiting for Ben to come back, Bess goes to check up on her prisoner, Audrey. Sykes is also a prisoner, but she's at least come around to being a cooperative prisoner. There's also a third person there, a guy named Martin, who unfortunately was a first-class resident, and when the cabin exploded, he was just taking a nap. Wrong place, wrong time. Now he's stuck with Leighton and his group. Bess goes to give them their daily meal, which, food, by the way, is running very scarce. And they start talking about what's going to happen when they re-link up with Wilfred's Snowpiercer. Martin figures they're just going to trade Audrey for Zara. Audrey, however, isn't even thinking about that. She's just insulting Sykes over and over again because she feels like Sykes is a traitor for not fighting back and cooperating with Bess and Leighton in that group. In the middle of the conversation, if you want to call it that, the phone rings, and when Bess picks it up, Leighton is on the other end saying, "You got to come over here quick. Lock them up. But if they ask what's going on, tell them it's nothing you need to be concerned with." In reality, it's a big concern. As Ben was coming back, the ice gave way, and he fell into what was an abandoned building. This is going to cause Leighton to have to go out and find Ben. But Leighton isn't the only one going. Josie demands to go with him. The issue is they can't just sit there and wait for them to go get Ben and bring him back. By that point, the engine is going to be toast. They need to get the thing moving. So Leighton's orders is to leave them behind and then just circle back for them. By that point, the engine should be okay from overheating. As Leighton and Josie are getting dressed, Josie's a little bit frustrated because she feels like Ben shouldn't have been out there. She feels like Ben has been chasing this pipe dream that Melanie put in their heads. But Leighton wants to stay the course, reminding her that they all agreed they would go find this, quote, New Eden, and then return to the others and take them there. But after 6 months, Josie's a little concerned that there might not be a New Eden. They then finish up getting dressed and head out to go get Ben. When they leave, the train leaves. When Leighton and Josie get to the hole that Ben fell through, he's in pretty rough shape. His suit isn't holding up. If he continues to just sit there, he's going to end up freezing to death. So they're going to have to act pretty quickly. They hook up a pulley system, and they go down to grab Ben. Leighton hooks Ben up to the switch. They pull him up, but Leighton tells Josie, take him back. He's struggling. I'll catch up with you guys. Josie doesn't want to do it, but she can't argue with the logic. But that's when Leighton starts looking around the building that he's in, because it looks like it's been lived in. He pokes around a little bit more and he all but confirms it. I mean, there's generators running. There's also, however, blood on the walls. When he goes into one of the rooms, he all but confirms it. Lights are on. There's pictures up, but that's when he's attacked by the person who lives there. Leighton is able to get the best of this person, but this mystery person ended up damaging his suit. Leighton's in pretty rough shape. Leighton is able to hook the suit up just in the nick of time to save his own life. But Leighton can't just let this mystery person sit there. So Leighton starts dragging the person back to Snowpiercer. And Snowpiercer has made its way back, but with some minor technical difficulties. Like Martin being convinced by Audrey that he should let her out. Sykes, however, wanted no part of it, but Audrey and Martin end up storming the engine room, locking up Till, and then trying to convince Alex that they should just leave Josie, Leighton, and Ben behind. Till, however, breaks out, knocks Martin and Audrey out, and convinces Alex to go back. They pick up the entire group, along with Leighton and this mystery person. And when they settle in, they start nursing this mystery person back to health, and it turns out the mystery person is a female. Oh, and it's also worth mentioning that Leighton has been having visions of New Eden. Might be one of the reasons why he's reluctant to go back and meet up with Wilfred. In episode 2, as this mystery woman is on the mend, Till, Leighton, and Ben go over the latest model, but it's not great. Yes, while that area is warming, it's not warmed enough for them to actually live there. Maybe in another century, but not now. They have one more spot that they can check out, which is located off the Horn of Africa, and it's actually pretty promising. Josie points out, though, they don't have enough food to make it there, and on top of it, they have another mouth to feed. So Leighton knows that they're going to need to go back and reconnect to the train. He's completely comfortable with dragging everybody to this new hotspot to check it out. Till and Alex point out that the problem isn't taking the other train, it's keeping the other train. They're basically going back empty-handed. They don't have Melanie, and they don't have proof of a New Eden. But Leighton says, we're not going back empty-handed. We have a survivor. He then goes to check on that survivor, and when she wakes up, she's disoriented, confused, and confrontational, understandably so, but Leighton calms her down. He explains to her that she's on Snowpiercer, and that is shocking to her because she never expected that train to survive. He starts walking her through the train, but she starts to get a little freaked out when she sees Audrey in a cage. Leighton says, that's a long story, and I'm sure you've got a long story that I want to hear too, but first things first. Leighton asks for her name, and her name is Asha. Josie then escorts her to a cabin that she's made up for her, and they let Asha get settled before they start questioning her on how the hell she's alive. Up in the engine room, they have an issue because they have no idea where Snowpiercer is. They figure that Wilfred is tracking them, which is correct, but they're going to need to get the jump on Wilfred, and they can't do that because they, once again, have no idea where he is. It's basically like trying to find a needle in a haystack, and it's Ben's headache. For the time being, he's just hoping that he can hop on the main track and track him down that way. While they're trying to figure out how to get Wilfred, Leighton is trying to figure out what his vision was of. He heads to the library where Audrey's chained up, and Audrey's questioning him on who that mystery woman was and what exactly he's doing, but he's like a horse with blinders. He's not paying attention to any of it. He goes to a couple of the books and the encyclopedias, and he's able to figure out what it was that he had a vision of. His vision was of something called a dragon's blood tree. After researching it, he goes to Till and he tells her about the vision, how real it was, how he could feel the sun, how he was near the grass. He is convinced that this is the place that they're looking for. The craziest part is that dragon's blood trees only grow where they're trying to get to, the Horn of Africa. Till figures that this dragon's blood tree thing was just something deep in the recesses of his brain, but he tells her, no, I've never heard of this before. Till's suggestion is to keep it to himself, because he sounds crazy. A little while later, Leighton brings Asha some food and gets the backstory of how she's alive. She tells him that there were 34 of them to start. Most of them were scientists and, like herself, nuclear technicians. Marauders killed about half of them before they died out, and then the cold and the radiation poisoning took the rest of them. Like her nephew, who was 15 years old and developed thyroid cancer so badly that he was begging her to kill him. He was the last one to go, and that was years ago. She didn't see anybody after that for 4 years until Leighton popped up. After getting the story, he heads to the engine, and Ben gives him an update that isn't a good one. Their satellites are slowly degrading. They're still driving blind, having no idea where Wilfred is. The plan that the group decides to go with is to parallel the main line and hope the signal improves that they can catch him on the satellite. But over with the train that they're chasing, their number one fan, Ruth, has some visitors, and That's weird because she's in a part of the train where nobody goes because it's so cold. She knows that Wilfred is up to something, so she has to get word to Pike. The way that she does that is through a rat courier through the pipes. And Wilfred is indeed up to something. Kevin is helping him, as is Mrs. Headwood. Unfortunately, Mr. Headwood isn't there because he passed away. Pour one out for an OG. But the thing that they're helping Wilfred with is an EMP machine. Electromagnetic pulse. Can basically kill all electronics when it's fully charged. Wilfred, however, just wants to test 10% of it. He doesn't want to kill his train. He just wants to make sure this thing works. So he gives the order to count down and see if they can test this thing out. As the EMP is counting down, Ruth, who is one of the closest humans to it, unknowingly, is telling Pike about where this mystery weapon is. It's in the last car where the trains would need to reconnect. As she's telling him this, though, she starts to cough. Her health is deteriorating a little bit. Running around in the bowels of the train, freezing her ass off, is not doing her immune system any good. As they're talking, though, they hear the machine go off, and they're a little freaked out. But Wilfred is thrilled because it worked. There's an electrical jolt throughout the cars, but nothing major to kill any equipment. And one of the reasons it didn't kill the equipment on their train is because of the fact that first class, being completely frozen and empty, is the perfect buffer between their equipment and the machine. So Wilfred is in great spirits. But he's not the only one. LJ and Osweiler are in great spirits because they just got engaged. They're getting married. Yay. As soon as she says yes, LJ tells Osweiler, "We need to go tell Wilfred. He's the closest thing I have to family." So the two head up to go tell Wilfred the good news. And when Wilfred gets the news, he's pumped because he feels like this could be an occasion that the train needs. They haven't had a wedding in a long time and it can boost morale. He wants to do it that day. Osweiler was thinking more of an intimate ceremony, low-key, but Wilfred insists and LJ is pumped about it. So Wilfred just hijacked Osweiler's wedding. Wilfred immediately goes into wedding planning mode, putting up posters and alerting the train's occupants that they're going to be throwing a party that night. But as Wilfred and his team are distracted with this wedding, Pike pulls Zara aside and asks her, "Do you know anything about the weapon that he's building back in first class?" Zara has no idea. She just knows he's up to something. Pike then tells Zara that Ruth saw Javi working on it, so she'd like to make contact with Javi. The problem is, Javi hasn't been the same since his face was bit off by a dog. He's not really talking to anybody. Pike, however, pressures Zara to get it done. Zara heads up to the engine, but it's just like she said. When she tries to talk to Javi, he shuts her out. The only time that he responds is when Zara says that Wilfred wants him down in first class. He tells Zara, "I'm on shift," but she says, "I don't know what to tell you. That's what he wants, so put it on autopilot and go." But when Javi heads down to first class, Wilfred isn't waiting for him. Ruth is. And he is shocked. He, like just about everybody, thought that Ruth was on the other train. She tells him, "No, I've been here the whole time, trying to help out Leighton and our friends out there." She can tell that Javi is in a pretty fragile state, so she tells him, I just need a little bit of your help. Tell me what it is you're working on back there." And Javi tells her it's good to stop Leighton dead. He then just turns around and runs out. But as he's making his way back to the engine, he runs into Kevin. And Kevin finds it a little bit weird that Javi was down in first class. Javi doesn't rat Ruth out. He says, "Well, I was just testing some stuff." And at first Kevin believes him, but then he gets suspicious. Kevin knows that a wedding would be the perfect distraction for anybody. So he grabs a bunch of jackboots and starts heading to first class. And he's right. I mean, a wedding would be a perfect distraction. It's one of the reasons why Ruth, Pike, Strongboy, and Lights, and they're trying to figure out how to disable this thing. Kevin, though, is coming right their way. He's abandoned the wedding, which, by the way, almost didn't happen because Osweiler and LJ got in a big fight, but it went down. Anyway, back to the group. When they hear that Kevin is coming, Ruth knows that she has to do something. She decides to sacrifice herself. She figures that when Kevin sees her, he'll just take her and not search the rest of the train. It'll free them up enough time, hopefully, for them to disable it and give Leighton a fighting chance. Pike doesn't want to allow her to do that, but Pike doesn't have a choice. Ruth hands over the resistance to him. It does work. When Kevin shows up, he's shocked to see Ruth, and Ruth just says, "Yep, here I am. You've been looking for me. Well, I'm cold, I'm hungry, I'm giving myself up." Kevin then takes Ruth and escorts her to a prison cell. He alerts Wilfred, and Wilfred is excited. He's finally got the rat that he's been searching for. He's a little surprised that it's Ruth, but he starts gloating to her about how he's going to cut her arm off, which to him is the ultimate irony because she had frozen the most arms of anybody. But that's when all of a sudden a massive electric magnetic pulse goes surging through the train. Pike, Lights, and Strongboy were able to disarm it, kind of. In their attempt to disarm it, it actually turned it on at full blast. They realized they had to get rid of that thing quick, so they literally busted it through the back of the train. When it went off, it affected just about everything, and that includes Leighton's Snowpiercer. But it also gave Ruth the chance to gloat, saying, I wonder what that could have been, and Wilfred knows exactly what it was. That was not planned. He decides not to prolong freezing Ruth's arm off. So he wraps up the wedding and has everybody gather around to make a public display of it. Starts talking about how she was a rat, how she was caught, preparing her all the while. But they're about to get some unwanted guests, because when that EMP went off, it alerted Leighton and his group to exactly where Snowpiercer was. It gave them the chance to get the jump on Wilfred, and that's exactly what they do. Before Wilfred can freeze Ruth's arm off, the train gets a jolt. Right away, Pike knows that Leighton's group is back. And Wilfred isn't concerned. He completely forgets about Ruth altogether, yells to the people to man their battle stations, and gets ready to go to war with Leighton one more time. Episode 3 picks up right where Episode 2 left off. Ruth is escorted back to the prison, and Wilfred prepares for battle. But Leighton's Snowpiercer didn't stop. It actually kept going. Wilfred knows he needs to act quickly, though, because the resistance is fired up. The issue is, as he plugs on to try to catch up to Leighton, he's slowed down by a roadblock that Leighton put there. While he tries to catch up to Leighton, he instructs Kevin to go find members of the resistance and make an example out of them. Wilfred starts looking at the maps because he knows that Leighton isn't going to connect end to end. He would just be picked apart by jackboots. But there's a rail yard coming up of parallel tracks. He figures that's where Leighton was going to want to make his move. But as Wilfred is trying to figure out what Leighton is going to do, Leighton is in his car trying to figure out the same thing. He's trying to figure out which track he needs to maneuver to be side by side with Snowpiercer. The plan that they do have for when they do get parallel to Snowpiercer is for Josie to hop on over, bridge the gap, create a distraction that causes Leighton to go over and take Big Alice. But as Leighton waits for Snowpiercer to catch up, in the bowels of Snowpiercer, the resistance is at work. But it's not really resistance work, they're just actually doing their jobs. Pike, however, knows that he needs to get to Ruth, let her know what's going on, and try to formulate a plan. But Zerek reminds him, we can't afford to lose you, man. You're in charge now. So Strongboy creates the distraction. When Strongboy creates this distraction, though, Kevin has the members of the resistance that he needs to, quote, make an example out of. Strongboy, Zerek, a few others, they're all arrested and taken to the night car. As they're being interrogated, LJ and Osweiler are being awoken from their, quote, honeymoon because they need to open up the night car and entertain the jackboots that are there. LJ is loving the kind of torture that's going down. Osweiler, however, does not. He tells LJ, I didn't sign up for this. LJ tells him, war isn't pretty. Wilfred will protect us. But Osweiler says, yeah, if he wins. I mean, what happens if Leighton rolls in here? He sees us, Wilfred's little wedding puppets? LJ, in an attempt to try to convince both of them, says to Osweiler, we're not guilty, we're just providing a venue. All the while, Kevin is torturing Strongboy by freezing digits of his hand and smashing it until he talks, although Strongboy isn't talking. It gets to the point where Kevin actually freezes Strongboy's tongue in an attempt to get him to talk, but he still doesn't say anything. At this point, though, both trains are parallel. Josie gets in position to make her move, but she has to pull back at the last second because she notices that Wilfred has some sort of cannon, and he does. It's like a grappling hook that's going to penetrate Leighton's train and drag it in. It forces Leighton and his train to quickly divert tracks, but when they do, they almost derail. It gets so bad that they're going to have to cut the last 4 cars off of the train. They're barely able to get Asha out of there, but when they cut free, they're good to go. The issue is when they cut free, they have completely lost Wilfred altogether. And he has cut off communications, so they don't have any sign of him. They're once again driving blind, and I'll remind you, they don't have much food. When Leighton's Snowpiercer had to divert tracks really quickly, Wilfred celebrated. And he did it with Zara. He made Zara watch it all. What he's blown away with, though, is the fact that Zara showed no emotion whatsoever. He even says, I just hobbled your man, and you don't show anything. But Zara still doesn't show any emotion. Wilfred proclaims to both Javi and Zara that at this rate, the war will be over by daybreak. Wilfred has Zara sit down and he starts telling her how much he has invested in her and the child, but she cuts him off and says, yeah, and the fact that they're not going to attack the engine if I'm in it. That shuts Wilfred up, and he walks back over to Javi to try to figure out what their next move is going to be. But little do they know that the resistance is raging on. Pike did make it to Ruth's cabin. he was able to intimidate the jackboot who was keeping guard to move aside. It's actually the same jackboot who gave up the details on the Watermaster helping the resistance. The guy's probably not cut out for that job. Pike gives Ruth an update on what's going on, and Ruth tells him, well, if we're rolling around the dark, we need to signal Leighton on where we are. Pike, though, starts talking about getting Ruth out of there, but she has to remind him, no, this war is bigger than both of us. We need to signal Leighton, and I have an idea. She tells Pike about fireworks that are located on Snowpiercer that he can let off, and how exactly he should go about doing it. So Pike takes off to try to signal Leighton's car. And over with Leighton, they need the Resistance's help. They have no idea where Wilfred is. Leighton, however, does need to go talk to their newest member, Asha. For the time being, he seemed to have put her in Melanie's old cabin, but Asha is just sitting in the dark with her helmet on. When Leighton comes in to let her know that it's going to get worse before it gets better, she starts kind of demanding some answers. She asks why exactly Mr. Wilfred damaged the train, and when Leighton brings up the fact that it's just a cat and mouse game, she kind of scoffs at that, saying, oh, and you're supposed to be the cat? 8 of you versus the great Mr. Wilfred? But Leighton tries to set her straight, saying, he's not as great as you think he is. We saved our own damn selves, and this is personal for us. I'm just here to warn you. In order to kind of put her mind at ease that they're not going to attack the train, and it is personal, Leighton reveals that he has a partner on Snowpiercer who's pregnant. To which Asha says, if you're doing this for a child, you will do things that you never thought were possible. But she doesn't say it in an inspiring way. She says it more in a, I've been there, trust me kind of way. Leighton then heads back to the engine room because they're at the point in the rail yard where it's their best opportunity to see Wilfred again. They have pretty much everybody with binoculars looking all over the place for any sign of Snowpiercer, but nothing yet. That is, until they see the fireworks that Pike turned on. It's exactly what Leighton needed, but it's exactly the opposite for Wilfred. Now that Leighton knows where Wilfred is, they can figure out exactly what his plan is. And his plan is to sneak out of the rail yard, because if he does, he's pretty much gone forever. But because of the fireworks, Leighton is going to try to beat him to it, cut him off. It works. They block Snowpiercer, and Wilfred has nowhere to go. Both engines are actually pointed at each other. The first thing Leighton does is make sure that their deal is still intact. He was supposed to keep Audrey safe, and in return, Wilfred was to harm nobody, especially Zara. Wilfred confirms this and even has Zara talk to Leighton over the loudspeaker so he knows that she is indeed safe. Leighton, in return, has Audrey talk to Wilfred. If you were wondering, the romance is still very much alive with those two. As Audrey is unknowingly distracting Wilfred, Leighton gets ready to go aboard Snowpiercer. Once Wilfred kind of gets his head together, he makes his next move on the chessboard, telling Leighton's train that if they don't reconnect, Snowpiercer is just dead on the tracks. This is going to result in everybody freezing to death. Ben grabs the microphone and tells Wilfred, you're desperate. But Wilfred lets him know, you don't have a choice. So Ben tells him, prepare to connect. And if they do that, there's going to be a bunch of jackboots waiting to take them into custody. But they don't have to worry about that, because Ben tells Javi a message in Spanish, and Javi opens up the side door. Then Josie hops up on the windshield of Big Alice and starts distracting him, acting like she's going to penetrate the windshield, which would kill everybody, including Zara on board. It freaks out Wilfred just enough to lock himself out of the engine room, but he backs up right into Leighton's hands. Leighton beats the crap out of him, and then he orders Wilfred to tell his men to stand down, and they do. And then Wilfred announces to the train that Andre Leighton has it. Leighton announces to everybody that they're back, and then he returns into Zara's arms for the first time in 6 months, which is a little awkward for Josie, because the two did kind of kiss, although Leighton did have to put an end to it, saying, I'm kind of with somebody. The two trains connect, and Leighton is back in charge. Some people are thrilled about this. Other people, like Kevin, are distraught. Then there's LJ, who turns to Osweiler and says, I think it's about time we get on the right side of history. She hands Zerek an orange, and then stabs Kevin in the throat. It takes Osweiler completely off guard. He did not see that coming. But she proclaims to everybody, long live the resistance. So she just changed teams in the blink of an eye. After Leighton puts Wilfred into custody, he goes and meets with Ruth, and they have a celebratory drink about his return. He then tells Ruth about the plan to get everybody to New Eden. Ruth is a little concerned, though. She tells Leighton, we just had a really tough 6 months, and now you're going to drag them into the toughest stretch of track. But Leighton shakes his head and says, no, I'm going to put it to a vote. We're going to show people democracy works. That's cause for concern for Ruth, because she's not confident that Leighton is going to win. She reminds him that half the people on board aren't big fans of him, but he promises that he will convince them that this is the right move. In order to do that, though, he's going to need Asha's help. He brings her into the library and tells her that everybody's going to have a vote on where they're going to go next, including her. But in order to guarantee that they go to the new place, they're going to need to lie, and Asha's going to have to be a part of that. Asha agrees, and the two head to make the announcement that they're putting the location to a vote. As those two were talking, back in Leighton's old home, the Tail, they're in mourning because, unfortunately, Strongboy didn't make it. Some people who have survived are in drawers, and that's who Till goes to check on. She checks on Roach, who is stable, Carly is stable, and Anne is stable, but she's in such rough shape that Till gets pretty emotional looking at her. And then finally, there's the reunion between Javi and Ben. That's also a pretty emotional one, because this is the first time that Ben is seeing Javi since his face was chewed up by a dog. They reunite, and Javi just cries into Ben's arms. A little while later, everybody hears Leighton's announcement on the plan to put it to a vote. And then he turns the mic over to Asha, who lies to everybody, saying that not only did she survive, but she's from New Eden. That's exactly what Leighton was looking for. Everybody on the train does vote, and it's an overwhelming yes to going to New Eden. And it's all because of Asha's lie. Ruth gives the good news to Ben, Leighton, Josie, Alex, and Till. And they all start kind of talking about the fact that this is yet another lie on a train that's kind of built on lies, like the mysterious Mr. Wilfred and Melanie being out there. Leighton, however, thinks that this is going to be the last one. But one person who isn't at this meeting is Asha, because she is still in the library, and she is once again wearing that helmet, and it doesn't seem like she's holding it together all that well. In episode 4, as they make their way to the Horn of Africa, Ben decided to take a shortcut, but it backfired. There's a blockage on the track. But the blockage isn't going to be able to be easily removed. It's 4 train cars from Big Alice that Wilfred bailed on. He did it so they could conserve heat, and energy, and food, and all of that. But now they're basically bolted to the track. Alex and Ben call down to Leighton to find out what he wants to do about it. But Leighton is in first class, along with Asha answering a bunch of questions from people about New Eden. When Leighton gets word that he's needed, that kind of ends the conversation. It's a good thing because Zara's story's already cracking a little bit. As Leighton is leaving first class, he sees Pike on the staircase and he says, "You're late." But Pike says, "You didn't invite me." Leighton tells him, "You're days late. We could really use you. You stepped up as a leader and people could really use you if you let them." Pike makes his way down the staircase and tells Leighton, "While you were gone, we lost both Last Australians and Mama Grande to the flu, and then you show back up and we lose Strongboy." Leighton says may they rest easy, but Pike is still annoyed. He looks at Leighton as the leader who left them. So that relationship isn't really any better. Leighton then gets up to the engine room and gets the details on what is blocking the track. The alternative is just going back the other way, and that's going to take far too long. They need to move those cars. The only way to disengage these clamps is to actually board the cars, power them up, and then manually disengage them. Alex immediately says, "I'll go." But Ben tells her he's going with her. It's going to be a 2-engineer job, and Javi can drive the train and then come pick him back up. Both Alex and Ben put on the suits, get everything they need, and they head out to the cars. Oh, I should mention that Alex is having full-blown conversations with Melanie. Or Melanie's ghost, at least. And she's not the only one, because Wilfred is doing the exact same thing as he tries to figure out where they are on the track from prison. After he left the engine, Leighton heads to go hang out with Zara, and he starts telling Zara about his dream of New Eden, everything it details. But that doesn't mean he isn't concerned about the fact that he might be wrong, and Zara reminds him, "Yeah, but what if you're right?" After he wraps up with Zara, he has a lunch date with Asha. Asha is still getting reacclimated to just eating normal food. Leighton turns over his shoulder and notices that Dr. Pelton is under the dining car. So he goes and talks to her, and this isn't a coincidental run-in. Dr. Pelton tells Leighton that she was sidelined for Zara's pregnancy. Dr. Hedwood took over. Pelton snooped around and found Zara's file, and in it, she finds the reason that she was sidelined. It's because Wilfred had Dr. Hedwood inject the baby with cold treatment, the same stuff they gave Josie. When Leighton finds out that Wilfred was experimenting on his unborn baby, he snaps. The first person he goes and yells at is Dr. Hedwood. Dr. Hedwood promises him that her treatment is going to work, but he starts screaming at her, "What about our consent?" And that's when Dr. Hedwood says, "You probably should go talk to Zara." And when Leighton does, he's shocked to find out that Zara did consent to it. She figures everybody has to adapt or die. They start getting an argument about her real motives. Was it for the baby or was it for her own protection? protection she probably needed because Leighton wasn't there. It gets really heated. The argument only ends when they get a phone call telling them that Leighton's needed in the engine. Now, while all of that drama was going on with Leighton, Till went and woke up a buddy, Roach. Unfortunately for Roach, Anne didn't make it when they tried to wake her up from the drawers. Because of that, he's having a tough go of it. He's drinking a lot and being an absentee father to his daughter, Carly, who is a teenager. And, teenagers normally hate their dad, but because he's not around, it's even worse than normal. Till figures she needs to help her friend cope, so she takes him to the drawers. Roach asks for a minute alone, but it's not to grieve or to take it all in. It's to steal medical equipment. Because Roach wants payback. After she leaves Roach alone, Till heads to the night car where she sees Asha. The night car has been turned back into a nightclub. And at first, Asha is loving it. She's taking it all in, having a blast, but then it becomes too much. She makes her way to the back where that private room is that Audrey used to help people remember things in. Unfortunately for Asha, the things she's remembering are horrific. It's her having to fight off attackers and really fight for her life. Till checks on her, and Asha tells her, I just don't think I was worth saving. I might implode. Till tells her that everybody feels that kind of guilt. She understands what kind of pressure Asha's under, and Asha cuts her off and says, I'm not going to spill the lie. I can see what New Eden does for everybody, and their psyche and their souls. Till then escorts Asha back to her quarters. But back with the engine, Leighton was called there for a reason, and it wasn't just to catch up and chit-chat. It was because Ben and Alex have hit a roadblock of their own. First of all, their whole mission's been a mess. Alex, having lived on Big Alice, knew exactly what they were walking into, and what they were walking into is basically a crypt. When Wilfred dropped those cars, he didn't drop them empty. People were on them, and thus people were frozen to death and died right away. Alex knew some of those people. She was saved by Wilfred, which made her feel chosen, but it didn't take away the pain that she dealt with because she had a best friend on that car. And going back to that car, seeing her best friend's bunk, seeing her best friend's body has done a lot to her. She feels immensely guilty. Ben, though, gets her back on track with the mission at hand. Some of the cars they're able to detach right away. There's one, however, that appears to be blocked. Alex's theory is that one car has always been a lemon. It's constantly breaking down. That's one of the reasons why Wilfred dropped it when he did. But because of that, they might have to ask Wilfred because he might know how to detach it. It's something that nobody really wants to do. Ask that guy for help. Leighton heads down to Wilfred's cell and says, Ben, I'll patch him through. But when Leighton gets there, Wilfred is not doing well. Because that payback that I talked about with Roach, he got it. He showed up in his brakeman outfit, heads down to where they're keeping Wilfred, opens the cell, and then injects him. Wilfred feels it right away. He's loopy as hell, and you figure whatever Roach injected him with could eventually kill him. About a minute after Wilfred's injected, Leighton comes down, sees him writhing on the ground, and asks Roach, what the hell happened? And Roach says, I gave him a dose of his own medicine. Leighton gets down and starts smacking Wilfred's face, trying to revive him, saying he would love to watch him die, but they need him at the moment. Even in his loopy state, Wilfred says, oh, you found the cars. Leighton explains he will save him if he gives him the information he needs, but Wilfred doesn't give any information and asks Leighton, how's Zara and our child? And when he says that, Leighton starts screaming at him, don't ever go near my family again. At this point, Till has made it down, and she wants to know what the hell happened. Leighton quickly fills her in, tells her, get Roach out of here, and get me Dr. Pelton immediately. When Leighton looks back at Wilfred, he is passed out. He has no other choice. He has to call up to Javi in the engine room and tell him they need to abort the mission. It's worth mentioning, by the way, that while Wilfred and Alex have been talking to the ghost of Melanie, Javi is still traumatized by that dog. It seems like every time he turns around, he sees him, even though the dog isn't there. When Javi relays Leighton's message, Alex and Ben don't take it well. They need more time. Ben yells to Javi, get Leighton back on the line, but Javi is too distracted. He feels like that dog is breathing down his neck, even though it's a figment of his imagination. Alex refuses, though, to give up. Even as Ben is packing up to leave, Alex is still trying to figure out how to unhook these cars. She gets that help from the ghost of Melanie. Through Melanie's guidance, she's able to face her fears of being back in that car and uncouple the train. This allows them to clear the track and Snowpiercer to continue on to the Horn of Africa. When she gets back on the train, Alex also faces her fears about Wilfred. She admitted to the ghost of Melanie that she missed him, and it's understandable. Wilfred was kind of like a father figure, even though he was sick and twisted and a narcissist. So as Wilfred is hanging on by a thread in the medical bay of Snowpiercer, Alex is sitting there right by his side. Oh, and finally, Ruth and Pike hooked up. They went out for some bananas Foster, and then they had adult fun. So good for them. At least somebody's getting laid on that train. In episode 5, Snowpiercer continues to make its way to New Eden, and Alex continues to watch Wilfred as he's on the mend, although he hasn't really woken up yet. Alex, though, isn't the only person that wants to see Wilfred. Audrey tries to get to him, but Dr. Pelton stops her and says, "You're not even supposed to be in second class. You're restricted to third class. Get out of here." When Audrey pleads the case to Alex that Wilfred needs her, Alex just says, no, he doesn't. But most of the train is getting ready for the baby to arrive. This is the first baby in a while, so it's a big deal. The tale always had a tradition of suggesting names for a new baby. They're continuing that tradition. All the kids in school are writing their preferred name onto a card and putting it on a tree. Most of the time, though, the tale would settle for whatever city that they were closest to, which is why Winnie, his real name, is Winnipeg. Even with all the suggestions that they have, Leighton and Zara still have no idea what they're going to name the baby. But they better figure it out soon because Zara's water breaks, and they have to rush to go see Dr. Hedwood. At the time of Zara's water breaking, Dr. Hedwood was in a meeting with Josie. Josie's been experiencing some pins and needles sensation, but that's not really concerning her because that comes and goes. She's been also having a lack of sensation, which is concerning to her. So Dr. Hedwood starts going around her body, literally poking it to see if Josie can feel it. Hedwood doesn't exactly know why it's happening, but does figure that it's just a reaction from the cold treatment. When Dr. Hedwood gets the call that Zara's water breaks, she rushes Josie out, though. It's go time. Dr. Hedwood will not be the only doctor there, though. Zara and Leighton invite Dr. Pelton, which Dr. Hedwood is completely against, but Zara flat out tells Hedwood, "This is my preferred doctor. She's staying and helping, whether you like it or not." It forces Hedwood's hand, and she has to abide by the patient's edict. But Leighton is stressing everybody out, and a little while after Zara is admitted, she kicks him out. With Zara now at the finish line, all of Snowpiercer is alerted to this by the new head of hospitality, Ruth. She's back in her teal jacket and looking dapper as ever. After making the announcement to the car, Ruth heads to the tree, because the second tradition is that when the mother goes into labor, they light up the tree with all the names. It's supposed to be beautiful, and normally it is, but this tree lights on fire. The good thing is the fire is put out pretty quickly, but when Till looks into it, she realizes this isn't just any electrical fire. This is straight up arson. Somebody wanted to send a message. When Till and Leighton link up, Till shows Leighton her discovery. Now it's just a matter of trying to figure out who exactly would want to do it. The one substance that was all over the wires was ethanol, and there's one place to get that, the night car. So Leighton and Till head up train to go meet with Osweiler and LJ. While they're doing that, two lovebirds reconnect. Pike ends up running into Ruth. Ever since he really took hold of the resistance, Pike has wanted that power. He feels like he could do a better job than Leighton. He looks at Leighton like a guy that abandoned him, while Pike was left back to fight the good fight. Now that Leighton's back, he doesn't want to take orders from him. He floated this idea earlier to Ruth, but she didn't really give him an answer, and now he gives her, quote, last chance. Part of his proposal is that she won't have to listen to Leighton, and that the two together could really form a formidable 1-2 punch. Ruth is completely content, though, with being the head of hospitality. She's good where she's at. Pike is a little hurt and a little disgusted with the fact that Ruth won't go with him. He looks at Ruth and says, "I guess I'll see you around." Around the same time Pike was leaving Ruth, Leighton and Till were arriving in the night car. They question Osweiler and LJ about their whereabouts, and Osweiler lets him know that even though he's a nut, Wilfred ran a pretty tight ship. They accounted for every drop of ethanol they used, so if they want to check the books, go ahead. But the real place that they should be looking is the Speakeasy. It's ran by Leighton's people, the Tailies. So Osweiler takes him there. And sure enough, it's run by Zerek. When Zerek takes him down to where he stores the ethanol, he quickly realized that somebody stole part of his stash. And they stole a lot of it. More than would have been needed to simply spark an electrical fire, which means somebody is running around the train with a lot more left. And that is a big issue. They both need to figure out who did this before the baby comes, so they split up. Till goes and has a talk with Audrey, and Leighton goes and has a talk with Wilfred because he's supposed to be coming out of suspension. Maybe he knows who's doing this. The conversation that Till has with Audrey really doesn't go anywhere. Audrey admits to watching the fire, but she didn't do it, and she doesn't know who did. Before Till leaves, She tells Audrey, "You need to find a rock bottom before you can't come back. I know who you used to be. You used to be a healer. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the power that you had in the night car. So to hell with you for giving that all up, because we're going to need that healing power once we get off this train. Pull yourself together." And then she leaves. Leighton's conversation with Wilfred doesn't really go any better. When he arrives in the medical bay, Wilfred is still knocked out. He does come and go, but not enough to actually form a sentence or anything like that. To try to stimulate the brain, Alex has been reading to him. Wilfred does recognize Leighton's voice and mumbles, "Leighton, the baby bells." But when Leighton asks Wilfred if he has any fire starters in his flock of followers, the only thing Wilfred said is, "A lot of people hate you," which Leighton is quickly realizing. Leighton isn't able to extract any more information out of Wilfred because Ruth comes and grabs him. There was an issue in the seed bank car. That's where they're holding all the seeds so that when they finally do get to New Eden, they can plant anything they want. So it's a pretty big car, and there's yet another fire that's raging in there. Ruth was alerted by the engine, and the engine was alerted by Javi and Sykes. Javi and Sykes were put together by Ben. Ben simply can't trust Javi at all to run the train right now in his current condition. He feels like maybe having a partner would help, especially because Sykes dealt with a very similar situation as Javi. Her face was bitten off by Wilfred's dog. At first, Javi is completely against it. He doesn't trust Sykes at all, and he doesn't want a partner. He also feels betrayed by Ben because Ben doesn't think he's a competent engineer anymore. But all of that quickly dissolves when Sykes tells Javi how she was able to get over the dog bite. The worst part for Sykes is she doesn't even remember what she did to piss Wilfred off to get that scar on her face. She also tells Javi that while it was going on, all she could think of was, well, it's not the dog's fault. The fact that Javi has somebody else in the room that went through what he went through does help him. And when the fire goes on, it kind of snaps Javi out of it. When Leighton arrives in the seed bank, he doesn't exactly find a blazing inferno. He finds a trash can fire, one that he easily extinguishes. But Leighton is unknowingly being watched by Pike. And Pike stole a bunch of ammonium nitrate, which is exactly what you use to make a bomb. And that's what he does. He makes a bomb and sets it up. The fire was just a way to draw Leighton in. When Leighton gets within range, Pike detonates it. Luckily for Leighton, Till, who showed up, and one guy from hospitality, they don't get killed. They leave with minor scrapes and scratches. But they are pretty shaken by this. Somebody clearly just tried to murder Leighton. Leighton is woken up by Sykes as Javi gives the engine an update that the seed bank was miraculously saved. As if things couldn't get worse for Leighton, he has to make his way down train because he is desperately needed in the medical bay. Zara is not doing well. The cold treatment to her unborn baby dropped her internal temperature. It is dropping rapidly fast. She needs to get this baby out to legitimately save her life because her temperature is at something like 96 degrees. When Leighton does finally show up, the first thing he notices is just how cold she is. But with Leighton there, Dr. Pelton and Dr. Headwood, a few pushes and baby Liana comes out happy and healthy. Ruth makes the announcement to the train and everybody's thrilled that we have a new passenger on board. A little while later, Wilfred comes out of suspension, although he's still woozy as hell. Audrey takes Till's advice, grabs a guitar, and starts entertaining third class, and that performance is seen by Pike, who realizes just what a shitty thing he was doing to Leighton, how low he stooped. So he sneaks off to an unoccupied part of the train, and he destroys the triggering device for the rest of the bombs that he planted. But the one place we really haven't talked about this entire episode is what happened in the engine. While Leighton is having a baby with Zara, Josie was having a tough time with that. She's still in love with Leighton. She confides in Ben because these two people are in love with someone that they can't have. Ben is still in love with Melanie, but he can't have her because she's dead. Josie's in love with Leighton, but she can't have him because he's with Zara. As Ben slowly teaches Josie how to be an engineer, they bond through this. And when the announcement of the baby comes, they hook up. So baby Liana might not be the only new passenger on Snowpiercer. Who knows, in 9 months, we could be welcoming a baby between Ben and Josie. Alright, probably not. But still, there's a lot of sex going on in Snowpiercer now that everybody's back. In episode 6, the hunt for Leighton's killer is on. Everybody, especially the tailies, want to find this guy. So, it's a little awkward for Pike. Leighton, Zara, and Liliana are held up in Wilfred's old car. Astrid, Zerek, and Pike show up, and Leighton's thrilled to see them. He looks at both of them like brothers. He's even happy when he checks Pike and sees that he's carrying a weapon. Eventually, Astrid and Zerek leave to set up a border. But this is such a big deal that Ruth tries to go and check in on Roach, who's in the mental car. The psychiatrist, though, does not think it's a good idea to release him because Roach is still obsessed with retribution. Ruth decides to go and talk to Roach on her own. Maybe she can convince him and let him know that he's needed. Roach is non-responsive. Ruth asks Roach to just tell the psychiatrist what he wants to hear. Get out of there. Get on with this life. Not only does the train need him, but his daughter needs him as well. But the psychiatrist is correct. Roach is still obsessed with vengeance. He's not in the right mental state to get out of there. Unfortunately for Ruth and the rest of the car, they're going to have to do this one without Roach. Back up in Wilfred's old car, Leighton is obsessing over who might have killed him. He's convinced that it's Wilfred, but Zara doesn't think it is. She just doesn't think he's the right guy for this, especially in his current state. All the while, Pike is acting like a friend. And Zara and Leighton are appreciative of it, so much so that they give Pike Liliana to hold for a little bit. When Pike finds out that the baby's name is Liliana and they didn't keep with the tale tradition of naming babies after the closest city, he's not happy. But Leighton tells him Liliana suited her better. For Pike, this is another example that Leighton is not really a tailie anymore. The phone then rings and it's Till. Till was really the boots on the ground, trying to track down exactly who this was. And what she was able to find out is that the bomb that took out Leighton was a similar bomb to a tailie revolution after year 3. Which means that it must have been a tailie. Till goes to Lights because Lights is the bomb maker, and Lights swears up and down that it wasn't her, and Till doesn't actually believe that it was. But she asks to know who would have known how to make the bomb. And when Lights goes to show her her cookbook, the page where you make the bomb is missing. So the phone call to Leighton was to let him know that it was somebody in the tale. And that's when Leighton figures out that it was Pike. By the look in Leighton's eye, Pike knows that he's been found out. But he has leverage because he's holding Liliana. Leighton and Zara start begging Pike to hand over the baby. Leighton telling Pike, this is between me and you, man. We can talk this out, but give the baby over to Zara. Pike is so insulted by the fact that they really think he would harm the baby that it pisses him off even more. Eventually, though, he does hand over Liliana, but he runs out of there and runs into hiding. Word starts to circulate through hospitality and the brakeman that Pike was the one who put the hit out on Leighton. And this really surprises Ruth. She makes it her mission to clear Pike because she doesn't believe that he'd be capable of this. She goes to his quarters, but she doesn't find Pike. She finds Till and Leighton searching around. When she sees them, she has to come clean about the fact that she had a relationship with Pike. After all, they spent 6 months fighting Leighton's war together in the shadows. This is pretty surprising to both Till and Leighton, but they quickly get back to the message at hand, with Ruth not believing that Pike could be capable of such a thing. And that's when they hand over the torn out pages from Lights' cookbook that were found in Pike's room. It shows that Pike is guilty. Leighton and Till go make an announcement to the tale to let them know that Pike was the one that put out the hit on Leighton. Most of the tailies don't even believe that it could be possible. Even after Leighton shows them the torn out pages, they still don't believe it. But Leighton's message is clear. If you see Pike, you're supposed to bring him in. Doesn't matter that you guys are old friends. You tried to blow up somebody, so do your civic duty. And Pike just so happened to go back to one of his hiding places. It's a place where he was making the bombs. But he got caught by Asha. Asha couldn't take all the people and the sensory overload, so she ended up finding that nook of the train and hiding out in it, putting on her helmet. When Pike shows up, she's ready to battle, but Pike makes it clear from the get-go, hey, I'm not here to hurt you. As Pike is collecting another bomb, they start talking about New Eden and where exactly Leighton found her. Her story starts cracking. Pike does not believe it for a second. It doesn't make any sense. If she knew about New Eden and she came from New Eden, why didn't she stay in New Eden? Why didn't Leighton find her in New Eden? Pike doesn't really have time to sit there and grill her about it because Ruth shows up, confronting him about what he did. Ruth tries to convince him to turn himself in, but Pike won't. She's also not going to rat him out after what they went through. Pike ends up just walking off. As the tailies are sort of but not really trying to find Pike, Alex had nothing to do, so she went to go eat. While she's eating, she notices Callie, Roach's daughter. She starts trying to talk to her, but Callie's pretty rude. She looks at Alex like Wilfred's little pet. Since Wilfred did what he did to her family, she's not really in the mood to talk. Alex, though, is pretty undeterred, sits down right across from her, and the more they do start talking, the more that they become friends. They solidify that friendship when Alex uses her powers from engineering to get Callie in to talk to her dad. And Callie is able to do what Ruth couldn't, convince her dad to tell the shrink whatever he needs to hear to get out and get back to normal. Now back up where Leighton's being held. Leighton, Till, and Zara get a visit from two familiar faces, Josie and Miles. Miles is doing great. He's still in the internship program and thriving, but he came up with an idea on how to make this Pike thing work. Old Yvonne's rules. It's a Taily tradition. If two Tailies have a disagreement with each other, they have to sit it down and talk it out. They're not allowed to leave until they both agree. Leighton's all for it, but Zara isn't, and that's because there's one little catch with old Yvonne's rules. If the two parties don't agree, then they fight to the death. Josie and Miles, though, remind everybody that Leighton's in power. He has to yell for the knives. If he doesn't, then Pike has no choice but to sit there and talk it out. And Taily pride will get Pike out of his hole. It's really the only way. So Leighton makes the announcement to the train, and a little while later, Pike shows up in the tail, ready to talk it out. He's not empty-handed, though. He is holding a bomb that he hands over to Ruth. He says goodbye to Ruth. Josie reminds everybody of the rules, and then they talk it out privately. Just Leighton and Pike. Ruth, who wasn't allowed to stick around, needs to forget about what's going on, and she finds it in Roach's cabin. She ends up waiting for the results of this Taily tradition with Till, Roach, and Callie. But back in the tail, Pike's big problem with Leighton is the fact that he feels like he was used as his errand boy. Leighton admits that, yeah, he was, but they're also brothers. He thinks highly of him. Leighton tells Pike he's willing to put all of it aside and asks him, what do you want? But all Pike wants is for Leighton to call for the knives. Leighton goes so far as to offer Pike the title of Godfather of Liana. Pike would be touched if it was anybody else, but he tells Leighton, I see right through you. He then reveals to Leighton how he saw Asha and started talking to her, and he knows that setting course to New Eden was based on a lie. Pike is willing to tell everybody about this. So the only way that Leighton is going to be able to lead the train to New Eden is if he calls for the knives. And Leighton doesn't have a choice. He has to. Everybody is very surprised when they hear Leighton yell for those knives, including Josie, but they have no choice. It's Taily tradition. So Josie brings them in, and the two guys start battling it out to the death. As Zara is standing outside, disgusted, yelling for them to let her in, because, you know, it's safe to let in a woman with a newborn in the middle of a knife fight. The two combatants start swinging punches back and forth until eventually they grab the knives. And in the end, it's Leighton who stabs Pike first. Pike's last words to Leighton are, I hope you find it frozen. Then he keels over and dies. Everybody on the train is made aware of the results. Those who want to come and pay their last respects to Pike's body, and that includes Ruth. Leighton says to Ruth, I'm sorry. And she just looks up at him disgusted and says, I'm sorry too, and walks off. Leighton cannot tell anybody the reason on why he called for the knives, which makes this even harder. Another part of this tradition is Leighton is to stay with the body all night to reflect. And he's trying to do that. But then he starts having those flashbacks of New Eden. They start coming very quickly until he gets so disoriented that he just collapses in the room. Now, two people we really haven't talked about much are Wilfred and Audrey. I guess after that little speech that Till gave her and that concert that she performed, she's still not over Wilfred. She feels like she needs to see him, but there's really only one person that might be able to get her in, and it's LJ. The price for a ticket up train is LJ's father's replacement eye. She hands it over to LJ, and LJ is able to convince a brakeman to cuff Audrey, escort her up train, and let her have her, quote, conjugal visit with Wilfred. But the Wilfred that Audrey finds is not the Wilfred that she left behind. Coming out of the drawers, Wilfred is a beaten down man. He even tells Audrey at one point, I'm not like I used to be. I can't take a punch. And Audrey is pretty pissed off about this. She yells at him, I spent the last 6 months in a cage, in this cage. Never once did I doubt that I would be reunited with you and we can take back the train. But while Wilfred is excited to see Audrey, taking back the train is not on his to-do list. He's looked at the science of the theory of New Eden and he's even bought in, which pisses off Audrey even more. She has no interest in getting off the train. She wants to control the train with Wilfred. And when Wilfred says to her, we can get off and we can have each other, she just walks off. In episode 7, after the ceremony, Josie and Zrek come in to grab Leighton, but they just find his body. Josie checks for vitals and tells Z-Rec, go get Dr. Pelton immediately. They usher Leighton to the medical car and they start doing a bunch of procedures on him to try to revive him. Nothing, however, is really working. When Till comes to Josie to get an update, Josie doesn't really have one. The doctors are currently working on him. And Till sort of blames Josie for what went down. After all, Josie did say everything was going to be fine, and it wasn't. Zara shows up a few seconds later and asks, what the hell happened? And Josie says, I don't know. He just wouldn't wake up. By the time Dr. Pelton comes out to give them an update, Ben has joined the group as well. She tells them, he's stable now. You can come visit him. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, though. He's in a coma. The only advice that Dr. Pelton has for the group is just to stay, hold his hand, talk to him, things like that. Things that Till is not willing to do. She leaves. Leighton being in a coma is pretty emotional for Till. Tries to go to a secluded area of the car to have a good cry, but she finds the one area of the car that Audrey is at. She doesn't want Audrey to see her crying, but it's too late. Cat's out of the bag. And Audrey looks way more like the old Audrey and less like the Wilfred fangirl that we saw a couple hours ago. News of Leighton has gotten all over the train, including to Audrey, so she tells Till, I'm sorry. She tries to comfort Till, but Till doesn't want to hear it. After all, Leighton and Audrey didn't have the best relationship. Right before she leaves, Audrey tells Till, talk to him. If he's still in there, he's going to hear you. And that's when Till has a great idea. Audrey should do that. Do what she used to do in the night car. Getting inside people's heads is Audrey's thing. It's not Till's thing. Audrey's skeptical, but she did just tell Till that talking to him was worth a try, so she agrees to help Till with this one favor. When Till shows back up in the infirmary with Audrey, Zara and Josie aren't exactly thrilled to see Audrey. Till explains her idea, though, and once again, it's worth a try, so why not? Audrey ends up performing what she used to do in the night car, but it doesn't work. Leighton doesn't wake up. But like Audrey said, just because he didn't wake up doesn't mean he didn't hear her. As Audrey was trying to revive Leighton, Zara and Josie had an awkward conversation outside. After all, Josie wants to be with Leighton, but Leighton wants to be with Zara. It's a real lover's quarrel, if you will. Josie does apologize to Zara for everything that went down because Leighton was never supposed to call for the knives. Zara, though, doesn't blame Josie for what happened. Through more conversation, Zara tells Josie that back in the tale, Josie and Leighton used to do a really good job of just taking care of everybody. They make a really good team. It used to threaten her, but not anymore. The reality is, Zara and Leighton are better as co-parents than being a couple. She then apologizes to Josie for, quote, turning her back on her. And Josie cuts her off and says, whoa, your back was against a wall. I don't blame you for what you did. Zara then tells Josie that she's just really glad that she's there with her that day. And she's also glad that Leighton has her as well. Now, though, everybody just has to play the waiting game to see if Leighton wakes up. And Leighton did wake up, but it was in his mind. He's in a dreamlike state. He's in Snowpiercer, but it's not the Snowpiercer he remembers. He starts off in the engine, but nobody's there. When he closes a door, he notices that the Wilfred symbol that's on all of the doors is gone, and instead, the W has been replaced with a skull. He's kidnapped by what appear to be brakemen or jackboots, but he's weirdly saved by Wilfred, Javi, and Ruth. Although, it's not the Wilfred, Javi, and Ruth that he knows. They're dressed up like they're in 1925 Cuba, and Leighton is very confused. Through talking with Till in this dream world, he finds out that in order to get back home, he has to go meet with the tail boss. And nobody wants to meet with the tail boss. It's a suicide mission. But through a series of events, he makes his way back to the tail. When he meets with the boss, he kind of expects Pike, but instead, it's a woman he's never met before. And he figures out pretty quickly that that woman is Liana. He starts to panic, though, because that wasn't supposed to be her future. What he's currently doing is all for her, but this future, it ain't it. A bomb then goes off, and instead of being in Snowpiercer, Leighton is back in that underground bunker where he found Asha. He's once again wondering what he's doing there, what's going on, how to get home, but he knows that he's close to getting back. He sees that there's one locker open, and when he goes to look into it, Asha slams it and says, don't look in there. Curiosity gets the better of him, and now he needs to know what's in there. She tells him, you're not going to like it. The group is then attacked by a bunch of marauders, probably just like what happened to Asha in the real world. Leighton ends up getting knocked down, and he realizes that that is where he first saw New Eden. It was when he passed out from the lack of oxygen for his suit. After they kill the marauders, he stands up, and he's finally able to see what was in that locker. And Asha was right. He didn't want to look in there. Because it's a calendar featuring the tree that he keeps having visions of. At that moment, real-world Leighton comes out of his coma. Everybody's thrilled that Leighton is back with them, but Leighton is clearly shook. He tells Josie, what if I was so desperate to give everybody a future that I made one up? I can't lead this train if all I have is a lie. As Leighton is confiding in Josie, Till went down train to go find Audrey to let her know that Leighton has come out of it and Dr. Pelton thinks he's going to be okay. Audrey says, you're a really good friend to Andre. Bess, you care so much about everybody else, but you won't let anybody care for you. Why is that? Till doesn't answer her, though, just telling her it's been a long day and walking off. As I said, the news about Leighton reached pretty much everybody on Snowpiercer, including Wilfred. But after that talk with Audrey, Wilfred looks more like the old Wilfred, much more revived, and he looks like he's on a mission. He asks the brakeman to go get him Alex, and he starts combing over maps, books. It's a pattern that Alex recognizes. Alex asks him, all right, what's going on? And he starts asking for tools like charts, compasses. Alex, however, thinks it's so he can kill the guards. He says, no, this is big. This is real hope. And if you don't help me, we may never know. Just like Leighton in Asha's underground bunker, curiosity gets the best of Alex and she agrees to help Wilfred. Through a bunch of encyclopedias, he's able to map out the exact route of all of the tracks. Alex, though, is still confused. He explains to Alex that after the train separated, he followed the trail. He realized he never was going to catch them. He had to intercept. About 3 months in, he thought he caught a break. There was a track link signal around Marseille. He followed it there, but there was no sign of Leighton in his train. Alex says, yeah, we were nowhere near that signal. We were on another continent. Wilfred, smiling ear to ear, says, yeah, so the question is, if it wasn't you, who was it? Alex has no idea, but Wilfred does. He tells Alex, I don't think this was a malfunction. I think it was your mother. I think Melanie's alive. In episode 8, Alex takes Wilfred's theory, heads back to the engine, talks to Ben about it, and they start looking at if this theory could actually hold water. And it does. Now, they just have to tell Leighton. Leighton is currently in a meeting with Asha. He has to find out if what he witnessed in his latest vision is true. If he basically just made the whole thing up based on a calendar. And unfortunately, she confirms that the image that he drew, the image that he saw, was nothing more than an image from a calendar that was in the locker where he found her. He now knows that he made it all up. He then gets the word that Alex is looking for him, so he heads up train. They let him know that some of the track switches have lost power. That's because somebody is moving down the track and flipping them off. When you follow the breadcrumbs, it leads to the Rocky Mountain test track. There is a facility on that test track, so in theory, she could have reached it and gotten a track scaler or a plow. But these are bare bones machines. They're not exactly used to support life. There's a chance that the vehicle is moving and Melanie isn't in it. Or Melanie's body is in it. The vehicles are autonomous, so they could continue to go on for years. They've tracked down this vehicle, and it's about 2 days away. They then let Leighton know that they got this information from Wilfred. And right away, Leighton says, all right, what's his angle? He's got to be messing with us. But instead of waiting for an answer, Leighton just says, I'll go find out. And he goes and talks to him. What Leighton can't figure out is the fact that Wilfred left Melanie out there to die, so why does he suddenly care if she's alive? Why does he want her back? He figures this might be a ploy to knock them off course and crush their spirit, but Wilfred tells him, I wouldn't do that to Alex. But as Leighton knows and Wilfred points out, if there's any hope that she's out there, they have to go after her. And they do. Everybody's in agreement. They're going to take this 2-day detour and they're going to try to find Melanie. Ruth makes an announcement to the entire train, letting them know that they're now on a detour and that Melanie could be alive. A lot of people are thrilled about this. One person that isn't is LJ. She finds Osweiler and starts freaking out because she knows that if Melanie gets back on that train and finds them running the night car, she'll put an end to it pretty quickly. Osweiler, though, isn't really concerned. He tells her, we're getting off this train. You just don't seem to believe it. And Osweiler has started to put the wheels in motion for this. He started to preserve food for over a year. LJ doesn't really want to hear about that, though. She's not just willing to sit around. She has to go find out exactly what this is about, and that means finding Wilfred's people. And there's one person she knows she needs to talk to, and it's Dr. Hedwood. Hedwood, though, does not want to see her at all, but LJ weasels her way into the medical bay. She tells Hedwood that she could be useful to Wilfred and his supporters, and it really should concern her that Melanie's about to reboard the train. Hedwood thinks about it and tells her, okay, if you want in, the price is a skin graft. LJ doesn't really have another option, so she agrees to it. And it's really painful, but she weirdly likes it. So, Osweiler, you have yourself a freak on your hands, as if you didn't already know. She thanks LJ for the contribution and tells her, "We'll call you when we're ready." But as LJ is leaving, she hears somebody groaning from up top. She asks, "Who is that?" But Dr. Hedwood just ushers her out. After LJ leaves, Dr. Hedwood does head up there to check on her patient, and we don't exactly see who it is, but whoever it is, she's keeping it a pretty good secret. And as LJ was giving that skin graft, Leighton was trying to make sure that him and Zara were on good terms, which they are. But then Leighton gets a knock at his door, and it's Asha, who is dressed up in a toxic suit, and she lets him know that they have bad news. Asha brought with her onto Snowpiercer a device that reads the atmosphere, and really everything in it. It starts beeping when there's toxicity in the atmosphere, and it started going off. The problem is the satellites on Snowpiercer aren't picking up anything, so at first, Ben and Alex just thinks that Asha's device is malfunctioning. But it's hard to argue with her because she did maintain air quality at a nuclear power plant, so they have to kind of listen to her. And as they're trying to figure out exactly what is in the air, Leighton sees it up ahead. It looks like a dust storm, but it's a dust storm full of toxic, acidic materials in the air, and they have to go right through it. They start thinking that Wilfred put them onto this track specifically to run into this toxic air, so they go get him and they confront him about it. But he's just as surprised as they are. He even mentions to Alex, "We came through here like 18 months ago. This wasn't here." Now that it's settled that Wilfred really didn't know that it was there, they have to figure out what they're going to do. Wilfred tells him that the HVAC system can handle something like this. And when Asha brings up that whatever's in the air is also corrosive, Wilfred tells her that that was already planned for in the design of Snowpiercer. So it's basically settled. They're going to head through and hope for the best. They do have to make an announcement to Snowpiercer civilians to go shelter in place. Two people that are going to have to do this are Till and Audrey. They were having a good chat about rock bottom and whatnot. When the announcement is made, Roach is actually the one to tell everybody, "Let's go, people. You got to get moving." And Till asks, "What do you need me to do?" But Roach tells her, "Nothing right now. Just go shelter in place." Till knows that Audrey has nowhere to go, so she invites her to go shelter in place in her cabin. Once they get into Till's place, Till does call the engine and asks, "What do you guys need me to do?" But she gets the same response that Roach gave her. "Nothing right now. Just hang out." Till definitely feels left out. Now Till and Audrey have to figure out something to do to bide their time. Till starts showing Audrey all the food she has and also all the alcohol, but Audrey tells her, "I'm actually on the wagon right now." But Till isn't. So she starts drinking a lot, which is something that Audrey has noticed. She can tell that something is really bothering Till, so she puts her through the same procedure that she used to put her customers through in the night car. And what's really bothering Till is who she used to be. Before Leighton took over Snowpiercer, when she was just a brakeman, she was horrible. She just can't believe that person existed. She's kind of freaking out a little bit, and Audrey whispers in her ear, "You changed. Your past may be rotten, but your core is not." When Till opens her eyes, she gives Audrey a big hug. She does feel better. Another person who's sheltering in place and gets a surprising visitor is Wilfred. And the visitor is Zara, along with Liana. Zara figures that Wilfred deserves to see Liana. After all, he did a lot for her. As Wilfred is holding Liana, he starts asking, "Have you noticed any differences because of the cold treatment we gave her?" And Zara's kind of turned off and says, "No. What do you expect to see? She's really addicted to ice cubes? We're not exactly putting her in a cold box." He then hands over the baby, starts to walk away, but Zara stops him and says, "I think I've figured this out. Everyone's expecting a savior in Melanie, but she's a complete wild card, and you think she'll be divisive." Wilfred brushes that aside and says, "All I did was provide some facts. I didn't even provide proof of life." Zara, though, doesn't trust him. A little bit down train, Roach, who is essential, goes and checks on Callie. Callie's still mourning the loss of her mother, and everything that happened, she kind of puts it in the viewpoint of what her mother would be going through. So the fact that Melanie might be out there, she starts thinking, what if her mom's out there too, even though she knows that she's not. Roach tells Callie what he does to help cope with the pain. And it's a little ridiculous, but he tells himself that Anne is currently in the closet. He knows she's not, but it does help. He then gets Callie's mind off things by playing an old cassette tape and singing horribly. Another two that are essential are Javi and Sykes. They're going train to train just to see if the air quality is still pure, and it is. One of the trains, though, features Wilfred's dogs, and Sykes is helping Javi get over his fear of the animal. He's doing better, but as soon as the dog barks, he gets out of there. He can't get over the fact that he's supposed to lead people off this train, but he gets terrified when a simple dog barks at him, and Sykes tries to calm him down. They continue to move car to car, and everything's going fine until they reach one particular car where the air quality is crap. That's because in this one particular car, the air from the outside isn't quite getting filtered properly. Javi and Sykes let the engine know, they put on some gas masks, and they start checking the filter. And as soon as they open it up, that toxic air rushes in. The filters are completely corroded. They also can't seal the air in. If they don't stop it soon, it's going to spread throughout the train and they're going to have a real issue on their hands. To make things worse for Javi, Sykes goes down. So he has to drag her into a completely separate compartment and just hunker down until help arrives. And help has to act quickly because this toxic air is spreading through a bunch of compartments that are very important, like vegetation, poultry, things that you definitely need. Leighton and Asha put on some hazmat suits and get to work. They start heading down train, and the first people they find are Javi and Sykes. When they release them, Javi tells them what they're going to have to do, and then he takes Sykes to go get some help. She's still struggling quite a bit. When it comes to containing the leak, Leighton and Asha are going to have to do this thing manually. Problem is, they can't fit through a small hole with the suits that they're wearing on. Leighton says, all right, I'll just take my suit off, but Ben warns him, you cannot do that. If you do that, you'll be dead in a couple of minutes. Problem is, they don't really have another option. It's either Leighton sacrifices himself for the betterment of the train or everybody on the train dies. Asha decides she's not going to let that happen. She knocks Leighton down, takes off her suit, and heads through the hole. Leighton can't stop her, so he starts directing her on what she's supposed to do. And it works. Asha is able to stop the spread of the air. But just like Ben warned her, she was only going to last a couple of minutes. She can't make her way back up through the hole to put her suit back on. Her last dying wish from Leighton is to describe exactly what he saw in his vision. Leighton feels horrible, though. Ruth comes and finds him and tries to make him feel better about the fact that this was Asha's decision. And he basically vows to find New Eden for her, even though he still knows that he made up New Eden. The good news is, though, Snowpiercer gets through this toxic air cloud. Ben gives the all clear and everybody can stop sheltering in place. Up in the front of the train in the engine, Alex and Ben know that they should be close enough to get the location of exactly where Melanie could be. And then all of a sudden, on the map, it pops up. Now it's just a matter of going and getting her. In episode 9, Till ends up waking up late and she's got Audrey spooning her. She realizes that she needs to get dressed and get up train. Before she does head up train, she asks Audrey, is there something between us? I mean, I know you must get this all the time because of what you did, but am I reading into this too much? And Audrey admits, I would get this from time to time, but not like this. Till tries to process this, but she has to get going. She's running late because this is the day that they think they're going to find Melanie. And in fact, it is. At least they think. They find the little vehicle that Melanie should be in. But when they try to contact her, she doesn't answer. They don't get worried, though. They figure maybe she's on another channel. They quickly catch up to her vehicle and realize they need to get it inside of Snowpiercer. And the people in the engine aren't the only ones who are monitoring this. So is Wilfred from his prison. Although, bougie-ass prison. The big question on both Wilfred and the engine's mind is if she's alive or not. When Till eventually meets with Leighton, he tells her, go get Dr. Pelton. We think we found Melanie. And then both Leighton and Josie get dressed to go wrangle in Melanie's closet of a vehicle. It takes a lot to get Melanie's vehicle into Snowpiercer. We're talking track manipulation by Ben, hooking the thing up, but eventually they are able to get it inside. When they confirm that the vehicle is inside Snowpiercer, Javi takes over for the engine, and Alex runs to go see if her mother is alive. The good news is, she is. Melanie was able to stay alive because she kept taking suspension drugs. And Snowpiercer finding her couldn't have come at a better time because she was on her last bag. She wasn't going to live much longer. When Dr. Pelton gets to her, she puts her in a coma and slowly wakes her up. In the meantime, the rest of Snowpiercer heads to the Horn of Africa. It's back to the mission at hand, New Eden. A couple days later, maybe a week later, it seems like a good enough time has gone by because they're pretty close to the Horn. And that's when Melanie snaps out of her coma. Right by her side is Alex, and she is thrilled to see her daughter for the first time in months. Alex tries to quickly get her caught up on all the goings about with Snowpiercer, but the two just can't hide their excitement to see one another alive. And Alex isn't the only one that's thrilled to see Melanie, so is Ben. After all, he's in love with her. Word quickly circulates to the train that Melanie is alive. When Ruth hears it, she goes and finds Roach, tells him, but the real reason she showed up wasn't to alert him that Melanie's alive. She has an idea. They're about to pass by the pyramids for what probably is the last time if they're getting off the train. She wants to throw a big party for everybody. And Roach says, yeah, a party's something I desperately need. So Ruth gets after it, planning this big party for that night. Word has also gotten to Wilfred that Melanie's alive. Alex fills him in on how exactly Melanie stayed alive the entire time, and Wilfred's impressed. But when Wilfred asks to see Melanie, Alex scoffs at that request. As far as Alex is concerned, the closer they get to New Eden, the closer he is from never being a part of their lives again. Leighton also hears that Melanie is alive, of course, and he goes to visit her right before she's discharged from the medical bay. She thanks him for keeping the train going and for keeping Alex safe. Leighton kind of laughs at that and says, we wouldn't have made it this far without her. Melanie then lets Leighton know that she was filled in on everything that went on, but she's also been able to discern that Leighton lied to the passengers about New Eden. She knows there's no way he was actually at New Eden. He asks, do you disapprove? And she doesn't really answer the question. She just says that when you lie, you better be sure that you're right. He asks her, is that what you told yourself? And then they both have a laugh and he says, I'm glad you're back. He then escorts her to where she belongs, the engine. She gives Javi a giant hug, takes a seat in the chair, and it's as if she's never left. After getting reacclimated, she starts looking at the data that was collected for the Horn of Africa. Ben walks in and explains that the more data they put in, the more that everything pointed to the Horn of Africa. She asks him, has Javi looked over this? And Ben says, yeah, top to bottom, he's on board. But Melanie mentions that Javi's only on board because everybody told him that they've been there already. Ben doesn't want to correct that line of thinking because it's helping him heal. What Melanie's worried about is the fact that the data is not as strong as everybody thinks. What's really driving people's opinion is this hope that it's alive and the lie that people have been there before. The data is just a big question mark. She tells Ben, I have to go talk to Wilfred. I have to find out why he found me. He's up to something. So Ben and Leighton escort Melanie over to where they're keeping Wilfred. Melanie goes in there alone. She feels like if she's alone, he's more likely to spew exactly what's on his mind. And after they get the pleasantries out of the way, they get right to it. He tells her, I'm tired of being the only sane person left in the world. I need your help. I know you've seen it by now. This whole train is caught up in this fantasy. New Eden is ridiculous. If you take the hope out of it, the data is borderline. And you can't convince me that Leighton's been there already. That story has holes. And let's just add the track conditions to the equation, because you know they weren't great 8 years ago. He pitches her on teaming up. Somebody has to be the grown-up, he says. Once they make the turn, there's no coming back. They're going to the Horn of Africa. He even drops the S word. Safe. We have to keep these people safe. Melanie thinks about it and then leaves. As Melanie and Wilfred were talking, so were Ben and Leighton. It wasn't about the Horn of Africa, though. It was about Ben's old flame returning. Leighton tells him, I'm happy for you. And Ben's advice is, I see the way that you look at Josie. Don't do what I did. Don't wait too long to say it. But that's what the leadership of the train is up to. Most of the train is getting ready for the party that night. You would think two people that would be thrilled to host a party would be the managers of the night car, LJ and Osweiler. And while Osweiler is, LJ is up to something, and she won't tell Osweiler what it is. It forces Osweiler to go follow her throughout the train. And when he does, he sees that she has a weird interaction with Dr. Headwood. Headwood gives LJ something, but Osweiler can't see exactly what it is. He heads back to the night car and starts getting dressed for the party, never bringing it up to LJ once. When one of Wilfred's people shows up looking for LJ, Osweiler tries to throw her out, saying, she's not interested in what you're selling, and plus, we're closed tonight. But LJ comes from the back and tells the woman, don't worry about him, he's out of the picture, and hands the woman what Dr. Headwood had given her. When the woman leaves, Osweiler asks LJ, what are you doing? If you align with those people, we're both going to get burned. LJ starts to distract Osweiler, though, seducing him, throwing him down on the bed, but then going full LJ on him, pulling out a knife and scaring the ever-loving crap out of him that she's going to kill him. She starts asking him, what changed in you? Why am I not enough? And just to save his own life, or his dick, he starts reassuring her that he does love her, begging her to take the knife away. She eventually does, and tells Osweiler, I love you too, but don't think that I won't sacrifice what I love to get what I want. They then continue to get ready for this party as if nothing happened. Up train, Melanie is helping Alex get ready for the party, and Alex is nervous. She wants to be perfect for Carly. She tells Melanie, the last time I tried to have a friend, it was LJ, and that didn't really work out too well. It's these mother-daughter moments that Melanie just cherishes. Melanie does go from talking about the party to talking about New Eden with Alex, asking if she's nervous at all about the data because it is inconclusive. Problem is, no one actually knows if it's there or not. Alex admits that if you show the data to 10 different scientists, you're probably getting 10 different answers. Melanie asks her, what's yours? 80% chance of survival? 60? And what about the track conditions? We could derail before we even get there. Alex points out, well, we do have our best driver back with us, i.e. Melanie. Alex's answer to her mother is basically, we decided this and we're headed there, so tough cookies, we're not turning back. The two then head to the party. Till would also like to head to the party, but she wants to head there with Audrey. She asks Audrey if she wants to go on a date to the party, and Audrey would love to go on a date, but she doesn't want to go to the party. She's not ready to face Leighton and the rest of his crew. So Till decides to go take her to another place that she's familiar with, the night car. It is empty after all. As Audrey and Till are standing in the room where Audrey used to do her magic, they end up making out, hooking up, having some adult fun. Now, before Leighton heads to the party, he has to get something out of the way. He really did take what Ben said to heart. So he pulls Josie into the hospitality room and says, I love you, Josie. I've loved you for a long time. I should have told you sooner, but I didn't. You don't have to say anything. I just needed you to know. And Josie looks at him and says, you think I didn't know that already? I love you too, and I hope you know that. But I can't be with you. Not right now, at least. I'll see you at the party. And then she walks out. And that's it. Everybody else does end up going to the party. Everybody's enjoying themselves, waiting to see the pyramids for the last time. And this is the first time that a lot of people are seeing Melanie back. When she enters the room, Ruth starts clapping for her, and pretty much everybody else follows suit. She gives a giant hug to Ruth, and then starts mingling throughout the guests. She meets Carly for the first time, but the real person she wants to talk to is Leighton. She tells him, I don't think New Eden's a good idea. The math doesn't add up. You need a new idea. Leighton tells her, we're going, and then walks off. And Melanie doesn't have a chance to talk to Leighton because Ruth gets up and makes a speech about approaching the pyramids and what a moment it is for everybody. Melanie uses this distraction to sneak off, making her way to the microphone, where she makes an announcement of her own. It does come at a bad time because Osweiler is in the middle of telling Roach that LJ is up to something. But everyone turns their attention to the speaker when they hear Melanie talk, and she reveals that New Eden is nothing more than a lie. Not only that, the journey is unsafe, the track isn't sound, and if they knew what they would find when they get there, it probably would be worth the risk, but the problem is they don't know what they're finding. This news comes as a shock to just about everybody, except Leighton, Ben, the people who know that New Eden is a myth. When Melanie signs off, the crowd turns against Leighton pretty quickly. He instructs Zara to take the baby to Big Alice. He'll meet them there shortly. And then him and Ben head to the engine, but they're too late. Javi is standing there with Melanie, and Javi feels betrayed. And both Javi and Melanie lock Leighton and Ben out. With nowhere else to go, Ben, Till, Josie, Zara, Leighton, they all head to Big Alice's engine. Melanie gets on the phone with Ben, and she explains that the turn is coming up. She had to do what she did. Ben completely disagrees with that, though. Ben completely feels betrayed, and he feels like Melanie killed their hope of a future. Leighton and his group need to figure out what they're going to do next, because it's them versus Melanie and Javi. Javi lets Melanie know that she does have support. First is secure. So she goes to check on Wilfred, but Wilfred isn't there. Because that Wilfred supporter that went to go talk to LJ was able to sneak in whatever it was that Dr. Headwood had given LJ into the prison. Wilfred, sweetening up the guards with cigars, poisoned them, killing them all and escaping. So now Melanie has that to deal with. And in the season finale, there are 3 factions. There are Leighton and the Tail. There's Melanie with whoever is pissed off about the lie from Leighton. And then there's Wilfred. The big question is, where is Wilfred? Well, he reappears in the night car. And he's not the only one to reappear in the night car. That's where Audrey is. But she's no longer on Team Wilfred. She, however, doesn't make that clear to him. After all, she wants to stay alive. Each side looks like it's about to go to war. But if Roach has his way, he won't let that happen. Him and the rest of the brakemen are set up to keep the factions apart. We'll start off in the night car, where Wilfred has made his grand return along with LJ by his side. The only people in the night car that don't want to be there are Audrey and Osweiler. Osweiler makes it way more clear than Audrey, though. But Wilfred has a secret weapon. It's the thing that Dr. Headwood's been working on. Their new cold man. Turns out Boki didn't die in the explosion of the aquarium. He was saved by Dr. Headwood. And he's been turned into Icy Boki. Even though the old Boki was working with Leighton and his group, this new Boki is indebted to Wilfred and Headwood. Shortly after the unveiling of Icy Boki, they get a visit from Roach. He wants to make sure nobody there is being held against their will. After a quick conversation with Wilfred about how Wilfred is planning on keeping both sides apart, he doesn't plan on killing anybody, Roach asks if anybody wants to leave. Audrey starts to climb out of her chair, but it's Osweiler who jumps up and says, "Yeah, me." This is to the shock of LJ, and when he tries to leave, Boki chokes him. He's not going to be able to just walk out the door. He's going to be escorted out, or I should say thrown out by Boki. Hey, but at least Os is free, right? The other two factions have yet to communicate with each other, and there's about 24 hours until the turn. Melanie needs some support, but she also needs to find her daughter. She asks Ruth to help her out, and Ruth is willing to listen to Melanie, but she's also not thrilled about how she went about things. She was a fan of New Eden. Ruth explains that by Melanie doing what she did, it really killed everybody's morale. Everybody was dialed in and going to New Eden on her behalf. And she tries to remind Ruth, that wasn't my mission. My mission was to find a safe route to get off the train. This isn't it. Ruth agrees to go track down Alex, and after a little bit, she's able to locate her and bring her back to Melanie. And Alex is pissed off. She tells Melanie, "I heard you were ruthless, but who knew you would make your strike literally less than 24 hours after we saved you?" Melanie explains to Alex that being an engineer means looking at stuff objectively. Alex ignores that comment and says, "I need you to speak to Leighton before this goes any further." So they set up a secret meeting beneath the train. Leighton holds all the cards in this. He knows he has more forces than Melanie. Melanie's only defense is the fact that it takes a while to get from the tail to the engine, and she thinks she can hold them off long enough to go past the turn. She pleads with Leighton, telling him, "I'm not saying we never go there. I'm saying wait till we know it's safe." Alex speaks up, telling her mother, "Take the turn. The young people want to get off." And Melanie says, "How can I? It's not safe. I want you with me." Alex tells her, "If you want me with you, then you'll take the turn." Unfortunately, neither side can come to an agreement. They go their separate ways, and it looks like we're headed for war. When Leighton gets back up to the tail, they set up their front line. When word gets to Melanie where Leighton and his army are, it's not good news for Melanie at all. She asks Ruth if Roach and the brakemen will stop him, but Ruth tells her, "Roach isn't going to fight your war. He serves the people." Melanie knows that she needs an ally, and there's only one person she can turn to, Wilfred. She's not the only one who's meeting with Wilfred, though. Zara asked Ben to watch the baby, and she headed off to the night car to have a secret meeting with Wilfred because she wants to make sure their deal is still in place. He assures her that no matter what happens, her baby will be safe. Shortly after Zara leaves, Melanie shows up. Wilfred knows that Melanie doesn't want to come to him, but she's having to, hat in hand. She knows that if she fights this war, she's going to lose. Melanie explains that if it looks like they're united, the passengers will choose the train. And Wilfred agrees with that. But there's only one way this is going to work, and that's if Melanie is head engineer and Wilfred retired from engineering completely. Wilfred agrees to it. He just wants to keep some things, like control of the cold treatment. But at the end of it, they shake hands and they are now an alliance. They then call a meeting with Roach and let him know of the alliance. And since Roach works for the people, he now works for them. Roach thinks this is a terrible idea, and he tries to talk Melanie out of it, but there's no talking her out of it. And while they were shaking hands in the night car, down train, Osweiler was letting Leighton know that Wilfred is back, and he's positioned himself in the night car. He also tells Leighton about Icy Bach and Audrey being there as well. That's not a surprise to Leighton, but it is a surprise to Till. She pleads with Leighton that Audrey is not with him anymore. She promises. She won't go into details on how she knows this, but she swears up and down that Audrey is not with Wilfred, not anymore. He then gets even worse news. Ruth couldn't just let Melanie walk off and form an alliance with Wilfred and not let Leighton know. She headed down to the Resistance where she found Lights, and they're communicating through Rat again. So Leighton gets the Rat message, and unfortunately for him, he finds out that he's now outnumbered. A little while later, Roach and the brakemen show up. Leighton takes it as an insult, feeling like Roach picked a side, but Roach explains it's nothing personal, it's literally numbers. He yells at Leighton, "You can't force them to the promised land." And he says, "So you're here to force us back to the tail?" Roach yells that they can discuss it amongst themselves, but they have 2 hours to stand down. And Leighton says, "We don't need 2 hours. Ask your brakemen if they're really ready to do this." Leighton starts rallying his troops, yelling, intimidating the brakemen, and it's working. Roach's men back down, but no bloodshed is spilled. Leighton realizes he needs to have a better plan. So he calls up Melanie in the engine to try to figure out if they can salvage this. Melanie isn't alone in the engine. Alex is with her. Alex left her friends knowing full well that some of them could die that night to be with their mother, but she's pretty pissed off at Melanie for even wanting her to do that. So when Leighton first calls up, Melanie thanks him, but Leighton says it was her choice. They then get into the issue that they have to deal with. What exactly are they going to do? After getting off the phone with Leighton, Melanie goes and visits Wilfred and lets him know that Leighton is not backing down. Wilfred isn't deterred at all. He's got a bargaining chip. He knows that he has something that will make Leighton do whatever he wants. He has his child. Melanie is pretty disgusted by the fact that Wilfred is once again going to use somebody's kid as a bargaining chip, but as Wilfred points out, it does work. So they set up a meeting with Zara. Wilfred, Melanie, and Boki head down to go meet up with Zara, and as Wilfred turns to Melanie and says, "This is everything you need to force a surrender," Melanie locks Boki out. It's just Melanie, Zara, the baby, and Wilfred. But they're soon joined by Till, Audrey, and Leighton, who has a weapon at Wilfred's throat. On the outside, Ruth distracts Boki in enough time to knock him out, rendering him unconscious. Inside, they tell Wilfred that he has an option, and it's his only option. It's to get in the same contraption that Melanie was found in and go around for 6 months. That's how much suspension fluid he has. He thinks that Audrey will be on his side, but she's not. She says goodbye to him, and then she walks right over into the arms of her new lover, Till. It sucks because you're getting evicted and you're getting dumped all in about a 10-second span. It's a tough pill to swallow. Wilfred has no choice but to agree. He gets into the vehicle, and Ben puts him on the track. Melanie and Leighton then get on the intercom and tell everybody that they've come to a peaceful agreement. They're going to split the train up. If you want to go to New Eden, you can go with Leighton. If you want to stay on the train, wait for a safe passage, you can stay with Melanie. That's it. And it seemed like it really is split. Ruth is going to go with Leighton. The other guy from hospitality is going to go with Melanie. Dr. Headwood is going with Leighton. Dr. Pelton is staying with Melanie. When it comes to engineers, Ben is going to stay with Melanie. And they're bringing one of Leighton's people with them, Miles. On Leighton's train, he has Javi and Alex. She desperately wants to get off the train. Couples are even split up. Osweiler says goodbye to LJ, and he heads to Leighton's group. LJ sticks around, but not for long. She's playing with her father's eyeball in her mouth, gets nudged, and ends up choking to death. And it looks like another couple is going to be split up. Till and Audrey. Audrey is staying with Melanie's crew. And Till looks like she's going with Leighton. But when it comes time to actually say goodbye, she realizes she can't do it. So she ends up staying with Melanie's train, and Audrey takes back over the night car where she belongs. And as far as brakemen are concerned, Roach and Callie, they're headed with Leighton and his group. That's going to free up Till to lead the brakemen at Melanie's car. This is a win-win for all sides. Everybody says their goodbyes, gives their hugs, and then the two trains split off. And it is extremely dangerous. It gets really dicey there for a while where it looks like Leighton's car is going to derail, and it basically all but does. Luckily, though, they do reach the warm spot, and temperatures quickly start to rise from -10 to -5. Finally, everybody from the car steps out, and they have discovered New Eden. Leighton did it, even if the train is kind of destroyed. Fast forward 3 months, Melanie is at the helm of her Snowpiercer, when in the distance, it looks like a rocket ship goes up, explodes in the sky, and the remnants of it are coming down. And she has no idea what it is. And that is how we end Season 3 of Snowpiercer.
Now, Season 4 picks up almost 1 year after Season 3. Leighton and New Eden are not exactly thriving, but they're on their way. It's been a slow build and a slow process, but they have a nice little community. And they're all preparing for the return of Snowpiercer. In fact, they've been trying to get in contact with them, but that's been tough, as has growing vegetables and electricity and all of it. But, you know, it's a new community, so there are going to be growing pains. And Leighton and the rest of the town council, which includes Ruth, Roach, Javi, Alex, Josie, and Leighton, and they're all doing their best. They always get together and they discuss the issues in the town and how they're going to address it and how they're going to make New Eden a better community. But while they're trying to make the best of this situation, because the reality is New Eden hasn't really lived up to the hype. It was supposed to be this utopian society. In reality, it's a bunch of train cars and it's really cold outside. But for people like Leighton, they look at it like this is a positive because at least you have fresh air. You can leave the train. For people like Osweiler, he's had a hard time acclimating. He feels like he was duped. In fact, he got so mad that he took a tent and he moved up to the mountains. He's not even living in the cars anymore. There's also Alex, who doesn't really have any interest in being a part of the town council. She's more interested in her data and her research, but it seems to be having a little bit of a negative effect. While the town council does meet, she's up there looking over seismic data when she starts to have a nosebleed. And you get the impression that this isn't the first time she's had one of these. But Alex is just steadfast on continuing her research, and her best friend is a pet bird named Mr. Sprinkles, who she uses to actually get this research. He's a dedicated scientist, according to her. Yeah, New Eden is like many communities. It has its issues, but it does have a good leadership council. Ruth is in charge. Leighton is kind of like the vice president. And even his throuple situation is thriving. He, Zara, their baby Liana, and, of course, his actual girlfriend, Josie, they all get along great. It's as if they're kind of co-parenting. And as Leighton heads off in the morning to sort of run the town and see what's going on, Zara heads off with Dr. Headwood, and she's basically like a nurse to Dr. Headwood, who is the actual doctor in the town. Everybody else kind of has jobs that they had on the train. So for Roach, he's basically the sheriff of the town. He monitors everything and makes sure that everybody's following the rules. Javi is an engineer. Josie helps out Javi with a lot of that. And then you've got guys like Z and Boki. They're helping rebuild the bridge so that when Snowpiercer does return, they can help all their friends. But there are people out there that aren't too happy with the idea of Snowpiercer returning. And one of those people is Osweiler. Now, as I said, Osweiler's had a really, really tough 9 months. He's had a tough time adapting to life in New Eden. In one instance, he gets in a fight with Boki, who screams that Osweiler's always drunk. And Osweiler cuts his hand pretty good, so he has to go to Zara to get it stitched up. And when Zara mentions that their friends are going to be returning from Snowpiercer, Osweiler says, yeah, no, I'm not a real big fan of that idea. And first of all, I don't really have a lot of friends on that train anyway, but they left us. I mean, why should they get to reap the benefits? And Osweiler's certainly not the only one that feels like this. So when things start happening around the town out of the norm, it's understandable to think that maybe it's somebody in the town who isn't keen on the people that stayed on Snowpiercer reaping the benefits of their hard work in New Eden. In one instance, during a council meeting, the power goes out, and when Javi goes to check it, it looks like someone literally just pulled the power cord. And it would be virtually impossible for someone to trip over it. It must have been intentional. And even though this should be a red flag, it's only really a red flag to Leighton. He finds it weird. Everybody else just finds it to be an odd coincidence. Leighton actually brings us up with a little bit of pillow talk with Josie. Of course, Josie's not interested in that. She's interested in Leighton parking his train into her platform. The next day, though, there is an update on Snowpiercer. For the first time in months, Javi feels like he got a transmission from the train. It's pretty garbled, he can't really understand much, but who else would it be? Unable to get a hold of anybody in Snowpiercer, Javi runs to Alex's car to see if she heard the transmission, but she tells Javi, I'm busy right now, I can't really help you out. And he explains that this could be the first chance that they get to talk to Snowpiercer in almost a year, but she doesn't care. She's not interested at all. She's only interested in her research, even though her mother's on that train. With Alex not willing to help out, Javi has to turn to Josie. He needs Josie to go up to the mountains and check the communications transmission because he needs to get in touch with Snowpiercer if they're in comms range, which he thinks that they are. They're coming well ahead of schedule, and they would cross a bridge that isn't ready for them to cross, and they need to know that. So it is of the utmost importance that Javi or somebody from New Eden get in touch with Snowpiercer and let them know, hey, we're not really ready for you to swing by yet. While Josie goes and checks for the one communication relay, someone's going to have to go check for the other one, which is about 6 or 7 hours away, and Leighton says, I'll go get Boki and we'll go check it out. When he goes to grab Boki, he finds out from Z that not only did Boki not show up for work, neither did Oz. Now, Oz missing work is less dramatic. He's been in such a weird mental state that he literally just didn't feel like going. He stopped by the market where he did run into Zara, and Zara let him know, we need to refix your stitches, stop by the infirmary later. But Boki missing work, that is weird. Eventually he's able to find out that Boki went on an errand for Alex. While Leighton tries to figure out what he's going to do about the whole Boki situation and the transmitter, Josie returns with some bad news. The transmitter that she had is busted up. It looks like someone took a rock to it. This is yet another sign that something weird is going on. At this point, Leighton's pretty convinced it's sabotage. Ruth says that they'll discuss stepping up security at the next town hall meeting, and she just instructs Javi to fix the current transmitter and get it back up on the mountain. She does pull Leighton aside because this is a big accusation, the fact that somebody's sabotaging them. They voted on fixing the bridge a long time ago, so he can't quite figure out why anyone would fight about it now, but when you look at the facts, it does look like this is intentional. He doesn't think it's a protest because protesters want to be seen and heard. He thinks that they're being tested, and whoever is doing this wants to see how they respond. It's not like Ruth really has any ideas. She tries to kind of pass the buck to Leighton, but Leighton says, no, Ruth. These people voted you their leader, and they have a great leader, so it's your call. Leighton then heads out to go talk to Alex and see where Boki is. When Leighton goes to Big Alice, where Alex is held up, she doesn't exactly have the welcome mat out. He asks her when Boki's going to be back, and she says later tonight. And by the way, I didn't send him on an errand. He's going to the edge of a pocket to look at barometric pressure and seismograph readings. She then turns her computer around and shows Leighton that they've been having earthquakes. They're small and they're sporadic, but they're real and they're concerning. And what she's trying to figure out is if the atmospheric corrosion is a corollary to the earthquakes. What really bothers her, though, is that there's something that's missing that just doesn't make any sense to her. Leighton kind of just says, yeah, there's a lot of that going around, and he heads out. As he's walking back to New Eden, that's when he gets the shock of his life. Audrey casually rolls up on a track scaler, those little tiny cars that they put Wilfred in. Although Audrey is not doing well at all. And when Leighton opens it up, all she can muster to say is, they're coming. Leighton rushes Audrey's body in and interrupts a town hall meeting with Ruth, and he immediately screams for Dr. Hedwood and Zara, but neither of them are in attendance. Dr. Hedwood had told Zara that she had to step out because Boki needed another treatment, and Zara, having no idea that Boki went on this errand for Alex, just believed it. Zara also stepped out of the infirmary. She let Roach watch Liana, while she headed up to the mountains to go tend to Osweiler's stitches. She did get some insight as to what's going on with Osweiler, and it sounds crazy, but he claims that he can hear voices. At first, there were just these whispers in the wind, but if you really listen, you can hear them. And what he heard was that something happened on the train. All the people on the train are dead, and they're not coming back. Whatever happened was pretty awful. So all this talk about Snowpiercer returning and the grand return, it's not happening. And that's one of the reasons why Osweiler is so frazzled and so bothered. Zara just thinks that Osweiler's going through something, so she doesn't think much of it. She has no idea what's going down in New Eden at the moment. And when Leighton goes to find help for Audrey, that's when all hell breaks loose. He heads out to the infirmary and he runs into Josie, and Josie tries to stop him and he says, no, I know all about Audrey. Yeah, we're trying to get her help. And Josie says, Audrey? No, Leighton, you don't understand. When I went to put that transponder back, I saw something. Josie tells him that she saw a snowmobile, and they don't have one of those, but neither does Snowpiercer. And Leighton's guard was already up because as they were trying to get Audrey help, the power went out, and he figured that whoever is doing this isn't coming, they're already there. So he frantically headed to the infirmary and he found nobody. Dr. Hedwood isn't there and neither is Zara. But there's Roach on the ground, knocked out, unconscious. And baby Liana is gone. That's because Dr. Hedwood had returned to the infirmary, but she returned with somebody. Somebody that didn't belong to New Eden. They knocked out Roach and they took the baby. And they were about to get away with it. If it wasn't for those meddling kids. No, I'm joking. If it wasn't for Zara returning from stitching up Osweiler. As she was making her way down the mountain, she heard crying and she got concerned. There's only one baby in New Eden, and it's hers. She was shocked to see Dr. Hedwood with this guy that looked like he was a part of a military group. And she demanded to get her baby back, and Dr. Hedwood said, no, Zara, you don't understand. He's a friend. Just let us go. But Zara, being a mother, said, no, I'm not going to just let you go with my child. She tried to get to the baby, but this mystery military guy intervened, and he threw her off a cliff. And as Boki was returning, he found her body. Boki runs down to New Eden to get help, and he's able to get Josie. The rest of the members of New Eden, they're arming up. They don't know what's coming. When Josie and Boki arrive at Zara's body, she's still alive, but the only words she can muster to get out are, they took Liana. And by the time they get Zara's body back to New Eden, unfortunately, she's passed away. And Leighton is beside himself. Even though they're in New Eden, they have the same funeral procession that they did back on the train. But Leighton turns to Josie and says, whoever did this, I'm going to find them, and I'm going to kill them. Now the big question is, who did do this? Who's infiltrated Snowpiercer? Who put Audrey on the track scaler? Who took Liana? Well, it all had to do with that rocket that went up in the air and exploded that Snowpiercer saw. They sent both Till and Ben out to investigate it, but when they got to the crash site, they were surrounded. It was an ambush. At gunpoint, they escorted both of them back on Snowpiercer to control the train. The guy in charge introduced himself as Admiral Anton Milius of the International Peacekeeping Forces. He then demanded that they take him to Melanie Cavill. That was 9 months ago. So what exactly happened on Snowpiercer? Well, we find out in episode 2. Once Audrey comes to, she tells Leighton and his group exactly what went down on Snowpiercer 9 months ago when Admiral Anton Milius took over on behalf of the International Peacekeeping Forces. And peacekeeping is certainly one way to put it. He's got an interesting tactic for that. When he commands both Ben and Till to take him to Melanie, neither of them are really keen to do that because they don't know who these guys are. At one point, they both try to fight back, with Till picking up a phone to call Melanie and warn her about Anton and his group, and they shoot her. And with that, peace on Snowpiercer died. Audrey jumped in action to help Till out, but Till said, no, you have to warn Melanie about what's going on. And she was able to, kind of. Melanie is able to lock the engine door, but when Melanie hears that Ben is on the outside, Anton is threatening violence, he's already shot one passenger, seems like he's itching to do it again, Melanie reluctantly opens up the door. Anton and his group set up shop in the engine room. They put their own software in, they put their own coordinates in, and they kick Melanie and Ben out, even though Melanie and Ben both say, you need an engineer to actually drive the train. Anton Milius doesn't think they do. He has his men put both of them in the hospitality room, where Melanie used to make announcements. And Melanie realizes at this point that the rocket that exploded in the sky was nothing more than an attempt to lure them in, which they fell for. While Melanie and Ben discuss what happened and how to get out of the room that they're currently stuck in because there's a guard outside, there is an announcement made over the loudspeaker that everybody in first and second class has to move to third. And while everybody's being relocated, Till is able to get patched up by the doctor. After Till gets patched up, she's frantically looking for Audrey, and Audrey is doing the same thing. She's trying to get down Carr to get back to Till. She is, however, caught by Anton's men, who kind of corner her in Wilfred's library, and Milius starts questioning her on what she knows about Melanie. And that's because at this point, Melanie and Ben were able to bust out of the room that they were sequestered in. They knocked out, hell, they might have even killed the guard, and they snuck under the train in an attempt to slow it down and ultimately take back the engine. So as Milius is questioning Audrey about Melanie, all of a sudden the train jerks forward, and Audrey has a grin on her face knowing full well that that was Melanie. But all this did was piss off Milius. He decides to make an example out of everybody. While everybody could travel down train and go where they want, after the train slowed down, Milius decided to get everybody in one singular car in the market, trapping everybody there. He then instructed one of his men to shoot at the ceiling so it would cause a bullet hole, and that little hole would leak in freezing cold air. He then had one of the members from hospitality announce that in 20 minutes everybody's going to freeze in that car unless Melanie shows up. Melanie decides the best way to save these people isn't to give herself up, it's to take back the engine. She's been able to figure out that there's only one guard guarding the engine. So what she's going to do is she's going to go outside of the train, sneak up, and try to take it back. Ben, of course, thinks that she's nuts for doing this, but Melanie feels like it's the only way. She'll free everybody from the engine once she takes it back. In the meantime, Milius is in the engine, and he's talking to somebody from wherever he came from, giving them an ETA of about 20 minutes. Both Ben and Melanie had realized that whatever track they were on wasn't there the last time they came around the globe. So whoever these people are, they laid new track and laid it quickly. They're no longer on Wilfred track, which means they don't know where they're going. So Melanie has no idea where she's going, but she's also on a time crunch because she needs to get to the engine before most of the passengers freeze to death. Unfortunately, before she can reach the engine, it's too late. Snowpiercer has arrived at its destination. It looks to be a mountain tunnel. The train decelerates. A tunnel connects to the train, allowing people from this base to enter Snowpiercer. And Milius gets ready to welcome his colleagues. But just because they've arrived doesn't mean that Melanie has given up hope on taking back Snowpiercer. She grabs a gun, she heads to the engine, she opens the door, and there's only one guard there, and he's got a gun pointed back at her, but Melanie tells him, you don't have authority to shoot me. If you did, you already would have. So back up, and I'm taking back the train. And the guy's forced to do it. The first thing she does when she gets on the control board is free all of the passengers who are on death's door. She then turns to the one guard and at gunpoint says, get out of my engine. I will shoot you. That's when Milius returns with one of his colleagues, and it turns out Melanie knows him. It's a guy named Dr. Nema. Milius walks away so Nema and Melanie can get reacquainted, and Melanie is shocked to see him. She can't believe he survived. He explains that the International Peacekeeping Group contacted him when the weather turned for his research. The U.S. Air Force flew him to this bunker along with 80 other scientists to try to reverse what happened to the planet. That's all well and good, but Melanie's pissed off about how Milius conducted himself, trying to take the train over. To which Nema says Admiral Milius does have a temper and I don't agree with it. But Snowpiercer did need to dock here. He goes on to explain that his research team had developed a compound that triggers CW7 to denature in the upper atmosphere. They've only been able to fire them in single locations, but because of this research, they've been able to create 6 warm spots. And right away, Melanie knows exactly where these warm spots are. The thing is, these warm spots need to grow. They need to feed off one another, kind of create a spider web. That's why they need Snowpiercer. They need Snowpiercer to go around the globe and launch the compound, creating this spider web approach and hopefully getting the planet back to normal. Melanie, however, doesn't think it's a guarantee to work, and Nema excitedly says, "We have 1 working satellite left." It did work. I'll show you. And he shows Melanie a live footage of New Eden. The fact that they're outside, the fact that they've created a community, the fact that New Eden is working. He then shows Melanie all the data that they have that backs up what he's saying, and he makes a believer out of Melanie Cavill. Later on, she has a one-on-one conversation about Ben with all of this, because if they were to do this, it wouldn't be easy. They'd have to retrofit Snowpiercer to fire off this compound. The passengers on Snowpiercer, their lives would be turned upside down. And both Ben and Melanie agree that if you were to tell them the end game is they can go outside and they don't have to live on a train anymore, a lot of them would be all for that. Now, the other thing is, Melanie wouldn't be coming with them. She would be staying back at this bunker, going through research and getting ready for Snowpiercer to come back and refuel it. Ben would basically be in charge. It's a risk, but it's one that Melanie is willing to take. So 9 months ago, she handed over the keys to Snowpiercer, and Snowpiercer took off. Fast forward a few days ago, and Snowpiercer is way, way different. Miles, though, overheard a conversation with Milius where they were going to ambush New Eden. When he told Ben and Till and Audrey, they knew they had to warn their friends, because that was never part of the plan. So what Ben and his group decided to do was put Till in a track scaler and have her go to New Eden, warning Leighton and the entire group so they can prepare for Milius and his men. That was the plan. It was forced to change, though, when Audrey, after saying goodbye to Till, was leaving the car and she was caught by one of Milius' soldiers, and he started attacking Audrey. Till jumped out of the track scaler to defend her girlfriend. All the while, Ben is sitting in the controls waiting for the okay to get the track scaler onto the actual track. Time is running out. And eventually it got to the point where Audrey had to get in the track scaler, radio Ben and say, "It's me, you gotta send me and you gotta do it now." So that's how Audrey got in the track scaler, and that's how she got to New Eden. After Audrey tells Leighton and the rest of the leaders of New Eden all of this, the one thing they can't figure out is what exactly Milius and his men want with Liana. And Leighton, being her father, doesn't even want to think about where his daughter is. So he leaves, he takes off, and when Josie asks, "Where are you going?" he just says, "To find them." In episode 3, the father in Leighton wants to get Liana back, but also the cop in Leighton has the ability to do that. He's got the skills, and he knows that. Leighton, though, knows that there's only one way to actually get Liana back, and that's to get Big Alice, the engine, the thing that really controls New Eden, helps power the community, helps keep it alive. And the thing about this is, Leighton isn't asking permission. He's demanding that he take Big Alice, because in his mind, it's not a question of whether or not this is the right move. He's not waiting for a democratic process or a vote. No. He's taking Big Alice, and he's not taking no for an answer. He storms into Alex's office and he asks her, how long is it going to take to unhook this thing? Alex tries to explain to him that it's not that simple just to get Big Alice back to a working train. And as she's explaining this to him, Ruth comes in and says, Leighton, we need to talk. It's not going to go down like this. She realizes that Leighton is in a very emotional state at this moment, and because of that, she doesn't think Leighton is thinking clearly about what taking Big Alice means for New Eden and means for the residents of New Eden. It could mean death. While she feels for Leighton in this moment, she does not think the juice is worth the squeeze. She demands that they convene the council to talk about this. The only problem is one of the council members, Roach, is on patrol. So as they wait for him to come back, the group kind of just argues about whether or not this is the right move. As they're discussing this, Sykes walks in because rumors are swirling in New Eden that Leighton is going to be taking Big Alice and it would affect everybody. This does start a conversation between Javi and Alex on whether or not taking Big Alice would be the death nail for New Eden. Javi saying, no, I don't think it would be. I think we can jerry-rig a situation where New Eden would still survive for at least a couple weeks while Leighton goes after Liana. That's when Leighton cuts in and says, I understand that this is a tricky situation. I don't want to ruin New Eden, but I need to get my daughter back. So we need to figure out what we're going to do. And Ruth tells him, look, the days of hijacking trains are over. But that's not good enough for Leighton. He's not about to sit back and wait for the kidnappers to bring back Liana. He's going to be proactive, and he storms out. He heads to go try to figure out if he can rig up the track scaler to go after Liana, and as he's doing so, Josie comes and tries to talk some sense into him, but Leighton's completely beyond hearing reason at this point. He's just got one goal in mind, and that's to get his daughter back. He gets so nasty that Josie has to tell him, I don't know who you are right now. Leighton, though, can't figure out a way to get the track scaler to work, so he heads back into town, and that's when he runs into the town drunk, Osweiler. He starts talking to Leighton about how that morning he saw a dove and he thought it was a sign from Zara about hope, but Leighton just gets pissed off at him and throws him aside, not wanting to hear any of his nonsense. In fact, he blames Zara's death on Os, because he feels like if Os would have just come down in the town, it would have meant that Zara didn't have to go up in the mountains to heal him up and thus led to her death. The bird, though, that Osweiler saw in the sky wasn't just any bird. It was Mr. Sprinkles, Alex's coworker. And when Alex tracks him down, she finds that Mr. Sprinkles, R.I.P. folks, pour one out for him, has died. After collecting the Mr. Sprinkles sample, she starts to head back into the town and she runs into Josie, who is sitting at the site of where Zara died, and she's just beating herself up over it. But it's really everything. It's the fact that Zara died. It's the fact that Liana was taken. Josie's feeling some guilt about all of that. And as Alex is trying to comfort Josie about this, she starts to suffer another nosebleed. With Alex, though, in the mountains, that leaves Big Alice unattended, and Leighton plans on taking advantage of that. He grabs Javi. At first, Javi does want to help Leighton out, but Leighton gets more and more and more aggressive until finally Javi says, look, I'm trying to help you out because you're my friend. But Leighton's pushy, he's persistent, he's blaming Javi for not working fast enough, and it's just not that simple. Javi can't get Big Alice working as a train and power up New Eden fast enough for Leighton's liking, because Leighton at the moment is just seeing red. After a little bit, Javi is able to figure out how to switch the power to a very limited source, thus allowing them to take Big Alice. And when they flip the switch, it works. As Leighton puts his plan into full effect, one person that's been really battling over this issue is Ruth. She is in charge of the town, and she has a conversation with Josie about the struggles of letting Leighton take the train, whether or not it's the right move. Like many people, Josie sees both sides of this situation. But as the two are having this conversation, Sykes comes in and tells both Ruth and Josie what Leighton's plan has been. She caught them in the act. Ruth is able to catch up to Leighton just before he enters Big Alice. But she's backed by both Josie and Sykes. Leighton tells them, you're not keeping me off that train. Javi was able to get power to the town. I'm going to go after my daughter. Unfortunately for Leighton, he's really no match for Sykes. I mean, she beats the crap out of him. And it's not like Josie or Ruth enjoy watching this go down. They have no choice but to lock up Leighton. Ruth goes and discusses it with Roach, and Roach has Leighton's back because he tells Ruth, you decided this all on your own, that this is what's best for the town, but you didn't actually take it to a vote. I mean, I'm a father. I know what I would do if I was in his situation. So he encourages Ruth to open it up to the town. Let everybody decide. Let a democratic society actually be democratic. And while Leighton, of course, would rather just be allowed to take the train, he's going to have to deal with the people of New Eden buying what he's selling. While Leighton figures out exactly what he's going to say to the people of New Eden, Javi, who wasn't arrested, by the way, He goes and chats with Alex and notices that she's cutting open Mr. Sprinkles. He's very surprised about that, but Mr. Sprinkles was dead after all. She explains that she anticipated Mr. Sprinkles' death because she was sending him to the edge of the pocket to gather data. She figured that one day he would fly out too far and freeze to death, but that's not what happened. No, it was exsanguination, and I'll let all of you take a second to bing.com that word. 1 second. Okay, we're done. As you now know after rocking a Bing search, exsanguination is the severe loss of blood. And what it tells Alex is that her nosebleeds aren't a fluke because she gets them every time she's near the edge of the pocket. As for the rest of it, Alex knows she just has to follow the data. Alex, like the rest of New Eden, will now have to go to town hall and listen to both sides of the case whether or not Leighton should be allowed to take Big Alice. Before Leighton does make that case, he needs to make up with Josie. Josie feels like Leighton has been completely tone deaf throughout this situation, and she explains to Leighton that she's been with that little girl, Liana, since she was born. She was with Zara when Zara died, so when Josie pushes back on the idea that Leighton should take Big Alice, she's not doing it out of spite, because Josie lost people too. It's a lot for Leighton to think about as he heads into the town hall. Ruth makes her pitch, and Leighton makes an impassioned plea that's pretty somber, actually. But at the end of it, Leighton is allowed to take Big Alice. He's going to have 3 weeks. That's it. He has to return by 3 weeks. That's as much power as the town has. And that's with all things going well. Ideally, he would return before that. He, however, will not be going alone. There's people from the tail, like Z, who are coming along with him. They know that they can't let him go alone and, tails stick together. And while initially it was thought that Javi would go along with Leighton, no, it's going to be Alex. After looking at the data that she talked about, she looked at New Eden and thought, what if it's not a warm spot but a bubble? And bubbles burst. The only way to get these answers is to leave New Eden. Josie will also be going along with Leighton, but maybe the most surprising person to go along with Leighton is Ruth. Even though she was completely against this idea, as she tells Leighton, it's my job to make sure this thing gets back in time. While they're gone, Roach is going to hold down the fort. And as for what's going on in Snowpiercer, well, after the little stunt, both Ben and Till were thrown into the brig, but they were both taken out because Admiral Milius has a job for them. He brings Ben in front of a body that looks completely charred up, and he explains that he had the wrong guy working on an engineering problem. It has to do with the last car of the train, the AgSac car, agriculture. They need to rewire some things. There's a chemical compound. Dr. Nema starts to explain it. And Ben does it because he's able to negotiate a little less work time for his colleagues. He's also able to negotiate that Till come with him. But when they really start to dive into the issue, they feel like there's something that both Milius and Nema aren't telling them. I mean, for one, Ben looked at the body, and whatever killed this guy wasn't electrical. It was chemical burns. Ben thought if he got Nema one-on-one, he could get the truth out of him. When Ben is finally able to do that, he approaches Nema pretty cautiously because Nema does have guards around him. And he tells Nema, dude, the Admiral does not respect you. Everybody can see it, so do you want to level with me and tell me what's going on? Nema gets real close to Ben and starts to say, the Admiral, he wasn't always the Admiral. But then a soldier walks by them and Nema changes his story and his tone, and he starts saying how the Admiral earned his stripes by keeping everybody alive. Follow his orders and you'll stay alive. Right before Ben leaves, he says, why should I trust anything that comes out of your mouth? And Nema tells him, because Melanie does. Nema, though, does stay quiet when later on Milius asks him, what did Ben want? He doesn't rat him out at all. He says that Ben was just asking about the electrical situation. And when Milius asks him if they were up to something, would you tell me? He reluctantly says, yes, I would tell you. But the fact is, they are up to something. They're trying to figure out exactly what they're doing in the last car, trying to rewire some electrical problem that doesn't really exist. They're able to figure out that, yes, there is something sinister going on here. There's chemicals, and they're not safe because there's chemical mass around. Ben starts to hypothesize that maybe it's not about killing people, though. Maybe it's about experimenting on people, like Admiral Milius's hit team. Those guys have definitely had work done, and not like Botox in the lips. What Till and Ben decide to do is try to use these chemicals against them. They both stall so long that it forces Milius and Nema and a couple other people down to check on the progress. Nema, however, catches on to what they're about to do, and he warns the Admiral, who is able to get out of the car, but Nema isn't. Till is able to trap him, triggering the gas, and she tells him this is for Audrey. And as he's being choked out, Nema says she made it to New Eden. Neither Till or Nema die from this. Till and Ben are both thrown in a prison. Till's knocked out. And when she finally comes to, Ben asks, "What were you thinking?" And Till says, "It worked. I found out information. I found out that Audrey made it, and she's safe." And Ben realizes that is why the group has been pushed so hard. Audrey making it to New Eden pushed Milius's timeline up. But they also realized the trap that they were setting up in the last car wasn't for Snowpiercer. It was for Big Alice. In episode 4, for Leighton and company, they know that this is going to be unlike anything they have ever done before. Yes, they have allies on the train, and they do have people in Big Alice, but a revolution is something that they're not seeking because they don't have time to organize one. This is going to be an extraction mission. It doesn't take too long for them to spot Snowpiercer, and when they do, Leighton and his team get ready to execute Operation Liana. It's going to involve Z and the Tailies fortifying Big Alice, but it's also going to involve Josie leaving Big Alice to connect Snowpiercer and Big Alice together. At the very last second, with everybody in position, they get a radio call from Admiral Milius, and it stops them dead in their tracks, figuratively. I mean, the train's still moving. Leighton hops on the comms, and he asks Milius, "So you're the guy who stole my daughter and killed her mother?" And Milius claims that Leighton has bad information, but Leighton's pretty sure he's got the right information. Milius wants to clear the air on this whole matter, so he invites Leighton to Snowpiercer, which comes as a big surprise. They weren't expecting Milius to be so accommodating, and they're cautious about this. Because of that, Leighton isn't about to make a decision, or at least he's not about to let Milius know that he's making a decision. He tells Milius, "You'll wait for a decision." Once Leighton hangs up with Milius, he's got to figure out plan B. Leighton discusses it with Josie, and they both agree that they've come too far and they have to get on Snowpiercer, but they're not about to do it on the Admiral's terms. The plan they come up with is a very, very risky one. They tell Milius that Leighton is going to take him up on his offer just to get Big Alice close enough to Snowpiercer, but never connect. When Big Alice is close enough to Snowpiercer, Leighton and Josie are going to hop on. They're going to do so Boki style, on top of the train. They're going to sneak into Snowpiercer. They're going to grab Liana. And then they're going to signal to Alex and Ruth that they have Liana, whereupon Alex will connect Big Alice to Snowpiercer just long enough for Leighton, Josie, and Liana to make it back. And then they disappear. Now, one of the reasons why this is so risky is because Ruth isn't going to have constant communication with Leighton. But Leighton assures her that they're not going to hand over Big Alice, and he trusts that Alex and Ruth will make the right decision in his absence. Over on Snowpiercer, Dr. Nema informs Milius that he cannot use the Gemini variant in the last car because it's too toxic, and that's Milius' plan all along, to trap Leighton, use that toxic variant, take over Big Alice. Doesn't seem like Milius is really listening to Nema, so he reminds him that if they do hurt any of Melanie's people, it violates their agreement and they need Melanie's research. But again, Milius just completely brushes Nema aside, saying, "Leave the strategy to me." Normally, Nema would probably just take this lying down, but he doesn't. He tells Milius, "I don't really understand your strategy. I mean, you gave away your hand. You should have just let Leighton walk into this trap." And the thing is, Nema does this in front of a bunch of Milius's men. So Milius explains his reasoning, which isn't all that good, but then he has to get some revenge on Nema, so he forces him to drop down and give him 20. And Nema's more of like a mind, not really a body. He gets to 3 push-ups, and, well, he can't get any more than that. It's pretty pathetic. Nema's conscience, though, cannot allow him to let Milius use the Gemini variant. He knows he needs help. And he goes to the boxes where they're holding Ben and Till, and he tries to get their help. He gets Ben to explain to him how to cut the trap so that if Leighton does walk through, he doesn't get hit with the Gemini variant. But when he goes to do it, he's caught by one of Milius's men. Meanwhile, as Leighton and Josie try to make their way onto Snowpiercer, Milius is wondering why exactly Big Alice hasn't docked yet. which causes Ruth to come up with an excuse. She is in complete stall mode at this point, and Milius is getting more and more antsy. So much so that he tells Miles, who's driving the train at this point, hey, press the brakes, causing Big Alice to literally run into Snowpiercer. This couldn't have come at a worse time because Josie and Leighton are literally on top of Snowpiercer trying to make their way in, but luckily neither of them fall off. And a few minutes later, they are able to sneak into the train. Dr. Pelton is the first friendly to notice them. And as they're trying to travel conspicuously through Snowpiercer, she's alerting them to all the changes that Milius and his crew have made to the train, which is a lot. They tell Dr. Pelton exactly why they've come back, and Pelton says, well, if Liana is here, she'd be in the youth car. They separated all the parents from the children. It's a deterrent from keeping people from revolting. The big issue is the youth car is up in first class, which is near impossible to get to because of Milius' checkpoints. Pelton, though, thinks she does have a way on helping Leighton and Josie get to Liana, so they head to the assembly line to see if they can drum up some help. When they do arrive at the assembly line, Leighton is really surprised at all the work that's being done. He doesn't believe that it's just for a retrofit, and Dr. Pelton says, unfortunately, I don't have any more information to give you because what they're doing here is on a need-to-know basis, and they don't think I need to know. As Pelton is explaining to them all of the checkpoints and how difficult this will be, Leighton and Josie get spotted by a couple of other friendlies, and they're not as quiet as Dr. Pelton. Fed up with Milius and all the crap that they've been dealing with, they tell Leighton we can fight, but it's drumming up a bit of a noticeable crowd. And to quell that, Josie and Leighton explain why they're there, and they promise that they will be back to help everybody else once they get Liana. The crowd, though, has gotten so big that it tips off Milius' men and a fight breaks out on the assembly line. It splits up Josie and Leighton. Leighton gets helped out by Tristan, the hospitality guy that stayed on Snowpiercer, while Josie sticks with Dr. Pelton. At this point, Milius has been tipped off to the fact that Leighton is on Snowpiercer. So he radios to Big Alice and says, I know Leighton's on Snowpiercer, so do me a favor, keep up. And he tells the engineer to floor it. And the engineer at this point is Ben, who isn't giving Milius any information that he doesn't have to give him. And Leighton is definitely on the train, and Tristan's suggestion is to go underneath the train in the tunnels. He tells Leighton that's the only way you'll be able to get past the checkpoints. So Leighton starts to do that. That's when he runs into Dr. Nema. Nema was caught by Milius' guy, but Milius had been experimenting on his men. It had caused respiratory issues, and Nema told the guy, hey, I can help you out with this. He gave him a substance, but the substance killed him. And Nema was once again caught by one of Milius' men, although this time he was saved by Leighton. Right away, Nema knows exactly who Leighton is, and in order to stay alive, he says to Leighton, I can take you to Liana. He explains to Leighton all about the trap and how he tried to disable it. He then goes on to explain why they're retrofitting Snowpiercer and fills Leighton in on traveling the globe, firing off rockets, that sort of thing. But the whole time, Leighton's getting played. Because Nema was leading Leighton to an area where there was surveillance, and that's when Nema clued in Milius on the whereabouts of Leighton. He wasn't that good at it, though. I mean, Leighton figured out pretty quickly that he had just been backstabbed. So he grabs the radio, he tells Milius, I'll see you soon, and then he's able to fight off Milius' guy and escape. While that was going on, Josie was also trying to make her way to first class, although she was doing it inside the train with Dr. Pelton. While doing this, she ended up running into Till, who was stuck in the box, and she frees her. She tells her why she's there, and she gives her the latest on Audrey. As those two continue to make their way up the train, Josie just starts opening doors, trying to see if maybe Liana's in one of them, and she runs into Miles, and she's so relieved. Because for the last year, she's been worried sick about Miles. She gives Miles a big hug. Miles explains that they're not letting him leave. But Josie tells him, I'm going to get you out of here. Once those two leave that room, however, they're seen by a couple of Milius' men, to which Josie turns to Till and says, get Miles to safety, and she tries to fight them off. She isn't successful. In handcuffs, she's brought in front of Milius, and he tells her that he'd like to talk to Leighton, but he's a little uncooperative at the moment, so he's forced to talk to her. He tells Josie that he doesn't have Leighton's daughter, but he can take them to her. In order to do that, they're going to do a trade. Liana for Big Alice. And now Josie has something to think about. Now back in New Eden, they're having a tough go of it without Big Alice. Best case scenario, they'd be able to go 3 weeks without Big Alice, but they were hit by a bad storm, and Javi's completely stressed out. Javi, though, isn't the only one stressed out. Everybody in New Eden is stressed out. They hold a town hall meeting, and it is not pretty. The people are restless. It certainly doesn't get better when Javi explains that their power grid is on the verge of collapse and they need to start rationing power to survive the 14 days until Leighton gets back. Roach decides to take command of the room and tell everybody to chill out. It'll be alright. You're just going to have to deal with it for the time being. This isn't a doomsday scenario. It's so convincing that you'd think even Roach believes it, but he's stressed out like everybody else. He just put on a good face. He's still beating himself up a lot over losing Liana. He feels like it was his duty because he was watching her. And as Carly is telling him, Dad, that's not your fault, Osweiler comes up because he's found something. In order to snap Osweiler out of this funk he's been in, Roach had commissioned him to join the Town Watch, aka the New Eden police force. So far, the returns have been good. Osweiler seems less weird. And while on a patrol, he found a severed human hand. Roach and Osweiler decided to go check out the area where Osweiler found the hand, and Roach tells Javi, figure out how long this thing's been frozen, but it causes a little bit of a fight between the two. Roach feeling like this hand takes precedent over the power grid, and Javi explaining, no, the power grid takes precedent over the hand. While they don't agree on which one is more important, what they do agree on is keeping the hand quiet, because people are already stressed out enough. But Javi does agree he'll look into figuring out where this hand came from or how long it's been frozen, that sort of thing. And while he wasn't necessarily looking for help on this, he gets it from Sykes. Sykes, who runs New Eden's food supply, has been pissed off because she feels like she's been left out of everything, and she feels like she should be on the town council. She implores Javi to let her help out a little bit more, so that's when Javi shows her the hand. And she does give some insight about it. She's able to figure out that it's been cut off and frozen for about 6 hours. It's fairly new. But as they inspect it, Javi notices something in between the index and the thumb. He recognizes it because he has one. When he cuts the hand open, he finds a microchip. It was used to open doors on Snowpiercer, but what it means is that this hand doesn't belong to an outsider. It belongs to one of them. And as they're figuring that out, Roach and Osweiler headed up to the location where Osweiler did find the hand, but they get caught up in a snowstorm. And as Osweiler is hearing those voices that he's heard for a while now, he turns around to find that he's all alone. Roach has seemingly disappeared. In episode 5, when Milius gives Josie the option, Big Alice for Liana, Josie runs at him. She's disgusted by the fact that anyone would steal a child in order to get Big Alice. Milius's men apprehend Josie, and Ben begs Milius, give me 1 minute alone with her. I'll try to convince her to take this deal to Leighton. But he actually doesn't. He tells Josie, you can't take this deal to Leighton. It's not worth it. With you and Leighton being here, we have a shot of winning this train back. These people are sick of this crap. As he's telling Josie how they need to fight back, Milius walks in, he overhears the conversation, and he figures out real easily that Ben was not trying to convince Josie to take the deal to Leighton at all. Milius's men then escort Josie into the section of the train where they think Leighton is, and Leighton is in fact in the old tale. He's with Till and Miles. They go back and forth on whether or not this deal is worth it, and Leighton brings up a good point. They don't even know if Liana's alive, so he's going to need proof of that before he even considers giving over Big Alice. A little while after receiving this demand, Milius hands Leighton a phone, and he says, go ahead, listen for yourself. And on the other end is Dr. Headwood, who has Liana, and Leighton can hear the voice of his baby girl, so he knows that she's alive. And at that point, it's a matter of getting her back by any means necessary, and that involves giving over Big Alice. Leighton heads to the front of the train where Ben is in order to get in contact with Ruth over in Big Alice, and he tells her, you've got to connect the trains. Ruth, they have Liana. She's not here, but they're going to take me to her. I know this sounds crazy, but we'll figure out the rest later. Right now, we just have to get Liana back. And even though this goes against everything that Ruth stands for, she never believed that going after Liana was worth giving up Big Alice, she decides to have faith in Leighton and follow his lead. connecting the trains and thinking that eventually they will get Big Alice back to New Eden. They do so just in time before they head back to the bunker to resupply. When they get into the missile silo, they all have to decontaminate, and then they're all brought into one room. Everybody except for Josie. She's getting tended to by Dr. Hedwood in medical because Josie has dealt with some big-time injuries that she hasn't been able to even feel because of her cold treatment. Josie missing, however, is a concern for Leighton. It's also a concern for everybody else in the room. Alex, Ruth, Ben, Till. There's nothing about that they can do at the moment, though. Leighton needs to get Liana and get her back on the train and get Big Alice back to New Eden. Ben knows that they have 3 hours to do this as the train resupplies. The problem is, the layout of the silo is meant to keep you guessing. It's not going to be easy to get Liana back. In the middle of their game plan, Milius and his men come in, and the first thing Milius does is thank them for their sacrifice. He realizes that none of this has been easy, but he does tell them it is for the greater good. They're saving the planet. He then goes into the mission of warming the world, which is a concern to Ruth because without Big Alice, New Eden dies. And Milius explains that's the whole reason we need Big Alice, is to keep New Eden running. New Eden relying on Eternal Engine, that's hospice. It's not going to work. What we're going to do is cure the world. Alex then asks Milius, where's Melanie? Why isn't she telling us any of this? And Milius tells the group that Melanie is off base collecting climate data. She'll be back soon. He then turns the mood in the room by saying, this is the part you're not going to like. The door opens up, and in walks Wilfred. Right away, Leighton tries to attack him. He's apprehended by Milius' men and taken away. But Wilfred's loving this. He loves the shocked look on their faces after they left him for dead. He goes on to explain that Milius found him on the track and saved him. But he also says that Melanie is on board with all of this. And he does admit that the idea of stealing Liana for the engine was his idea. Milius, though, puts an end to this reunion. He tells Wilfred to get out, and then he tells the rest of the group that's there, once the train leaves, they'll get acquainted with their new accommodations, which is going to be in the silo. The next time they leave the silo, the entire world is going to be New Eden. Milius walks out of the room, and as soon as he does, Wilfred's waiting for him. And while it looked like in that room there was a team effort going on and Wilfred had some power, in reality, he doesn't. Milius is really calling the shots. One of the things, though, that Milius is willing to let Wilfred do is get back on the train and get to his car, where he can grab some items, dress well, that sort of thing. The rest of the group, Ben, Till, Ruth, Alex, they're just locked in the room to digest what just happened. One of the discussions they have is whether or not Melanie is still even alive or involved. None of them have heard from her. But Ben assures them, I've gotten her blueprints. I know Mel's work. Yes, she is still alive. I'm sure she wasn't happy about the Wilfred situation, but she might actually be on board with this. And we have to accept that. For the moment, though, their goal is to get out of this room, get back on the train, and get Big Alice back to New Eden. The one person that's not really on board with this, though, is Alex. After all, she's been doing work at New Eden, she's been looking at the climate data, she's been having bloody noses, and she realizes that if Melanie is on board with this, maybe there is merit to the work they're doing here, and she wants to know more about it. She decides to do something that the entire group warns her against. She wants to go talk to Wilfred. She feels like she can get through to him and get the truth out of him. When Alex meets Wilfred in Big Alice, she interrupts a conversation between Nema and Wilfred. Nema's a little concerned that Big Alice's retrofit won't really work with firing off rockets. Wilfred just thinks that he's a worrywart. Once she walks in the door, Wilfred asks Nema to leave so they can have a private one-on-one conversation. She asks Wilfred, all right, what's the deal? What are you doing? What's the end game for this? And he claims that he's just helping them save the world. That's it. She doesn't really believe him, but then he starts to compliment her work on how she maneuvered Big Alice into becoming an energy source. And he's willing to show her the work that they're doing in the lab, mainly the work that Melanie's done. Alex, being so curious, decides to take Wilfred up on the offer. Alex takes him up on the offer, and they start sneaking through the silo to get to Melanie's lab. And as they're doing it, Alex starts questioning Wilfred on why he decided to get all of her friends in one room trapped, why he decided to kidnap baby Liana. All the while, Wilfred is just deflecting. Her friends, though, are running out of time. There's about an hour left before the train leaves, and once it leaves, they're done. And they know that once the train leaves, New Eden is done. They have to do something, and Ben decides to act. Being an engineer, he knows how to hotwire some items, and he's able to free them from that room. They start trying to make their way through the silo to get back to the train. They realize, though, they need to split up. Leighton tells Till and Ben to go to Big Alice while she finds Leighton and the others, meaning Josie and Alex. The goal is to save as many people off of Snowpiercer as they can, and Ruth makes it clear, do not wait for me. As the group does split up, Alex and Wilfred had made their way to quote-unquote Melanie's lab, and Wilfred is sinking his claws into Alex. He's complimenting her on the job she's done, he's setting traps that she's falling into, until eventually Wilfred opens the door to see Ben and Till. And he jokingly makes a comment about how they're making a break for it and how he didn't think Ben had it in him, and that's when Ben punches him. In response to this, Wilfred hits an alarm alerting everybody to the escape, and Ben and Till know they need to get out of there. But Alex is not coming with them. She tells them I'm staying, but she does give them instructions on how to get back to Snowpiercer ASAP. Ben and Till are able to make their way up to Snowpiercer where they see Tristan, and they let him know that they're going to take back Big Alice, but that Ruth is still back in the silo, and Tristan's going to hold off as long as he can. Ruth, meanwhile, has been able to locate Leighton. The problem is he's being transported to another room. He had a meeting earlier with Milius. Milius promised that if they get Big Alice, he will give him Liana. And Ruth had planned on trying to save Leighton, but unfortunately, she was a little too late. When she finally makes eye contact with him, the elevator doors are closing and he's going somewhere that she's not. And Leighton's being transported to another place, but at the moment, Milius and his staff are just worried about losing Snowpiercer. They know that Till, Ben, Ruth, well, they're having a little bit of a revolt. So they're trying to load up the train and get out of there as fast as possible. They don't even realize that Ben and Till are actually on the train and trying to get people to Big Alice to save them. While the tailies hold off Milius and his men, Snowpiercer does end up leaving. The good news is Ruth was able to make it on the train at the last second. Tristan was able to hold up his end of that deal. Shortly after the two trains leave, Ben goes to disconnect Big Alice, but it doesn't work. One of the coupling mechanisms is faulty. This isn't good. It basically means that their plan is cooked and everyone in New Eden is going to die. And that's when Ben realizes that there is one way to fix the coupling mechanism. He's going to have to sacrifice himself. Now, he doesn't tell Till this at all. He makes it sound like he'll be able to go and do this manual override and come back, but actually, Ben knows that he won't be coming back. Ben knows that this is going to cost him his life, but it's important. Ben goes out in the freezing cold, and he physically disconnects Big Alice from Snowpiercer. This allows Ruth, Till, and a bunch of others to be able to get back to New Eden. Unfortunately, it does end up costing Ben his life. Back at the silo, though, there were 3 members that came from Big Alice and didn't end up making it back on the train. That'd be Josie, Leighton, and Alex. Alex is actually approached by Nema, who's surprised to see her, and he asks her, "Do you ever get nosebleeds?" Which, of course, she does. Josie, meanwhile, wakes up from having undergone surgery. She has no idea what it's for, but she feels out of it, and she's being pumped full of something called C10 and C12. And then there's Leighton. Milius wasn't a big fan of the fact that Leighton didn't hold up his end of the bargain. They didn't get Big Alice, but he does want to show Leighton that Liana is okay. So he brings him into a room where there's a giant window. He knocks on it, the curtain opens up, and he sees Liana, but Liana is being held by Wilfred. In episode 6, we'll start off on Big Alice, where they're heading back to New Eden, but they're dealing with the fact that they just lost Ben. It's emotional for everybody. Also, they're bringing a lot of people back with them, and they have to address everybody. So Till introduces everybody to the leader of New Eden, Ruth. Now everybody knows Ruth, but not everybody was aware that she is the leader of New Eden. And as Ruth starts to address the crowd, she gets a little bit of stage fright, and she just has to leave. Till goes and has a talk with her. She feels better about the situation. She's just a little bit overwhelmed. And when she comes out, they all carve a B into the engine room to signify Ben and his importance to everybody in the sacrifice that he made. But with New Eden, they're dealing with the loss of Roach. Now, they don't know what happened to Roach, but they are concerned. He just went missing. One particular morning, Osweiler goes out in another search to find Roach, and he doesn't find Roach, but he does find the owner of that missing hand. It's Wickens, his old buddy from the train. He escorts Wickens back to New Eden, and they start questioning him on what exactly he was doing out there, but also how he lost his hand. Javi and Osweiler are willing to let him talk. Sykes, however, no, she's not about that life. She wants answers immediately on what happened to Roach. Wickens claims that he was a prisoner. He was forced to help these people and they cut his hand off in retribution. But no one believes that. And for Osweiler, he doesn't care about what Wickens was really doing. He just wants to know where Roach is. And Wickens says, bro, I don't know. That's when Sykes just starts to torture him with his injured hand. Luckily for Wickens, a nurse walks in, and they're able to get it patched up, but he's in pretty rough shape. As Wickens heals up, Javi, Sykes, and Osweiler discuss the situation, none of which makes any sense to them. I mean, Roach goes missing right next to where Wickens was. It just doesn't add up. They know he's hiding something, but they're having trouble getting it out of him, especially with Sykes going all psycho on him. So Osweiler decides to use another method. He takes Wickens to his own camp later that night. He explains why he decided to camp away from everybody else. He asks Wickens, well, what if I give you your night car service in exchange for helping me get on the train? And that night car service is tickling. I don't kink shame on this channel. We've all got our thing. And for Wickens, it's getting tickled. Poor Wickens hasn't gotten tickled in a long time, so he takes Osweiler up on that offer, and Osweiler starts to tickle, but he uses this as a way to get the information out of Wickens. When Wickens gives the safe word, Osweiler doesn't stop. He starts questioning him on what exactly he was doing up there helping these people. And Wickens admits that he had pointed out Zara to them. He also pointed out Dr. Headwood, but he did so not knowing their intentions. When he found out what they were doing, he jumped from the snowmobile, his hand got caught, it was ripped off, and he passed out. He woke up and saw them digging his grave. They were digging a bunch of them along the ledge around where Osweiler found him. But when Osweiler goes to investigate these quote-unquote graves, he doesn't find graves. He finds bombs. Because Wickens thought that they were, in fact, digging graves, but no. Their plan was to legitimately bury New Eden. And those bombs are all set up. And then finally, over in the bunker, Alex is working with Dr. Nema. Dr. Nema is very interested in the nosebleeds, but before Alex gives him that information, she wants to know who made it onto Big Alice and who did not. Nema, however, just plays dumb, because he just wants to get his research and save the planet. Nema, however, knows more than he's letting on, and Alex has a feeling about that. Then there's Alex's old mentor, Joseph Wilfred. While it may have looked like Wilfred was working hand-in-hand with Milius, it's not really the case. Milius did, in fact, find Wilfred in that track scaler, and when he found out that Wilfred was the one who created Snowpiercer, Big Alice, he thought he could use him. Wilfred has kind of been his prisoner, but he's been playing the game. He has been helping Milius because he knows that Milius is his best chance to get back his trains. That, however, doesn't mean that he trusts Milius. And Milius has been working Wilfred really, really hard. Milius put Wilfred in charge of unblocking the tunnel that was set up when Big Alice escaped. But as Wilfred works on it, all of a sudden he has like a medical condition. He starts to get lightheaded. He cuts himself by accident. He doesn't even realize it. Wilfred has to go for a treatment with Dr. Headwood, and it's a treatment that he's received before. There's something medically wrong with Wilfred. But it's during this treatment where him and Dr. Headwood discuss Milius and the fact that it's pretty obvious to them Milius is a little insecure about his power. That is on full display after this treatment goes through, and Wilfred is holding court with a bunch of Milius's men telling old stories about being on Big Alice and rallying the troops. It's talking about this type of leadership that really gets under Milius's skin, because it seems like, at least to Milius's men, that Wilfred was a great leader who knew how to lead by example, whereas Milius leads by intimidation and fear. And he shows off that fear. He takes Joseph Wilfred aside and he says, I've been working you really, really hard, but I think you deserve something in return. Why don't you go on a little sample run with the boys? See how it goes. Enjoy yourself. Blow off some steam. And this isn't a suggestion, it's an order. And Wilfred, knowing full well what this is, just once again plays the game, says, oh, that sounds great. As Wilfred is leaving for this sample run, he does run into Alex, and Alex can tell that there's something going on. She asks Wilfred, are you all right? And he just says, let's just stay on the right side of the tracks, Alex. It's cryptic, but it's a warning. Now, what is a sample run? Well, sample run is when Milius's men travel way, way down in the bottom of the bunker. They drop a bunch of MRE packets for the prisoners at the bottom of this silo. That's right, there are prisoners living at the bottom of this silo that have been experimented on. And it's at the bottom of the silo where Leighton wakes up. He has no idea where he is, and as he looks around, he finds out that he is not alone. Their leader, a woman named Kari, asks Leighton who he is, where he came from, and Leighton spills the details on Snowpiercer because these people have no idea what Snowpiercer is. But as Leighton is trying to explain to these people that he isn't a threat, they hear the elevator coming, and they know what that means. They know what a sample run is. The soldiers, along with Wilfred, drop all of the MRE packets into a room. They dim the lights, and then all of these prisoners go and they try to grab the MRE packets before they themselves are grabbed. It's like a cat and mouse game. But this does benefit Nema's research. Earlier in the day, Nema gave Milius a list of the prisoners that he needs samples of. Every time the soldiers grab somebody, they check their identification, and if it's on Nema's list, they grab a blood sample. It's barbaric, but in a way it's a win-win because all the prisoners get food. At the end of it, though, Wilfred thinks that he's heading back upstairs with all of Milius's guys, but he's not. He's forced at gunpoint to stay down there. And that is when Leighton finally gets his hands on Wilfred. He starts pummeling him, beating him for everything he's done. But Wilfred, being an engineer, was prepared. He had a knife, and he stabbed Leighton. And Leighton was forced to stumble back and try to find something that he could stitch himself up with. Meanwhile, Wilfred just locked himself in a room. Leighton found help in Kari, who was able to stitch him back up, while also explaining her backstory. She tells Leighton that it was an international peacekeeping lab. They were trying to find ways to reverse the effects of CW7, but there was a chemical leak. Milius sealed off the floors, and that's when they realized that they themselves were the experiment. They've been down there for 3 years, and when Leighton asks, why didn't you try to escape? She says, to what? When Leighton gets all stitched up, he immediately goes to try to find Wilfred, and he finds that locked room that Wilfred is in, and he starts screaming, where's Liana? And Wilfred says she's with all the other little boys and girls. She's probably sleeping right now. Wilfred, though, starts to defend himself. He tells Leighton that he would never separate a mother from her child, so killing Zara was never part of his plan. All he wanted to do was spare New Eden of a full-scale invasion by Milius and his men. He also tells him that the one who killed Zara was a big guy with a rat on his helmet. Leighton, however, continues to try to get in the room, and Wilfred just laughs at him, saying, this is a really bad plan. I'm the one who could actually take you to Liana. What, you think the Admiral's going to do that? He's not going to do that. But Leighton is enraged, and he knows that Wilfred has no escape. The whole time he was in that room, though, Wilfred was working on getting the communication system back up and running, and he was able to do so. So he's able to radio up the silo to talk to Milius. He asks Milius to take him along once Snowpiercer leaves. That way he can fix Milius's mistakes, but Milius says, no, Wilfred, you are the mistake. Wilfred, though, starts to mock Milius on the fact that his men don't like him, they're probably not loyal to him, and then he shuts off communication. Milius gets so mad at this that he instructs one of his men to go clear out that floor entirely. And Wilfred is fully aware that that will be the plan. But that was a part of Wilfred's plan, because he knows that the only way to get out of there is on the elevator, and they can't just wait around for the next sample run. He also knows that Leighton is going to help him, because he's the only chance that Leighton has of seeing Liana. And when he tells Leighton this, Leighton begrudgingly agrees that, yeah, he's right. So for the time being, they're allies. As Leighton and Wilfred get acquainted and start to work together, Alex is up the silo and starting to piece together exactly what happened when Big Alice escaped. Through just looking at clues, she knows that somebody sacrificed themselves so Big Alice could leave. And that's when she gets Nema to admit that yes, Ben was the one who sacrificed himself and Snowpiercer escaped. He apologizes for her loss, but says, this place does have a purpose. I want to show it to you. And he brings her to one of the rockets that they fire off into the sky thanks to Snowpiercer. He explains the mission, but also says that they've been monitoring the effects of the chemical on some of the subjects. And Alex says, this is more than animal testing, isn't it? Nema admits, yeah, they had an incident. A couple of his colleagues got trapped in it. They had to close off the bottom floor of the silo, but their sacrifice led them to New Eden. Alex knows that Nema's data is incomplete unless he tests somebody that lived outside. She fits that criteria, so she says, okay, come on, let's go finish this thing. And Nema draws her blood. As she prepares to leave, though, she swaps key cards with Nema. So now she has full access to the silo. With this access, Alex gets in the elevator and heads down to those bottom floors that Nema was discussing. And what she finds is surprising. It's Wilfred and Leighton side by side ready to attack because they thought when they heard the elevator that it was Nema's men, but it's not. But upstairs, it doesn't take Nema long to realize that his key card is somebody else's. He checks, and sure enough, he knows that Alex stole his key card and she's down at the bottom floors. So he instructs the soldier to shut the east elevator down. And as she's doing so, Milius walks in and tells Nema some good news. Melanie Cavill's snowcat was spotted not too far away. Now it's just time to complete the mission. In episode 7, you get some backstory on Milius and how he gained power. It was all thanks to a coup, because Kari was actually in charge, but Milius didn't like the way she was handling things. So, when she went down in the silo, he decided to use the experimental Gemini variant to poison everybody down there. Nema, of course, helped with this, and with Kari out of commission, Milius took it upon himself to take charge. Of course, that was 3 years ago. Present-day Milius is trying to get back Snowpiercer and continue the mission, which is becoming more and more of a problem because of what Leighton, Till, Ben, Ruth, they all did. Because of all that, he's rushing the launch, and when Melanie returns, he continues to rush her. She, having no idea what happened to Ben, Snowpiercer, any of those people, she asks Milius, when's Snowpiercer arriving? And he says, a couple hours. But when she informs him that she's planning on going aboard and seeing Ben, he says, no, I think Nema needs the research that you've collected. We have to launch CW7. Melanie, though, having just done a bunch of research, knows that launching CW7 would be a mistake. They need to do more tests. They need to find out exactly how dangerous this thing is. But that's something that Milius does not want to hear at the moment. Milius isn't the only one who's stressed out about Melanie's return, so is Nema. Nema asks Milius, what am I supposed to do? I mean, her daughter is down in the silo and your men are going after her. And Milius tells him, lie? Avoid her? Don't talk to her? This isn't rocket science, man. But it doesn't take Melanie long to figure out that Alex is, in fact, in the silo. She's looking over the data, and sure enough, I mean, the readings are toxic, but she notices that some of the writing is in Alex's handwriting, and she goes and finds Nema. When she finally does find Nema, she is pissed off. She wants answers. She thinks that she was sent out there as a diversion plan. And Nema tells her no, that's not the case. It was Milius and Wilfred's plan to lure Big Alice here. For what reason, I don't know. Now, they escaped, but Alex stayed, and she's stuck on level 3 because she went after Wilfred after Milius put him there. While Melanie leaves and goes to try to figure out a way to get to Alex, Leighton, and Wilfred, along with Kari, are waiting for Milius's men to arrive. The good news is there's only one way in and one way out, so as long as Leighton and company control that elevator door, they should be able to pick them apart, but there's a lot of men coming. What Melanie doesn't know is that Alex is already on her way to Melanie. In fact, she's on her way to the train. Wilfred was able to convince her that the easiest way for her to escape level 3 was to travel through the vents. While Alex does that, Leighton, Kari, and Wilfred fight off Milius's men successfully. After successfully defeating Milius's men, they're able to escape level 3 and start to make their way towards Snowpiercer. When word gets to Nema and Milius about what happened on level 3, Nema starts freaking out a little bit. And Milius, trying to regain order, tells him, as soon as Snowpiercer shows up, get the compound on and launch it. That simple. He doesn't seem all that worried about Wilfred or Leighton. Leighton and Wilfred, however, get held up on their way to Snowpiercer when they run into Melanie. There's a lot of questions going on regarding these three. Melanie had no idea that Liana was taken. She just thought that she was there for the mission at hand to create New Edens. Leighton wondering why, if that's the case, that the Admiral is so gung-ho on launching even though the data hasn't really been fully collected or analyzed yet. And Wilfred says, well, that's because he's a bully. He's not a man of science. He's a paranoid king whose castle is crumbling. Hopefully Alex will beat him to it. She's probably approaching the jetway as we speak. When Leighton asks what about Josie and Liana, who he's still yet to get, Wilfred lies and says, we'll be happy to hold the train. He then heads off to go see the Admiral. Before he leaves, though, he does tell Leighton where he can find Liana and Josie. The thing is, Melanie knows Wilfred, and she knows that something's not right about this situation. They don't really have time to figure out what he may or may not be lying about. They just want to find their people, Josie, Alex, Liana, get on the train, and leave. Meanwhile, you've got Nema, who's trying to beat them there, and who's hell-bent on releasing CW7, regardless of the research that Melanie did, saying that it's not really safe. A short time later, Snowpiercer does arrive. And that's about the time where Leighton finally finds Josie. Immediately, Leighton can tell that something's happened to Josie, and she says, yeah, I've been another experiment. They've been taking my blood, they've been putting it back in. As those two head off to find Liana, they do so with Dr. Hedwood, and after an impassioned speech, Hedwood does give Liana back to Leighton, although it looks like Liana has also been experimented on. Leighton, though, isn't the only person who's found his people. As Wilfred correctly predicted, Melanie finds Alex right near the jetway, and after a big hug, Alex has to be the one to break the news to Melanie that Ben sacrificed himself and died. While all of this is going on, Wilfred is trying to get his train back. He's able to get inside and he starts bossing the men around, telling them not to let Melanie or Leighton or any of his people on the train. But Milius had an idea this was coming. He puts a stop to it right away, putting a gun to Wilfred's back. Milius is going to take care of Wilfred once and for all. At gunpoint, he forces him in an elevator down to one of the floors that is absolutely freezing. The only way to survive this is with one of those suits that Milius's men are always wearing. As Milius is sitting there watching Wilfred essentially freeze to death, he's reveling in it. He's giving him a speech about how this is ironic, and then something shocking happens. Wilfred doesn't die. Because Wilfred, along with Dr. Hedwood, have been working on a cold treatment for years, and it's finally working. While Wilfred should be a popsicle at this point, he is far from it, and he attacks Milius, ripping at his breathing tube and letting all that cold air into his helmet. And Wilfred knows exactly what's happening. He starts telling Milius, yeah, right about now, breathing feels like knives in your throat. Your eyeballs are starting to freeze up. He gives him his own speech, he rips off his helmet, and he leaves Milius's dead body down on that floor. And when he heads back up, he takes up right where he left off, giving Milius's men orders on what to do with Snowpiercer. Because after all, he's the creator. At this point, despite Wilfred's best efforts, Josie, Leighton, and Liana have been able to sneak onto Snowpiercer. They're heading down train to avoid detection. Meanwhile, up train, Nema is trying to get this train moving, quite literally. But when he gets word that Milius has died, he reminds the men that their mission is still at hand. He orders one of them to head down train, and if he encounters any obstacles, like Wilfred or anybody else, to handle it. Nothing gets in the way of the mission. Nema then orders Snowpiercer to leave. And as he's in Wilfred's library, he's approached by Alex and Melanie, who both made it on the train, and they've got a lot of questions. The first being, where's Milius? And Nema plays dumb, saying, I'm not quite sure, but I know that Wilfred had a hand. And when they ask where's Wilfred, he says, I'm assuming he's still in the silo. Melanie tells Nema that with Milius out of the way, Snowpiercer is her train. She doesn't want Wilfred anywhere near it, and she wants the men to stand down. Milius seems to leave and go give this message to the men, and Melanie tells Alex, I want you to secure the engine. You're the only person I trust. Alex heads off to go to secure the engine, and that leaves both Melanie and Nema to finally talk about the research, the data, and CW7, whether it's safe or not safe. The two start arguing about this, Nema feeling like the compound is in the safe zone, and Melanie saying, no, we've done more data and research, and it's not safe at all. Melanie gets real bleak, saying that with the toxicity in CW7, it's going to poison everything, and eventually everybody's going to die. The conversation gets more and more and more contentious until finally Nema flips out and says, God damn it, I know what I'm doing. I've been working on Gemini for 15 years. And Melanie questions that, saying, how is that possible? The freeze happened 9 years ago. Nema at this point realizes that he's been caught, to which Melanie just says, as the person in charge of Snowpiercer, I'm telling you, Gemini's not launching until we decide it's safe. But Nema's not about to let Melanie get in the way of his mission. One of the soldiers grabs her, Nema puts on a gas mask, and he unleashes a concoction that knocks Melanie out. While all of that was going on, way down train, Leighton, Josie, and Liana are just trying to lay low when there's a breach. Leighton goes to check it out, and he finds that it's Wilfred. And he knows that Wilfred came from the outside, which seems impossible. And that's when Wilfred reveals, yeah, it's the cold treatment. We gave it to Josie. We even gave it to Liana. To which Leighton gets so mad. He wants to kill Wilfred, and he's got a gun, so he can. But Wilfred asks if he could indulge him a bit and let him smoke one joint before dying. What Leighton doesn't know is that joint is laced with poison. He finds out shortly after Wilfred lights up. But as Wilfred is puffing away and slowly dying away, he does reveal to Leighton that while everybody was looking at him and looking at Milius, they should have been looking at Nema. Because he broke the world, and now his pride is getting in the way of fixing it. And then finally over with New Eden, as Osweiler is telling everybody about the bombs that they're surrounded by, they get a radio from Big Alice. Initially, they're pumped. Big Alice is right around the corner. All she has to do is cross a bridge, and Big Alice is returned, as has the power source to New Eden. But then Sykes says, no, we can't. I mean, the bombs. Tell Big Alice to wait. We need to do something about it. They decide to come clean to the community about the bombs, but Javi assures everybody that they're going to take care of it. Big Alice is right around the corner. She's going to return, and the power will be back. But Javi and the group, they're working a little too slow for Ruth, Till, and everybody else on Big Alice. They finally decide, you know what, we'll just walk the bridge. But before they can even do that, they hear a loud bang, and there's smoke in the distance. Because as Javi was working on one of those bombs, it went off. Now in episode 8, Javi didn't die from that explosion. He is knocked out a bit. It was a close call, but he survived. After getting back to New Eden, they radio to Big Alice that the route is clear, they can come home. And when everybody gets off Big Alice, they are greeted like heroes coming home. Shortly after this, though, a lot of the group has questions like, where's Alex? Where's Leighton? And Ruth tells them that they didn't make it, but it's just a long story. And she has questions like, where's Roach? And Osweiler says, I lost him in a storm. The only question, though, that Till has is, where's Audrey? Because this whole time, the only thing she's wanted to do is get back to her. Audrey, however, is a little bit reluctant to talk to Till because she's ashamed of how she now looks with those chemical burns. Till, though, could not care less because she loves her. Ruth then fills everybody on Milius, the mission, and the big question is whether Melanie and Alex are actually involved in this. No one's quite sure what to do, but they know that Milius and his men are on the way, or at least they think. They don't know the status of Milius. Osweiler actually suggests just abandoning New Eden, but they say no, we can't do that because Ben sacrificed himself so that we could have this opportunity. And Ben's death is hitting Javi really, really hard. He's able to push through this, though, reconnecting Big Alice's power to the town and firing it up. But the big issue is still that the town is going to eventually be attacked. Now they think it's coming from Milius, and what they don't know is it's coming from Nema. Nema's been able to keep what happened to Melanie a secret from Alex, who is currently running the train. And while she's doing that, he gathers a group of Milius's former soldiers along with Dr. Hedwood in a game plan on how to take Big Alice back. As they talk about potential options, Dr. Hedwood says, just send Alex. It'll be fewer casualties. They're not going to hurt their own, and maybe she can convince them to give Big Alice to you. The other option is just exploding the bombs and burying the town. The good news for Nema is he has a little bit of time to decide what to do. They, though, aren't the only ones who are game planning on what to do. The next day, New Eden is doing the exact same thing, and Sykes has a great idea. They're basically to do what Leighton did down on floor 3. They're going to give Nema and his men one way in. That is it. But as Sykes is pitching this idea, there's a little bit of commotion. And that's because someone has shown up at the front gate. And to everybody's surprise, it's Roach. Not only is Roach back, he's brought Leighton, Josie, and Liana. And Roach is wearing one of Milius's men's suits. That's because the car that Leighton, Liana, and Josie were in was left behind, and they slowly started to freeze. As a last-ditch resort, Leighton radioed to the silo hoping to be saved, and they were, but they were saved surprisingly by Roach, who was kind of a Trojan horse at this point. Everybody's obviously relieved to see Leighton, Liana, and Josie, but everybody's really pumped up to see Roach because that guy just went missing out of nowhere. Once the commotion kind of dies down, Leighton gets together with Ruth. He tells her about Nema taking charge, and his best guess is they have 24 hours before he arrives. Because of this, they gather the town council. What they're planning on doing is moving Big Alice to the other side of town, right near the bombs. That way, it's a deterrent for setting those bombs off. Then they're going to do Sykes' plan of giving the group one way in, and they ambush them. One of the ways that this is going to work is someone's going to have to be monitoring the track switch. That's the key to this whole thing, and Josie volunteers to do that. Everybody knows the importance of this, and everybody knows that they need to get ready immediately. The first thing they do is move Big Alice. Josie takes command of the control switch, and she's even got security. Boki's going to make sure that nothing happens to her. When New Eden moved Big Alice, word got to Nema. One of the reasons why he wants to launch Gemini so badly is because the atmospheric pressure, this is the best time to do it, and if they miss this window, they're going to have to wait 5 more years. Now with Big Alice in the way of those bombs, it doesn't give Nema a ton of options. It kind of forces his hand to use Alex the way that Dr. Hedwood suggested. He's even able to convince Alex to volunteer for this instead of telling her to go. So Alex, along with a group of soldiers, are going to head into New Eden covertly, and Alex is going to take Big Alice, completely unaware of the fact that she's getting played by Nema. While one engineer goes after Big Alice, another one is really concerned about what they just did. That's Javi. He doesn't think that moving Big Alice is enough, because if Nema and his men get Big Alice, then they can just move Big Alice and detonate the bombs. Javi's adding a lot of undue pressure on himself because of Ben's sacrifice. He feels like he owes it to Ben to save everybody, so Ben didn't die for nothing. But this undue pressure actually leads to a breakthrough. Javi realizes that they don't have time to disarm all the bombs, but what they can do is change the frequency. So Javi heads off to see if he can do that. Everybody else in New Eden is gearing up for battle. They know that this could be their last night. With everybody gathered in town hall, Roach turns to Ruth and says, "The mood seems a little bit off right now. Maybe you should say something to inspire the troops." So she does. She says, "Hey everybody, maybe Roach can entertain us with his tale of how he survived." And Roach just laughs, but he says, "Yeah, okay, sure." He's tried to tell this story a few times, but he's gotten distracted. The Cliff Notes version is, he fell, he was taken by the soldiers back to the silo, and he was thrown in one of those rooms. But when there was a commotion, he escaped. He was trying to make his way through the silo, he came a bunch of soldiers, he defeated all of them, and he stole some of their gear, posing as them, waiting to get back to New Eden. Roach is very charismatic with this, and it does change the mood in the room. The next day, however, Nema and Alex come calling. Now, Alex knows what she's doing is tough. She knows this is not a good outcome for New Eden, but she thinks that by doing this, she's actually going to end up saving a bunch of lives. So in the morning, she sneaks in, but when she goes to find the track switch, all she finds are Josie and Boki, and they're surprised to see her, but she tries to muscle her way into the room, and Boki puts a stop to it. Nema, though, had snipers positioned around New Eden, and they started firing. One of them hits Boki, and Alex starts to take cover, but one of the soldiers grabs her and throws her in the room, telling her to finish the job. New Eden's council wasn't planning on any of this. In fact, they were having a little bit of a toast to the fallen people that helped build New Eden, and that's when the fighting broke out. While taken a bit off guard, they were planning on this. They've been in fights before, after all. And when they get outside, they quickly realize that they are taking on sniper shots, but they also realize that they're in a fight for their lives. They all grab weapons that were prepared for them the night before, and they head out in the streets, but trying to keep their head on a swivel and waiting for Nema's men to strike, while also trying not to get shot. While New Eden starts to fight back, Alex is told to switch the track at gunpoint. In episode 9, Melanie wakes up and she's got a note from Nema apologizing for what he did, knocking her out, but as she's reading it, she's unaware of the fact of everything that's going on in New Eden. The fight for New Eden, the fact that Alex is being held at gunpoint to switch the train tracks, which, by the way, she does not do. She actually sabotages the train switch so that they can't move Big Alice. Yeah, Melanie's unaware of all of it, but New Eden is fighting back. It's not like they're not taking casualties. Boki is hurt, but Josie's able to get him to safety. And there's a lot of other close calls thanks to that sniper on the ridge, but they do have some things going for him. Like Osweiler was able to get a radio and he's able to hear all of Nema's people and what they're up to. Because they know exactly where the sniper is, Till is going to sneak up on that ridge and try to take him out. While she's doing that, Javi thinks he's found a way around the bombs. He thinks he has an idea on how to change the transmitter so that when Nema tries to set those bombs off, they won't work. The problem is, in order for Javi to be able to do that, he needs to get in his shop, which is where the track switch is, which is where Alex is being held. So they essentially need to free Alex, get Javi in there to be able to build this device to jam the bombs. It's around this time where Nema, who is on Snowpiercer, he's nowhere near the fight, he goes to Melanie and tries to get her to convince Alex to fix the track switch, get on his side. He knows that this fight hasn't exactly gone his way so far. It's not like he can't win it, but he slightly underestimated the power of the New Eden residents. He knows that if Melanie can talk sense into Alex and they move Big Alice, it'll save bloodshed, but it could also save the world, or at least his mission. Melanie, however, tells him that New Eden isn't about to just stand by and let him steal their engine twice. To which Nema says, well, they're already standing by. I mean, they're pinned down via sniper rifles, and it'll stay that way until we're through. Melanie, though, doesn't care. She tells him no. And he says, okay, well, if you're not going to help me, then I have no reason to hold the town or its residents hostage anymore. I'll just bury them. That gives Melanie a lot to think about. While she decides what exactly she's going to do with Nema's proposition, Leighton was able to free Alex. Leighton is able to get Alex over to the town hall, but at this point he's really playing general. He's trying to keep his troops alive and in line with the mission. Meanwhile, Alex has a lot of questions, mainly about how he got back, but also what happened to Wilfred. And that's when Leighton has to tell her Wilfred died. Alex tries to act like this doesn't bother her, but it does, because, like it or not, Joseph Wilfred was the closest thing she had to a father, so she is upset by it. And Leighton can tell. But Leighton also has people he needs to think about in this moment, mainly Osweiler, who's out there in the streets being the bait. Leighton figures it's probably best to let Alex just sit there and process the news that he just gave her, so he goes to head out and help Osweiler in this moment, but that's when he gets a radio call from Javi saying, hey, don't come out here because you've got one of Nema's men coming inside the town hall. So he has to hunker down with Alex and game plan on how to take this guy out who's got an assault rifle. The best course of action they get is to just make a break for it and run. It works for Alex, but it doesn't quite work for Leighton. He does end up getting into a fight with the soldier, but Leighton comes out on top. And at the same time, Till is up on the mountainside and she's been able to take out the sniper. So things are really turning towards New Eden's direction. It seems like they've at least won the first battle. And the town council meets up and tries to game plan on what they're going to do next. Leighton tells him that Javi's currently in the shop, he's working on the bombs, and the plan stays the same. Try to get them to funnel down Main Street, and then they ambush. But Alex cuts him off and says, Nema's plan isn't going to be what you think. He is determined to shoot that rocket off at all costs. What I did to the track switch is only going to hold for so long, and if he gets to the engine, he's going to eventually get past that. For the council, this just shows the importance of them winning this fight. Now the good news is Javi was able to get that jammer working. But the rest of the members of New Eden, they wait. They wait for Nema to show up with his men and walk down Main Street so they can ambush them. But when Nema does show up, they're a little surprised because there's Nema and there's all of his soldiers, but there's also Melanie. Melanie gave in to Nema's demands. She's not happy about it, but she, a lot like Alex, figured it was the easiest way to save some lives. What she wasn't expecting was how Nema planned on taking New Eden, and mainly taking Big Alice. He wasn't going to ask for Big Alice. He was going to use chemical warfare. As soon as Nema and his men get through the gates, they all put on gas masks and they all start gassing the town. Now, Leighton saw this coming about 30 seconds before it happened, so he tells everybody, run. But for a lot of them, it's too late. They're knocked out. Alex is saved, but only by Melanie, who gives her a gas mask and says, you're coming with me. It doesn't take Nema more than a few minutes to knock out most of the residents of New Eden and force the rest of them into the town hall. And while the residents wake up and gather themselves, Nema's busy retrofitting Big Alice for the launch. Things are looking real bleak for the members of New Eden. Nema and Melanie now have both engines and they're stuck in the town hall train car with gunmen outside. There's not a lot of options for them. One of the minor issues they have is, whose idea was this? They question whether Melanie or Alex or both had a hand in this. And gassing the town was actually Melanie's idea. When Nema gassed her, she knew that Nema had a safe weapon, so she was able to convince him that instead of using bullets, use gas, it's safer, it's less bloodshed. But when Nema gassed Melanie, he also gassed any chance that Melanie would ever help him. Sure, her and Alex are in Big Alice right now, but on the surface, while it looks like they're helping Nema, in reality, they're trying to sabotage what he wants to do. They're able to talk about this while Dr. Hedwood and Nema tour New Eden. Josie watches these two stroll the town, and all she wants to do is rip Dr. Hedwood's head off. While many people's mission is to preserve New Eden, for Josie, her mission is simple. Get the revenge she feels like she deserves on this doctor who's used her body as a playground. Knowing this, Ruth goes to check on her, and while Josie says she's fine, it's clear that Josie's attitude has completely changed. Ruth then heads up to talk to Leighton about exactly how they're going to get out of this jam when they get a radio call from Melanie, and she immediately apologizes for gassing the town but explains it was the safest route. She then tells them that her plan is to bring Snowpiercer into the town and have them board the train and put up a fight against Nema. The big issue for Leighton and his people is just getting out that door. Leighton knows that as soon as they open the door and charge into town, Nema's people are just going to shoot him up. But there's one trick up Leighton's sleeve. It's Javi. Javi's the only one that wasn't caught up in this fight. He was busy trying to jam the signals of the bombs and getting an antenna up on the mountains. So he's actually outside. Leighton tells Javi that he needs him to get a bomb, put it in the center of the town to use as a distraction. The bomb then detonates, it distracts all of Nema's people, and they can rush out. And that's exactly what they do when Snowpiercer arrives. Everybody rushes into the center of the town. They go to attack Nema's people, and they realize that Nema's people might have guns, but they have no ammo. They're not in the clear yet, though. Nema has more soldiers. And what Leighton and his people have to do is charge their way into that train, which is nothing new to Leighton, but it's still not fun. Most of them are able to successfully get onto the train, but when Nema realizes what's happening, he orders the train to leave immediately. And once they get out of the blast radius, he tells his people to set the bombs off. Of course, they don't go off because Javi already took care of that. When this happens, Nema is furious. He turns to go yell at both Melanie and Alex, feeling like they had a hand in it, but Melanie and Alex are gone. They've taken off to go down train and help their friends. And finally, there was a little bit of a reveal in this episode. Nema is actually Alex's biological father. Nema and Melanie, they knew each other from college, and she felt like he'd be a good match because the Nema that she knew in college was a great guy. He wasn't this thing that he is now. So that's a bit of a buzzkill for Alex. She finds out that her father figure is dead, and then she finds out that her actual father is trying to quote-unquote save the world, but in reality will probably end up killing it if he's successful. And in the series finale, as the members of New Eden fight their way through Snowpiercer, Melanie and Alex are underneath the train, and the weirdest thing happens. They hear a commotion and they have to hide, but they see that it's Nema fleeing Big Alice, which is super bizarre. It's basically like he's just abandoned ship. When they get there, they find out the reason why he abandoned Big Alice. He took the controls. He literally ripped it out. He retrofitted Big Alice so that Big Alice is really just a vessel at this point. It's being controlled by Snowpiercer. Alice is convinced that she can figure this out. Nobody knows Big Alice better than her, but Melanie isn't so sure they have enough time. And as Alex is ripping wires and putting some in different places, she reveals that Wilfred is dead, and that's news to Melanie. She knows that this is a hard moment for her daughter. While she didn't like Wilfred, she knows what Wilfred meant to Alex, but all that Alex seems to be concerned with is stopping Nema. Meanwhile, Melanie's plan is to link up with Leighton and his people and stop the rocket. Melanie agrees to try Alex's way, and they'll try to reboot Big Alice and hopefully get her working in their direction. And Leighton and his people are making their way up train. They're fighting like it's the old days, but this does come at a cost when Nema's men use chemicals and Ruth is captured. Leighton, though, was thinking just like Melanie. While Melanie wanted to link up with Leighton, Leighton wanted to link up with Melanie because he knows that the only person that can stop that rocket would be Melanie. There is some concern about Ruth, but right now, Leighton reminds everybody that the priority is stopping that rocket. The members of New Eden split up at this point, and Nema's found out about the fact that they're about 45 cars away. He is concerned because he's a little bitch boy. He does have a trump card, though, and that's the fact that they do have Ruth. So if Leighton were to reach the engine of Snowpiercer, Nema could use that to deter him from taking it. As Nema is just preparing for his launch because that's really his priority, Leighton, Javi, and Till have made their way to Big Alice, and they meet up with Melanie and Alex, and they see exactly what they're dealing with. As they're discussing what their next step is going to be, Nema surprises everybody by taking Snowpiercer off the track. Snowpiercer is literally driving on a frozen ocean. At this point, Melanie knows that they have about 3 hours to stop that rocket. They do have ways of stopping this, or at the very least stalling it. Nema has a briefcase that he's going to launch the rocket with. If they get that, they're good. There's also a hard line in his Snowpiercer. If they connect to that, maybe they have a chance. But possibly their best course of action is to sever comms to the engine. That way Nema has to come to them. Javi's going to go work on severing those comms, while Melanie and Alex continue to work in Big Alice. Javi and Leighton have a problem, though. They get word that about 35 cars down, there's a group of soldiers just waiting for them. So they're going to have to deal with that mess. It's not all bad, though. Above train, they do get one of their own back. Ruth was approached by Nema to be the leader of the world, basically. He tells her that once he thaws the world, he's not built to lead, and she's already leading New Eden. And why he did this was because he really wants Ruth to make an announcement for the members of New Eden to stand down and let this launch happen. But Ruth said, no, kick rocks. And as she was being transported, she ran into Sykes and a few others that were able to free her. Unfortunately, though, everybody is running out of time except Nema. Even Alex, who wanted to stay and make this Big Alice dream work, has to admit, yeah, we should probably get out of here and pivot to a plan B. Everybody seems to be headed in one direction, and that's towards the rocket. Leighton and his people were able to fight through Nema's men by using their own weapon against them, gassing them. Ruth and the people above train, they're also fighting back, heading towards the rocket, as is Melanie and Alex, and of course, as is Nema. And Javi was able to get to the control panel, and he starts to work on severing the comms to the engine. He's doing this with security from Osweiler and Till, who are posing as Nema's men. They do have to abandon him, though, once Nema's men actually walk by and tell both of them to get in line. They don't realize that they're just actually fighting for the other side. Even without his security, Javi is able to sever those comms, and when Nema goes to launch the rocket, he's unable to. It's going to force Nema to the actual physical rocket and hook it up that way. The first ones to arrive in the rocket room, though, are Melanie and Alex, and what they have to do is physically take out a bunch of different canisters, very carefully. They, of course, have to do this without getting caught. As they work on it, unaware that Nema is headed their way, and likely unaware of where Ruth and Leighton and everybody else is. There's one person who's not focused on the rocket at all. They're focused on revenge, and that is Josie. Josie has one thing on her mind, and that is finding Dr. Hedwood and killing her. And she does just that. She finds Dr. Hedwood weirdly talking to the shoes of her dead husband, and she extracts revenge. So Dr. Hedwood is not going to see the rocket launch, which is horrible timing, because Nema was able to hook it up, and everybody's got about 10 minutes until this thing goes in the sky. He, however, goes to check on the actual physical rocket, and that's when he catches Melanie and Alex trying to take the canisters out, and they weren't able to get all of them. And Nema has a gun, so they don't have many options. The only course of action they have is to try to talk him down, as he's forcing them to put the canisters back in. At first, they just start to try to get in his head and say they know what he's doing, but eventually he gets so rattled that they try to explain to him this isn't going to work. He's trying to make up for a mistake he made 15 years ago. He's grasping at straws. And it seems like they are able to get through to him, but he says, look guys, even if I want to stop it, I can't. This thing is going to go off, and I think you guys should run. With that bit of news, Melanie and Alex do take off. They get the hell out of that car, and when the rocket doors open up, it exposes Nema to that cold air, so even he isn't able to see his rocket actually take off. He's frozen to death pretty quickly. But everybody else in Snowpiercer, they do hear the rocket go off, and they have to just watch it go in the sky. But then, it doesn't explode in the atmosphere. It falls out of the sky, exploding on the ground. And that's because Alex, using her expertise, decided to give them a failsafe. She messed with one of the rocket's panels that affected the launch, and that didn't allow it to actually explode in the sky like Nema wanted. The apocalypse is officially dodged, and everybody takes Snowpiercer and heads back to New Eden. They, of course, have no idea how long the New Eden pocket is going to last, but they're going to enjoy every second of it. Some of Nema's people actually join everybody in New Eden, because it turns out they're not horrible people at all. They're actually very nice people. They were just on the wrong side. They, of course, can't let Snowpiercer just sit idle, so Javi and Sykes are actually going to take it around and just keep the engine running, so that if New Eden does end up failing, they're able to get out of there quickly. They all get together in the bar that first night back. Osweiler plays the piano, Audrey sings, and everybody's happy. And that is the end of Snowpiercer. Thank you so much for getting this part of the recap. I really appreciate it. Consider subscribing to the channel. Hit thumbs up if you like this. Smash that thumbs down button if you thought it sucked. And let me know if you liked how the season wrapped up. I personally thought that season 4 kind of sucked, if I'm being honest. But that's just one man's opinion. Let me know if you liked it. Go buy merch. Go buy a mug. Go buy like a shirt. Hoodie season's coming up. I have those as well. Look, I have bills to pay, folks. And I'm not too proud to beg. So please, go buy something. I'd really appreciate it. But just know that if you reached this far into the recap, I really do appreciate you just checking it out and sticking with me. And I'd really appreciate it if you liked, subscribed, commented, shared, tell all your friends, and most importantly, just let the ads run. I mean, literally, just click it and then walk away. I'm cool with that as well.